So first of all, we will have an idea on AWS and DevOps. Okay, before that, let us understand what is AWS. Okay, so if you see this diagram over here in the picture over here, guys, okay, this is the picture of a data center. Okay, this is how a data center looks like. Okay, for example, you see flipkart.com or youtube.com, okay, or Amazon or any website. You see banking website also, you take example, HDFC Bank is there. For running their website, they need some data center. In this data center, they will run servers, storage, network, okay, all these things they will run inside this data center. Okay, now comes to the main part. For managing and running this data center, okay, you need team, okay, you need servers, you have to purchase racks like this, okay, you have to purchase hard disk, you have to purchase RAM, okay, you have to purchase a lot of things. And after purchasing it is not enough, you have to maintain that also. Okay, if any trouble comes, if RAM is having some problem, you will replace the RAM. If hard disk is having a problem, okay, you will replace the hard disk. Okay, yeah. Okay, if RAM is having a problem, you will replace the RAM. Okay, if there is a hard disk problem, you will replace the hard disk. Okay, if there is any issue on some server, you will be changing that server over there. Networking team is there, database team is there, all these teams are there, everybody is working. Okay, but whatever cost you are getting, okay, whatever teams you need, all these things, if I tell you, you don't need a single server also for running your HDFC website, bank website, or you don't need to manage any server in your office. If you want to run flipkart.com or HDFC or any other application you want to run, I will tell you, don't use any server. Okay, if you are not using any server, you are reducing so much effort from you. You no need networking team, you no need to pay power bill, current bill, lot of power bill will be there for running these servers. So all these things you can avoid doing that. How? If you run all these things in the cloud. So one again question comes over here, sir, already my setup is running in data center, I'm very happy with my older process, why should I go for the cloud? Okay, first benefit I will tell you what a company thinks. The first benefit for a company is costing. If I tell a company, if I tell Flipkart that if you run your Flipkart website in the cloud, you will get very less cost for running your website. What a company wants is, the first major thing for a company is profit. If I tell them if you move to cloud, you will get more profit, they will move. Okay, for running this server, there is a power cost. Okay, AC charges, you have to maintain a team, you have to give salaries to the team. If anything goes wrong, you have to purchase and replace the product. Everything you have to do it over here. But in the cloud, okay, no need to purchase or no need to manage anything over here. You have to just take the resources, pay for that resources, and you can use that. And whatever you are paying is much less than what you are running for a data center. So costing wise, you will get a lot of benefit over here. The first thing, if I tell you are saving your money, even if I tell you that the same, for example, you are purchasing a laptop for 50,000. If I tell you same laptop, I will give you for 25,000. Obviously, you will take it. Why you will spend 25,000 more? Same thing is happening for a company also. They want to spend less. They want to get more profit. So cloud is giving them the more profit. Okay, and the next important thing for a company is time. If I tell them that if you are completing a project over here in the data center with 6 months, if in 6 months they are completing the project, in the cloud they will complete the project within 3 months only. They are saving money, getting more profit, they are saving more time. Two very important things for a company: money and time. Okay, understand from company's perspective. Even for us personally also, money and time are very important. Okay, if they tell me that I will finish my work within 1 hour, obviously you will take that. So instead of doing one project in 6 months, they are doing one project will get completed within 3 months. So in a year they can do four projects. Instead of doing two projects, they can do four projects. Okay, costing wise it is less, profit wise it is more, and in terms of time saving, you are saving a lot of time over here, lot of time. Okay, 50% of time reduction is there. Why? Because cloud is very fast. Cloud is very fast. And if you see the same data center, it will perform a bit slow in terms of project completion. It will be slow, but if you move to cloud, in terms of project completion, it will be very, very fast. Okay, so that is the first thing. Now let's come to the next thing. Okay, start from the bottom layer over here. Okay, not from the top layer, we will start from the bottom layer. Okay, see, AWS provides global infrastructure, guys. Okay, what is the global infrastructure? I will tell you. If I go to the AWS dashboard over here, okay, so let me go to a AWS dashboard like this, and let me go to this console. Okay, right. Okay, so this is the AWS dashboard, guys. Okay, it looks very simple. Okay, your entire work you have to do it on your AWS management console only. This is our management dashboard. And if you need anything for this course, you only need one laptop with basic configuration, and you need one Chrome browser in your laptop. That's it. Remaining all the things which we are doing, we are creating servers, we are creating network, we are creating database, we will create a lot of things we will be doing on this dashboard only. Okay, so that is the first thing. Now, as I told you, it provides you global infrastructure. What is the meaning of global infrastructure? Is AWS is having their data centers running in all these countries. This is a country list. You see, US is there, Africa is there, Asia Pacific, Singapore, Hong Kong, Mumbai, Sydney, Tokyo, Canada, Frankfurt, Ireland. List is going on. In all these countries, AWS will provide you the support. In all these countries, AWS has the data centers. Okay, why it is giving you the support in these many countries? Because right now Flipkart is running for which country? Flipkart we are using only in India. If tomorrow Flipkart wants to start in US, they can easily start because AWS has the data center in US also. If Flipkart wants to start in Hong Kong, they can start in Hong Kong also. If they want to start in Singapore, they can start in Singapore also. If you take example of IBM, IBM is having their offices around the world. In Singapore, if you have IBM office, you can run your IBM office data center in AWS. Accenture is there. Capgemini is there. If you are having Capgemini office in Sydney, if you are having Capgemini office in Hong Kong, you can maintain and manage this from the AWS dashboard over here. Okay, you can not only run some small softwares or small applications, you can run an entire company on AWS. As big as YouTube, as big as Flipkart, you can run a complete company over here, not small applications or small softwares. It is capable of managing whole company as big as IBM. Okay, and it provides a global infrastructure. How it is providing global infrastructure? Because of it is having a very good. Okay, so let me open that slide. Okay, how it is providing you that infrastructure is because, okay, you see in this slide it provides a very good networking, guys. Okay, global infrastructure comes with very good network. Okay, how they are providing the network, I will show you a sample example over here. If I go over here and if I go to, okay, cables under sea or ocean. Okay, how they are connecting from one country to another country, in this way. They are laying the cables inside the sea. From the ocean they are laying the cables. And one small example I'll tell you. For our home we have taken the internet, right? Okay, and when you are taking the internet, you will take some cable for your internet, right? 5 meter cable or 6 meter cable or 8 meter cable. Okay, so we are connecting just in between 6 meters, 8 meters and 10 meters. For that only we will get cost of about in between 500 to 1000 rupees. They are laying the cables from one country to another country, and dedicated cables. Only AWS traffic will go, only AWS connection will go from one country to another country. That much cost they are spending over here. If they want to connect from Singapore to India, this is how they are connecting. And not only creating, guys, maintaining and managing, this is also very important. If anything happens to this pipeline or anything happens to this line, they will go and they will maintain and manage this. How they are providing that much big support? Because they are laying the cables like this. They are keeping the cables under the water. Under the water they will manage all these things. Okay, So AWS is able to do this because it's Amazon, it's a very big company. Right now, it is the world's richest company. It has crossed Microsoft also. They are able to do this because it's one of the biggest projects. They can spend that much. From one country to another country, they can keep the high volume, high data center speed cables over here. Okay, and not only spending money, getting permission from each and every country is also a lot of headache. They are able to do this. That is the reason you are getting a dedicated connection from one country to another country over here. That's why you have that much global support given to AWS. So behind the scenes, there is a lot of work, lot of effort is going on. Over here, you can see that you can directly go to Singapore. You can directly go to Sydney. Okay, how this connection is establishing, because behind the scenes, lot of things are there like this. Okay, so they have spent millions of billions of dollars for achieving this. Okay, now this is how it provides the network, and this is how it provides the global infrastructure. So after giving these two things for you, the next thing it provides you the compute. Compute is nothing but server, or assume that it provides one laptop only to you. Okay, compute is nothing but machine or server, and it also provides storage, it also provides database, it also provides other services also. Using servers, using storage, using database, what you will do, you will create your apps, you will create your applications. Either it's a mobile application or a website or any product, any software, whatever you want to develop. Because AWS is giving you that platform, you can create your own mobile apps also, you can create your own websites, you can create your own applications. Developers will do that. That is not our job. Our job is to maintain and manage everything on AWS. They are developing mobile web application, developers will do. Okay, they are developing some software, developers will do. Okay, but AWS provides you the support for doing all these things, and we are giving that support as a AWS and DevOps engineers. Okay, so once you are developing and using these apps, then you will go for deployment. Okay, once you are having your app services, once you develop your mobile applications, then you will go for deployment. Okay, so what is a deployment? Okay, that is where your DevOps will comes into picture. Okay, at the deployment part only, DevOps will comes into picture. Okay, I will go to DevOps slide now. Okay, I will show you guys what are the. So once we are going to DevOps, guys, see, AWS and DevOps are two different things. Okay, you cannot connect AWS with DevOps. These are two different things, actually, completely different things. AWS provides you the support for running servers. AWS provides you the support for having your storage, for running your networking, or for doing all that stuff. AWS will provide. Okay, what is DevOps, I will tell you now. Okay, so once I'm saying DevOps, few things, few questions comes to our mind. The first thing is, what is DevOps? Why we are using DevOps? Why it is so beneficial, and why it is becoming so popular also? So the first question is, what is DevOps? DevOps, first of all, the word came from two different teams letters. One is your development team, and the other is your operations team. So dev plus ops. Okay, your developers and your operations teams are coming together. Word came from two different teams. And what is DevOps is, simple words I will tell you. DevOps is the process name, guys. It is not a software. DevOps is not a software. Okay, DevOps is the process. Process means DevOps is a method. Okay, it is the process. Using that process, you will develop your software. So before DevOps also, there was some previous older processes which we used to use. Okay, so that was not good process. Okay, it used to take a lot of time to develop the software in older process. Now what is the latest process which we are using? It's a DevOps process. DevOps is the process, it's a method. Okay, it's the way of working. Okay, I will take a small example over here. Okay, that why we are using DevOps, why we are going for this process is because, small example I will tell. Okay, many of us are using smartphones, right? Okay, and I will tell you, you people are already using DevOps. Yes, you people are already using DevOps. How, I will tell you. You are having smartphones with you, right? Some of us might use Android phones, some of us might use Apple devices also. On Android, you will have Play Store. On an iOS device, you will have App Store. Okay, using App Store and Play Store, what you will do? You will download some software. You will download application. Okay, one more popular application I will take. Most of us uses WhatsApp, right? Most of us use WhatsApp. Okay, so you downloaded WhatsApp from Play Store and App Store, and you are using WhatsApp. Okay, and did you observe one thing? After 10-15 days, you will get one update for WhatsApp. What you will do? You will update that WhatsApp. Again, after 10-15 days, you will get one more update. Again, you will update that WhatsApp. Again, you will use. Okay, how are you getting that updates? You are getting that updates because of DevOps process. With each update, what is happening? When you are updating your WhatsApp, you are getting a new feature. Before in WhatsApp, there was no PDF support. Group calling support was not there. Video calling support was also not there. Status support was also not there. What they did, with each and every update, slowly they have updated the WhatsApp application, and they are giving you the updates, improving the application. Okay, if I tell you for one update, I want you guys to wait for 6 months. Will you wait? Nowadays, you are getting updates for every 1 week or 10 days. You are getting one update. They are improving their application and they are building their application. WhatsApp is improving. Okay. The same update, if I tell you to wait for 6 months, will you wait? Nobody will wait now. Nobody will wait. Because of DevOps process, you are getting that update within 1 or 6 months. The older process which we used to use, okay, if all of us guys who are seniors over here, they will remember previous to 4 or 5 years, for one update, we used to wait for 6 months. For one update, we used to wait for 3 months because DevOps process was not there. Older processes were there. And what happens with older process, there was a gap in between your development team and your operations team. Your development team used to develop the software, testing team used to test the software, then operations team used to do the, then it used to give the update. Longer process. We used to wait 3 to 6 months for that software to come to the market. Okay, very lengthy process. Now what is happening, now with the DevOps process, the gap has been reduced. The gap has been removed. Whatever software application or mobile app which you are developing now, gap has been completely removed. Okay, for your WhatsApp, what is happening? They are pushing the update to Play Store. You are downloading it, testing it. Again, they are testing it. Again, they are pushing it to Play Store. Again, you are using it. Again, they are testing it. So the cycle is in a continuous process. One more thing over here, you will get a small updates only. You will not get a bigger updates. With the DevOps process, you will get a small updates, but regular updates. Every 7 to 10 days, they have a challenge in their mind that they have to send one update. So with that smaller updates, what will happen after 1 year? If you see WhatsApp, it will get lots and lots of features. Lots and lots of features will be there. So right now, what is the method which we are following is give small updates to customers. Give smaller updates to customers, and in a year, that one small updates will become a one bigger update. Okay. Sometimes they will give such a small update we can't even feel the difference that is something is changed in WhatsApp or not. Okay, so not only WhatsApp, guys, WhatsApp is a mobile application, not only WhatsApp. Okay, any other things also, if you see, okay, for example, if I go to flipkart.com, okay, so this is a website, right? You can develop this website also using DevOps process. With the DevOps process, you can develop this website. Every 1 week they can send one update. Okay, how they are able to send the faster updates? Because the gap has been reduced now. There was a gap in between the teams, right? There was a gap. That gap got completely removed now, and you will see faster updates. You can develop website like Flipkart. You can develop application like WhatsApp. You can develop a product like MS Office. PDF reader is there. Whatever you are developing, any product you are developing, any software, any application, whatever you are developing, DevOps is the best process to use over here. The DevOps method is the best method to utilize. Okay, because you can see The benefits which you are getting is your development team, your operations team, everything is working together now. Okay, releasing smaller updates and getting more benefit of your WhatsApp. So these are the advantages. Okay, and with DevOps, how we are able to do that? We use lot of tools. We use Terraform, we use Docker, we use Jenkins. So all these tools are involved. Using all these tools you will reduce that gap. Using all these tools we will automate the process. Okay, so these are the two different things, guys. Okay, so AWS will provide you the server, AWS will provide you the storage, AWS will provide you the, okay, networking, AWS will provide you all these things. Okay, and DevOps process will help you to develop your software in a much more faster way and much more stable way also. So now whatever updates you are getting on your mobile phone, now you know that is happening because of DevOps process only. Okay, so these things are happening, guys. Okay, so AWS gives you all these services. Okay, it provides you server. Okay, at the bottom you have written it provides you storage. Okay, storage is nothing but it provides you hard disk, it provides you pen drives, it provides you faster SSDs. Okay, compute is nothing but it provides you server, big servers. How much big servers it can provide? You know, for a single server, you can run a RAM of up to 12,000 GB. I'm not talking about 4 GB, 5 GB, or 6 GB. Our laptop has that. Okay, 12,000 GB of RAM you can have for one server. That much bigger capacity can run by AWS. That's why I said you can not only run a single application or small, okay, WhatsApp is just one software or one application. You can not only run one software or one application, you can run a complete company on AWS, entire company. Okay, so using what process you will develop that software? That is DevOps process. Okay, so it provides database, it provides content delivery. Okay, it provides deployment support also. Okay, so it provides all these things, guys. Okay, so keep the things very much clear. AWS gives you servers and storage. Okay, DevOps is the process by which you will develop your product or application. Okay, so these two things coming together. Okay, and this is how the things are working in real time, and you know the actual advantage. Okay, as you are every day you are updating your applications, mobile apps, that is what the benefit you will get. Companies getting a benefit because they are improving their application. Customers are also happy because every day they are getting new features in WhatsApp. Okay, so these were the small examples which have been taken over here. Okay, I hope, okay, you got an idea now. Okay, the most important thing, okay, I have to tell that every day we'll be having the session for about 1 hour, guys. Okay, 1 hour will be our session time. That is the first thing. And tomorrow is Saturday, tomorrow also we'll have a session. And tomorrow I will be showing you guys how to create a basic server on AWS, how to create a first server. Because see, guys, my sessions will be completely into a real time oriented sessions. Okay, today I showed you slides. From the next class onwards I will not be showing you any PPTs or slides. Complete practical things we will be learning over here. That is the first thing. Next thing, we will be having our own WhatsApp group. Okay, all my previous batches, okay, we work in the same way. Okay, where I provide a WhatsApp group, and every day I will be doing the task. Okay, see, I'm working as lead, I have my associates, so whatever kind of task I give to them, the same kind of task I want to you guys also to complete. Same day I will be doing some task, showing you practically how to create the server or how to manage, how to change the server properties. These things I will show you. Same day you have to share me the screenshot also, sir, I also did the same task, and that you have completed the task. Okay, so if I just go over here and if I go to, okay, some sample, see, batches over here, you can see that they do share me that they have completed the task over here like this. Okay, right. Okay, so this is a ATM batch, okay, group, guys. Anyhow, so now every day, we will be having a task which you have to share with me. Okay, so it is not like you are attending the class again next day you are attending the class. Okay, I don't want like that. Every day you have to complete the task. Okay, the benefit is whatever task you are doing over here. Okay, and if you don't have any knowledge on AWS and Linux or nothing, once we complete our sessions you can tell that you are having nearly 2.5 to 3 years of experience with you, because generally a guy with 2.5 to 3 years experience they will do that task. Any doubts you are having doing the task, ping me in the group. Any trouble, any issues you are getting in the doing the task, ping me in the group. I will tell the solution, no problem in that. Okay, but every day we have to complete the task. Okay, think that you are working for a company. Think that, okay, you are in an environment. Okay, if there are any freshers over here, come out of your student zone. Okay, and we have to every day we have to complete the task. That is very very important for us. Okay, so that is very important. Okay, now anybody who is shifting their domain from different technology to AWS, or already who are having the gaps, for them also this will be very very helpful, guys, because each day if you are doing the task you will be getting the working knowledge of that. Okay, and most
Hi, Sayed.
importantly, okay, yes, yes, hi, hi, hi. Okay,
Hi, Sayed. Ravi Kumar is there. Yeah.
yes,
Actually,
yeah, yeah.
any real time that you are providing practical labs also for us?
Okay,
Okay.
and the best thing you will be getting is the same thing you have to do on your company when you go on to a company's, when you start your project, or when you are working for a project, or when you are working for a company, is the same thing you have to do it in your company also. Okay, so that is the thing. Okay, that is actual way of learning the process. Okay, so don't worry, first I will be showing you how to set up the entire thing, then you have to follow that. Okay, every day I will be doing the recording of our session. Every day recording will be provided to you, soft copy will be provided to you. You have to follow the recording and you have to do the practice. And the recordings which we are giving, after 5 years or after 10 years also, if you want to see that recording again, it will be in your G drive only. We are completely giving the recordings to you in your G drive only. You can save it with you. After 5 years or after 10 years, again you want to see the recording, just open and check the recording and work. Okay, so that thing will be provided. Recordings will be not be with us. We will provide you the recording for you. After 10 years also, if you want, you can see it. Okay, so that is the first thing. Now, next thing, coming to the job perspective. See, most important thing is we are taking this course because we need to have offer letters in our hand. The most important thing is right now the market value and the market demand for AWS and DevOps is very, very high. It's very, very high. If I just go to Naukri portal over here, okay, just if I go to the Naukri portal over here, and you will be seeing, okay, if I just type for, okay, DevOps over here, okay, let me go to jobs, okay, and let me DevOps, okay, and search. Okay, so you can just do your R&D by yourself. Okay, so if I'm telling there are a lot of jobs over here, you can see that the Bangalore location itself we are having 23,000 openings for AWS. For Delhi you have, for Pune you have. If I just see, okay, for Hyderabad you are having nearly 8,980. And the best thing is the pay scale which you get for AWS and DevOps, no other technology will give you. If you're just saying that you're having around 2.5 to 3 years of experience, okay, from my classes anyhow you'll be getting that much exposure, you can easily get in between 10 to 12. That is the industry standard. The scale which AWS and DevOps engineers are earning is very good. No other technology will give you that much pay scale. If you are starting from a fresher also, you will be getting in between 4 to 5. So technology wise and in terms of pay scale, it's a very good technology. And the next thing, the course and the technology which you are learning, okay, with this technology for the next 15 to 20 years, no need to learn anything. I'm practically telling that. This technology is going to be there in the future. This is the future. Anyhow, already companies are moving. 30 to 40% companies have already moved to cloud. Remaining companies are also moving to cloud. That is why demand is increasing. There are no more AWS and DevOps engineers in the market. As demand is increasing, you have a very good pay scale. Now, if you start by the 2 years or 3 years time frame, you will go to senior position. Okay,
Hello,
okay, and then from there
hello,
onwards, your pay scale you can't even imagine how it grows.
hello.
Okay, so the
Sorry
technology
for
you
the
are
interruption.
learning, okay, is one of the best technology which you have today. And the next 15 to 20 years, I'm telling it is more than that only. If I reduce it also, next 15 to 20 years, cloud is going to be ruling the market. Cloud will be everywhere, everywhere. So in terms
Hello.
of job security, in terms of package, you will be getting a very good stuff, guys. Okay. Yes, the first thing, and the second thing you have to do the setups with DevOps tools, and the third thing is you have to monitor. Monitor means you have to check that everything is working fine or not. Okay, and troubleshooting will be there. Coding will not be there. Operations means
Oh,
mostly setup and monitoring. Okay. Yes, my screen is visible. Okay, guys. Okay, so yesterday we have created one Windows machine onto our cloud platform, right? So today, what I will be doing is today again, okay, we'll be going for Windows machine creation. And after creating a Windows machine, what is the next thing which we will be doing as a DevOps engineer? I'll show you. Okay, so the first step for us is to create a Windows machine. Okay, and then I'll be showing you guys like what is the next thing that which we have to proceed for. Okay, right. Okay, yes, guys. Now, what machine I'm going to create over here is it's a Windows machine. Okay, so let me write it over here as I'm creating a Windows machine. Okay, and let us select the each configuration one by one. Okay, so altogether, how many steps are there, guys, for creating a Windows machine? We have 7 steps for creating any machine on AWS cloud. Okay, we have 7 steps for creating any machine on AWS cloud, right? So let me go back to my AWS dashboard. Okay, so this is the AWS dashboard which we have over here. Okay, and okay, so let me just sign out from my account and let me show you guys that how to go to this page. Okay, so once you go to Google, okay, for example, you are on Google page. Okay, first, that's why I said in your laptop I need Chrome browser only. Okay, so on your Chrome browser, first you have to go to Google. Okay, go to Google and type AWS console. Okay, if you just say AWS console onto Google, you will be taking back to console page over here. Okay, management console page. Click on the management console page and it will ask you to sign in over here. Okay, if you click on sign in over here, it will ask you to log in with your username and password. If you don't have username and password, go for create AWS account option. Okay, if you go for create AWS account option, it will ask you some basic details. It's the same way how do you create your Gmail account or Yahoo account. In the same way you have to give your details over here for creating the account. Okay, give your name, give me your email ID and verify. Okay, so these are the things you have to do over here, right? So now I will log into my account. Okay, and this account will be free for you to use for up to 1 year. Okay, for 1 year AWS gives this account for you to free without any additional charges. Okay, so now let me log in with my account login over here. Okay, and let me give my password. Okay, so once you log into your AWS account, you see there is an EC2 option available over here. EC2 is where you will be creating your machines. EC2 is where you will be creating your servers over here, guys. Okay, so I'll click on EC2 over here, and once you click on EC2, you will see running machines are 0 right now. Okay, so you will see that there are no running machines over here. Okay, no running machine is available over here. Now for creating a machine, okay, for creating a machine I will click on launch instance. Okay, for creating a machine, I will be clicking on launch instance. And once you click on launch instance, okay, how many steps are there, guys? Okay, there are 7 steps as we have discussed yesterday. These are those 7 steps. Okay, so if I want to create a Windows machine or a Linux machine, or it could be any machine, we have to perform these 7 steps over here, guys. 7 steps. Okay, so as I told, each step has its own importance over here. Okay, so at step number 1, what you will be selecting? At step number 1, you will be selecting your operating system. Okay, at step number 1, I'll be selecting my operating system. And what operating system I need for, okay, today's session? Again, I'll be creating a Windows machine. Okay, I'll be creating a Windows machine over here. So I will select Windows as my operating system. 2019. Yes. Okay, go to previous step again, scroll down. Okay, so Windows 2009. Okay, this is the latest OS which is available on Windows. Okay, right, so I will select Windows, which is my operating system. And at step number 2, what we have to select at step number 2? RAM size. Okay, we have to select our RAM size at step number 2. So as I told you, starting from 1 GB, okay, to 12,000 GB is the maximum RAM size which you can select. Up to 12,000 GB also you can select. Okay, if you scroll down, you will see over here that you are having the RAM. If you scroll down, it will go on increasing only over here. Okay, it will go on increasing, and you will see the maximum RAM size given to you is up to 12,000 GB is available. Okay, it's 12,288 GB. Okay, so let me just show you over here. Okay, so 12,288 GB is the maximum RAM size which you can select for your machine. Okay, which is very huge size actually. Okay, so we'll not be selecting that much huge size over here. So if I scroll a bit to the top, you can see I have 1 GB of RAM. So I will be selecting 1 GB RAM machine. Yeah, it will be quite slow. Okay, so select 1 GB RAM. Now click on next. Okay, and at step number 3, you have to tell that how many servers do you want, number of instances, which means how many servers do you require. Okay, it is asking you over here now that how many machines do you want. You can purchase 1 machine, you can purchase 2 machines, you can purchase 3 machines. Okay, so over here I'll specify how many servers do I need. Okay, so I can write 1 for 1 machine. If you write 2, it will create 2 machines for you, 2 servers. What is the use of purchasing 2 laptops? Okay, same thing. So you can purchase up to 900 laptops over here. Okay, so 900 is a very huge number. Okay, so it's like purchasing 900 laptops. So in a single go, you can create up to 900 servers. Okay, so you can create 1, you can create 2, you can create 10. It's like purchasing 10 laptops. Okay, so I'll be very much happy with 1 machine for as of now. Okay, now clicking on next, at step number 4, you have to select your hard disk size. Okay, disk size. Okay, hard disk size. So as we have already selected RAM, right? Okay, our RAM size was 1 GB. Okay, so your Windows hard disk starts from 30 GB. Okay, Windows hard disk starts from 30 GB. So you can give 50 GB as your hard disk size. Okay, you can give 100 GB as your hard disk size. Okay, or else, okay, if you want to add, okay, more volume, you can take up to 16,000 GB also. Maximum 16,000 GB as a single drive. If you want to add one more drive as a 16,000 GB also, you can add. Okay, if this is not efficient, you can, if you want to add one more 16,000 GB, add one more 16,000 GB. Storage is not at all a problem onto your cloud. Okay, take as much as storage you want. Okay, there is no a certain limitation over here, especially with cloud, you will get ample amount of storage. Okay, you will be getting a very huge storage over here. Okay, so I don't want 16,000 GB. Okay, I'm fine with 50 GB over here. Okay, so I'll write I need 50 GB is my hard disk size. Okay, this is my hard disk size over here. Fine. Okay, so I'll click on next. Okay, I'll go to next step. Okay, and at the next step you have to say click on add tag. Okay, at the key you will say name, at the value you can say it's a window. Okay, at the key you can say name, and the value you can say it's a Windows machine. Or if you want to give a name as Flipkart, you can give name as Flipkart. Okay, or if you want to give machine name. Okay, server name. Usually in real time you will give your name to your machine as to your project name, so that you can easily identify for which project this machine is running. Yeah. Okay, so if you don't want to give a name, don't give a name, because as I told, from step 1 to step 7 all the steps are mandatory for us except step number 5. Because sometimes what happens, you will create a machine, okay, but you cannot attach it to a project right away. Okay, so your manager will tell you to create a machine, and after 2-3 days we will attach it to a project. So you have to create a machine. Okay, and giving a name is not a compulsory thing over here. If you want to give a name, you give. If you know to which project it is going, you give the name, or else avoid giving a name. Later on you can give a name, you can change your machine name n number of times, you can change the name. Okay, no issue. Now let me click on next, and let us go to security group. Okay, and as I told you, for your machine, whatever machine you are creating, you will be having a security group to your machine, right? He's like a security guard for your machine. Okay, like a security group, nothing but like a security guard for your machine. Okay, so whenever you try to log into this machine from your laptop, okay, if you are trying to log into this machine from your laptop, it will not allow you to log into this machine, right? What will happen over here? He will stop you for entering onto this laptop over here. He will not allow you to log into this laptop. Okay, he will not allow you to log into this laptop. Then what you have to do, you have to tell your security group, you have to tell your security guard that the laptop which is entering your machine is your friend, and it is entering through RDP. Okay, RDP is the protocol through which it is entering over here. Okay, so through RDP protocol we are entering onto this machine over here like this, through RDP, remote desktop protocol. Okay, so RDP stands for remote desktop protocol. Okay, so if you go back to your security group over here, I'm telling my security group to please allow RDP over here, RDP. So whatever you select, it will allow it. If you don't select RDP, it will not allow RDP. Okay, it's same like how your security guard works, right? If you tell, okay, if you tell your security guard to allow the person, then only will allow that person to you inside your home. Okay, so it's the same thing over here. Okay, you have to mention your security guard to please allow that person, or to please allow the traffic. Okay, so over here you are doing the same thing over here. Fine. Now let me click on next, and let us go to 7th step, which is our last step over here. Okay, and as yes, at step number 7, what you are doing, guys, you are doing a review over here. Review is nothing but rechecking. You are rechecking your configuration, whatever you have selected from step 1 to step 7. It will show you a review. Okay, that at step number 1, what you have selected, Windows operating system. At step number 2, how much RAM you have selected? 1 GB. Who is your friend for security guard? RDP. And how much storage you have taken for this machine? 50 GB is the hard disk size. Okay, now for creating this machine, I will click on launch over here, and you have to create a key pair. Okay, so just create this key pair. You can give any name. Okay, let me give the key name over here as Krish download the key, okay, and click on launch over here. Okay, so once you click over here in this machine, okay, you can see that the machine is launching over here. Okay, machine is launching over here, right? Now once this machine is launching, you can see that did we give any name to this machine? No, right? At step number 5 we did not give any name to this machine. That is the reason name is blank over here. If you want to give a name to this machine, click on this pencil mark and give a name as Windows. Or else if you want to give a name to this machine as Flipkart, give a name as Flipkart. If you want to change the name and if you want to give the machine name as server, you can change your machine name anytime. Okay, at any time you can change your machine name over here. Okay, so changing your machine name is not at all restricted. You can change your machine name anytime over. Okay, so now coming back to the diagram, and let me show you that how much. Okay, what is the configuration that which we have created over here? My machine is currently running with 1 GB RAM. Okay, my machine is currently running with 1 GB RAM. Okay, and it is running with 50 GB hard disk. 50 GB is the hard disk size. Okay, now my machine is starting over here now. Right now, what is happening is my machine is initializing. Initializing means it is getting ready now. Okay, my machine is getting ready now. Okay, so once your machine is ready, we can log into our machines. Okay, so let me go back. Okay, and let me tell you to log into this machine, or normally to log into any machine, what do you need, guys? We need username and we need password. Okay, so once this machine is ready, I will use my username and password to log into this machine. Okay, so what is the username? Administrator is the username. Okay, and password is highly encrypted over here. Administrator is the username and password is highly encrypted over here. Okay, so let us go and check that my machine is ready or not over here. Okay, and I can see that my machine is ready over here, guys. Okay, my machine is completely ready over here. Now to log into this machine, okay, if you want to log into this machine, we need to click on connect over here, guys. Okay, so this is the procedure for logging to your machine. You have to click on connect. Okay, download your RDP file. This is your connection file. And what is the username and password? You can see username is administrator with a capital A. No, later also you can download, no problem. Okay, but you have to download anyhow. Okay, that's why first you download. And what is the username? Administrator is the username. But what about password? Password is hidden. Okay, AWS will not give you the password right openly, so password is always hidden over here. How to get the password? Click on get password, and you have created one krish file, right? We have to select that krish file over here. Okay, so I'll click on choose file and let me select my krish file and then click on decrypt over here. This is my password. Okay, this is a username and this is a password. So copy the password only, don't copy username, not required. Okay, simply copy the password, close this thing, and you have downloaded the connection file, right? Click on that connection file. Okay, now it is connecting to your machine. It is asking you the password, paste the password. Okay, now click on continue and click on continue. It will connect to the Windows machine which you have created in the cloud. Okay, now it is connecting to the machine which you have created. See, I'm able to connect to that machine. Okay, so let us log into this machine, and once you log in, I will show you few more things. Okay, now you can see the screen which is loaded over here, guys. This is a Windows machine which you have created on your cloud. Okay, so don't think that this is some alien machine or this is a new machine. This machine is exactly same like your laptop. Okay, if you go over here and if you check, this machine has the same view, same configuration that which you have for your laptop. Okay, you can use this machine in whichever way you want. Use it as your personal laptop or as your office machine, or like whichever way you want, you can use this. Okay, what was the hard disk size which I have created for this machine? 50 GB, right? It is showing you the same 49.9 GB. That is your C drive. Okay, and the whole machine creation, I did not pay anything. Okay, you can use these machines for free of cost. Okay, and internet is additionally provided with these machines. Okay, and that too, so super fast internet. So we can download Chrome in this. Yes, download Chrome over here and use Chrome. Download Mozilla, use it. Download PDF reader, you use it. Or else download MS Office, use it. You can use this machine as exactly as your laptop. Okay, you are the master of this machine, you are the administrator of this machine. In whichever way you want, you use this. Okay, machine is provided from AWS and you are the owner of this machine. Okay, and you will see that network connectivity has been also been given, and in whichever region you create this machine, that particular internet will be provided to you. If you are creating machine in US, you'll be getting a US network. If you are creating the machine in London, you'll be getting a London network. Okay, in whichever region you create the machine, that particular network will be provided to you. That is the reason I'm able to see a US website. I'm able to see a US website because I've created this machine in North Virginia. Okay, I've created this machine in US region. If you go back and if you see that I've created this machine in North Virginia. Okay, any part of the world you create the machine, steps will remain the same. No change in steps. All the steps are standard for you over there. Okay, steps will never change. Right, so okay, so till here we know anyhow. Okay, the properties of the machines, the benefits that we are getting. Okay, so you are getting additional internet connectivity, you are getting your drive as C drive, and okay, all these things. Now let us move a step bit ahead now. Okay, let us go to a next step now. Okay, I will tell you one more thing now. So you are using this machine. Okay, normally when you are using your laptop also, for example, whatever hard disk you are using, your hard disk will get filled up normally. You will store your photos, videos, images, and hard disk will get filled up. What you will do, you will attach additional hard disk to your machine. Okay, you will increase the storage space. Same thing will happen in real time also. When your machine is running and it is running for some project, your hard disk gets filled up quite faster. Okay, then what you have to do, you have to increase the storage over here. Right now there is a C drive to this machine, right? We have to attach a one more drive, that will be a D drive. Okay, so C drive will be there, we have to attach a one more drive, and that will be a D drive for us, right? And I will show you how to attach a D drive to this machine, and without shutting down this machine you have to attach a drive. There is a rule which we have to follow in real time, that is zero downtime. Okay, so zero downtime means you have to do anything which you are doing on this machine. Without restarting this machine, you have to perform the action without restarting. Okay, so let me add a one more drive because my manager is telling me to attach a one more drive to this machine. Okay, so this is again one of your regular tasks which you have to do as a DevOps engineer. Okay, how to add additional storage to this machine. Okay, so I'll tell you the same thing in diagram over here. It will be much more clear for you guys. So right now you have created a machine. Okay, and this machine is having a C drive over here. Okay, let me call this drive as a C drive. Okay, so this is my C drive over here. Okay, now the size of my drive is 50 GB as of now. Okay, now what is my manager is telling me is, the manager is telling me to attach a one more drive to this machine, and that will be a D drive. Okay, I will call this drive as a D drive over here. Okay, and I will attach 10 GB. For example, is telling me to increase more 10 GB to this machine. Okay, then how to add additional volume? Okay, so to add this additional volume, first of all you have to create this 10 GB storage. First of all you have to create the hard disk. Okay, in the Physical world, what you will do, you will purchase hard disk. You will purchase the hard disk and you will attach it to your laptop. Okay, and when you are attaching it to your laptop, you will do a restart. When you are attaching hard disk to your laptop, you will do a restart over there. So in the same way, when you are attaching a D drive, okay, over here you should not do a restart. Okay, and let me first create 10 GB of drive. Okay, so how to create this drive? Okay, and so before creating this drive, okay, so before creating this drive, let me tell you one more thing, guys. When you have created this Windows machine, right, this Windows machine will be running in some zone over here. Zone. Whenever you create a machine will be running in some zone. Okay, let me show you in which zone your machine is running right now. If you see over here, your machine is running in US-East 1A. This is your zone name. Okay, if you don't want to remember the complete name, don't remember, just remember the last character. What is it? A. So your zones are divided into A, B, C
Sir,
categories.
I have a
Okay,
doubt.
yes please.
Sir, how the key period you had downloaded, you automatically you did, but we are unable to download the key pair.
Okay, click on download. Right now you are downloading it or you are seeing it. At the end of the session, I will
Yes.
give you screen control. Okay.
Okay, okay. Just now I downloaded the remote desktop file. Below it,
Yeah.
the get password is there. When I should have to download the remote desktop file first of all.
Yes. Okay, and then you have to click on keep. Okay, and at the end of the session, I will give you the permission. Okay, I will show you. Okay.
Okay, 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 okay.
Oh, okay. So right now you can see, guys, that my machine is running in US-East 1A. Okay, and don't remember the complete name. Just remember the last character A, B, or C. Okay, three different categories A, B, or C. Right now my machine is running in which zone? Zone A. Simply you can consider it as zone A. So let me go back and let me write over here that I have running my machine in zone A. So if your machine is running in zone A, you have to create the drive also in zone A only. If your machine is running in zone A, you have to create the drive in zone A only. Okay, so let me go back and let me create a drive. So to create the drive, if you see on the left side of your screen, you will find volumes over here. So click on volumes. Okay, and you will see this is a C drive. This is a C drive, size is 50 GB. This is already attached to your machine, right? I want to attach more 10 GB. That's why I'm creating a drive, right? So click on create volume, and how much size I want? I want 10 GB. I will write 10 GB. Maximum how much you can create? You can create up to 16,000 GB also if you want. Okay, if you need, we can create up to 16,000 GB as well. I'm happy with 10 GB, but anytime I can modify again I can change it to 10 to 20, 20 to 100 also I can change, no worries. And the most important thing over here is zone, guys. Zone star mark is given to zone over here. See, the most important thing to select over here is zone. Your machine is running in which zone? Zone A, right? So create this volume also in zone A. Don't create your volume in B, C, D, E, F. Okay. Okay. So don't create the volume in, okay, B, C, E. We have to create the volume in zone A because right now my machine is running in zone A over. Okay. My machine is running in zone A. I will select the volume also in zone A only. Okay. Now scroll down and then simply click on create volume. And you will see that you are able to see that one C drive is there, and I have created one more D drive, and this is my D drive over. So there is a C drive, size is 50 GB, and there is a D drive, size is 10 GB. Now you see over here, guys, you have created the volume, right? My volume size is 10 GB. I have created the volume. You have created the volume, but did you attach it to that machine? No, right? You have simply created the volume, that's it. Now what you have to do is, now you have to attach this volume to this machine. So after creating the volume, we have to attach the volume to this machine. So if you have purchased hard disk, you have to attach it to your laptop also, right? Okay, so after creating the volume, we have to attach it to this machine. Okay, so the next step which we are doing over here is attach it to this machine. And how to attach? Go back to your same drive. If you check the attachment information, right now you can see it is blank, which means it is not attached to any machine. Now let me attach it to my Windows machine. Okay, how to attach? Click on actions, go to attach volume, and then select your machine which you want to attach. My machine name is server, right? I will click over here and I will click on attach, and you will see in attachment information that your volume is getting attached over here. It is saying it is attaching. Okay, now refresh and check again. It will tell you that it is attached successfully. Okay, right now you can see that your machine has been attached successfully. Yes. Okay, now you can see that the volume has been attached successfully. And once the volume is attached successfully, if you go back to your machine, okay, and if you see, okay, the D drive is not available over here. See, you have attached it from AWS side. Okay, it's no doubt you have created the volume and you have attached it to this machine. Okay, no doubt it is attached to this machine, but right away you will not see the D drive. So internally on this machine also we have to perform one step. Okay, so to perform that step, click on your Windows button, okay, and go to server manager. So on that Windows machine which you have created, on that machine you have to go to server manager. So from server manager you will manage all your drives. Okay, so let me go to server manager, and in server manager I will show you that what you have to do next over here on this machine. Okay, okay, so this is our server manager. So on your Windows machine you have to go to server manager. How to go to server manager? Simply click on this Windows button only. Okay, if you click on Windows button, you will see server manager over here only. Okay, so you will see the server manager, and you can see this is the server manager dashboard. Now click on files and storages. Okay, and now click on disk. Okay, if you click on disk, you will see that one C drive is there, size is 50 GB, and there is a D drive is also there, size is 10 GB. It is offline. Okay, C drive is in online mode. You are able to view this drive over here, C drive, but D drive you are unable to see the D drive, right? Because it is in offline mode. Okay, so select on this drive and then give a right click and say bring it to online mode. Okay, and then say yes to bring it to online. Okay, if you bring it to online also, you will not see the drive. See, you have to perform one last step over here, and that last step is, many of us already know that step, and that is you have to format this drive. So once you format this drive, okay, then you will see it as a D drive. Okay, so let us format this drive. I will give a right click over here, and you have to say this is a new volume, right, which I'm adding. Select the new volume and then simply click on next over here. Okay, and it will format your drive. So click on next. What is my drive size? 10 GB. Click on next. Okay, it will show you out of 10 GB you are getting 9.97. You will not get complete 10, right? Some storage will be occupied. Now click on next, and you will see I want this drive as a D drive. You can give any name also, E drive, F drive, H drive, G drive. You can give any name. I'm calling it as a D drive. Now click on next. I'm formatting it in NTFS format, which is a Windows file format. Again click on next, and you will see this is your formatting information. Okay, that my drive size is 10 GB. I'm getting 9.97 GB. I'm calling it as a D drive, and I'm formatting it in NTFS format. Okay, yes, Windows file format. Okay, now if you click on create, you will see formatting is taken place, and it will be very, very fast, guys. Formatting will be completing very fast because the next thing it is you are using a SSD drive. SSDs are very fast. Okay. Now, if you go back to your machine and if you check, you will see a D drive now over here. See. Okay. Now I've attached one more drive to my machine. Okay. And in the whole process, did I restarted my machine? No, right? And you should not do a restart also. And I've attached one more drive over here. So without restarting your machine, in real time, you have to follow the same steps and you have to attach a D drive. Now you can go inside this drive. You can create files, folders, images. It's like whatever you want, you can create over here. For example, you can create folders. You can say my folder. You can create files. You can store your images. Like whatever you want to store, you can store over here. Okay. You can say this is your file. Yes, that's why I'm telling use it for your personal work only. Okay, because no additional charge, right? Yes. Okay. And now you can see that there is a D drive. You can store your videos, photos, whatever you want, you can store it over here. You can do a copy paste from your laptop to this machine. Okay. Again, you want to hide this drive, go to server manager, give a right click over here and say bring it to offline mode. And if you go to offline mode, if you go and check, D drive will be hidden. It is attached, but it is hidden. Again, if you want to
Sir,
bring it to online mode, you can just give a right click over here. Again, say bring it to online and then say yes. And you will see that D drive is again available over. Machine password is there. No, no. In Linux, you can do. Okay.
sir, D drive being
Yes.
offline can be used on
D drive can be used as,
being it in online, can we use the D drive?
yeah, you can use the D drive, right? That's
Okay.
what I'm saying. Okay. You can use this D
Being
drive in any
offline.
way. Yes. If it is an online
Okay,
mode, then
okay.
only you can use it. First thing. And the next thing is use it in whichever way you want. Use it for storing your images, use it for storing your photos, or whichever way you want, you can use it.
Okay, okay.
Okay. So in the same way, you have to attach a one more D drive to your machine, guys. In real time, this is one of the regular operations you will do as a DevOps engineer. Okay, this is one of a regular operation, guys. Your manager will tell you to increase the storage of your machine, and in the same way, you have to increase the storage. Okay, this is how the nature of work is. This is how your work looks like as a DevOps engineer. Okay, so you can see that we have successfully attached, okay, additional drive to our machine, and this is the additional drive that which we have over here. Okay, so if you see this diagram, this is what we did. Okay, that we have attached an additional drive and the drive size was 10 GB. Okay, so create your machines, attach your drives, like whatever you want to save on these drives, you can save on these drives, like you can use these machines in whichever way you want, you can. Okay, right, guys. Okay, so now, so let me come back over here and okay, so I have, yes. Okay, so just who wanted to share the screen is like who has downloaded the key file.
Sir, actually, I'm using Go Meeting in my phone. How can I share the screen?
Okay, okay, no, if you are using from phone then you cannot show it. Okay, I think you have asked what is EC2, right? It is elastic cloud compute. That is where you will create your servers.
Huh.
Okay, right.
Okay. Sir,
Yeah.
one say the how to create the key path file.
How to create?
E
How to create
key
AWS
file
account?
path.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
So yeah, so just now you only asked for the password, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, yes. So see these steps again, guys. Okay, okay. All of you see these steps again. Okay. So when you are creating a machine, okay, you have to click on launch instance, and once you click on launch instance, how many steps are there? 7 steps are there.
7.
Perform all the steps one by one. Okay, so let me take all the steps one by one. First of all, I will select Windows machine. Same thing I will select. Okay, no change. I have selected Windows machine. Okay, then I need 1 GB RAM. Next, selected. I will say I want one machine. At step number 3, I will write one. Okay, storage I'm going for 30 GB. Okay, fine, no problem. Okay, I'm not giving any name to my server. Okay, security group I'm allowing RDP. Now over here in this step, when you go for last step, review and launch, from here you will create the key. Okay, see Ganesh. Okay, see it clearly. You have to click on launch, and when you click on launch, click on create a new key pair. Three options will be there over here. Choose a key pair or create a key pair. Click on create a key pair and give your name over here like this. For example, your name is Ganesh. Give Ganesh and click on download over here.
Okay.
Okay, so click on download, the key will get downloaded, then you click on launch, then your machine will start. And then when it asks for the password, click on get password and choose your file which you have downloaded. Whatever Ganesh file you have
Okay.
downloaded, select it. Okay, anyhow same thing is recorded
Okay.
also. Okay, you can follow the recording again. Right.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. Okay. So in the same way, okay, create your machines and attach additional drives to your machine. Okay. So slowly we are going deep ahead into AWS now. Okay. So one step the other we are slowly getting exploring towards the AWS side. Okay. So please, okay, do the things. Okay. Try to do it by yourself. Okay. So in that way you will be learning the actual thing. Okay, so now let me go back. Okay, let me save the recording for today's session. Okay, and let me just save the recording over here. Okay, and before going ahead, let me create a Linux machine over here again, guys. Okay, so in the last session, if you have remember, we have converted our normal Linux machine to a web server. We have to follow the same sequence. We are creating a Linux machine now. Okay, so let me take you to the diagram before that. So what we are going to do today is, let me create a Linux machine over here. Okay, on my AWS account I'll be creating a Linux machine. On top of this Linux machine, okay, I'll be installing HTTP over here. Okay, so let me take a bold font. Yes. Okay, so on top of this Linux machine, I will be installing HTTP over here. Install HTTP. Okay, so HTTPD is a web server package. HTTPD is a web server package. So we will be converting our Linux machine to a web server. Okay, so now with your HTTPD package, whatever message is there inside your Linux machine, okay, whatever message is there which is inside your Linux machine, you'll be able to see this message over here. Okay, how you will be able to see this message? From the IP address of this machine. From the IP address of this machine, you'll be able to see the message from out of this Linux machine. Okay, so where we'll be giving this IP address? We'll be giving this IP address onto our Chrome browser. Onto our Chrome browser, we'll be giving the IP address over here like this. Okay, so this is the level 1 of our web server concept. Okay, So let us complete this thing. Okay, so you guys also have to do the same thing by creating a Linux machine and then installing HTTP on top of that. Okay, at the layer 2, okay, I hope if we have time we'll go, or else okay we'll go on to the next. And the level 2 is what you have to add a load balancer on top of your Linux machine. Okay, on top of that we have to add a load balancer on top of your Linux machine. Okay, but let us first complete this part. Okay, as many of okay have not been installed HTTPD, so I'll create a Linux machine and then I will install HTTPD on the Linux machine. Okay, so let me go back to my AWS account. Okay, and for creating any machine, where we have to click, guys, we have to click on launch instance. Okay, so once we click on launch instance, how many steps are there for creating any machine? There are 7 steps for creating any machine. Okay, so at step number 1 we have to choose our operating system. Okay, at step number 1 we have to select our operating system. So we'll be selecting Linux as our operating system for today's class. Okay, and 90% of the cases you will be using Linux only in real time. Okay, Windows is very less used, you have to use Linux only 90% of the cases. Whatever you are installing, whatever packages you are installing, you have to install it on Linux machine only. Okay, now okay, so I'll be selecting Linux over here. Linux is my machine's operating system. Okay, and at step number 2 I need to select my machine RAM size. Okay, so these 7 steps, okay, just fix these 7 steps, guys. Okay, this is a very basic thing. Okay, and whenever you have to create any machine onto your AWS account, so these are the 7 steps which you have to perform. Okay, so keep these 7 steps fixed, okay, onto you, because okay, next time I'll be just simply creating a machine and this and then I'll be proceeding ahead for our session. Okay, so just see these things what I'm doing. Okay, so at step number 2 I'll be selecting 1 GB of RAM. Now next step, which is step number 3, I'll be selecting how many machines do I need. Okay, so 1 server or 2 servers. Now let me click on next and I'll be going to hard disk of my machine. Okay, so it's 8 GB starting point for your Linux machine. Okay, 8 GB is the starting point for your Linux machines. You can take 10 GB, 50 GB. Okay, maximum size is 16,000 GB. Okay, for your drive. Now let me take 10 or 8, anything you can. Okay, now let me click on next. So this is the only optional step, right? As I told, step number 5 is the only optional step which you have. Out of your 7 steps, step number 5 is only the optional step for you. If you want to give a name to your server, add a name to your server, or if you don't want to give a name to your server, you can avoid giving a name. Okay, you can avoid giving a name and you can give a name to your server at a later point. Okay, now click on next, and the 6th step you have your security group. Okay, so security group will protect your machine from anybody, okay, coming inside your machine. Okay, any traffic which is coming inside your machine, security group will be okay helping you in that case. Now what is allowed inside your machine? SSH, because it's a Linux machine. Okay, am I allowing RDP? No, right? RDP is only for Windows machines only. Okay, you have to allow SSH. One more thing also I have to allow. Right now, what I'm installing on my Linux machine, HTTP, right? So you have to allow HTTP also to your machine. Okay, so click on Add Rule and select HTTP. Okay, so HTTP works on port number 80 by default and allow it from anywhere. Okay, so this is the port which I want to allow. If you want your HTTP to work inside your Linux machine, allow your HTTP over here, or else your security group will not allow HTTP to work. Okay, HTTP will not be working if you don't allow HTTP over here. Okay, so allow HTTP in your security group, right? SSH and HTTP. Yeah, both you have to add. Okay, both are different traffic protocols. Both are different from each other. SSH is used for logging to your Linux machine. Okay, and HTTP is as I'm installing HTTP on this machine. That is the reason I'm enabling HTTP port. If you don't enable it, it will not work. Okay, so both the ports we have to enable over here. Now let me click on review and launch, which is the last step. Okay, seventh step. So you can do a rechecking of your configuration over. Okay, so and in the rechecking, okay, at step number 1, I'm selecting Linux as my operating system. Okay, how much RAM I'm taking for my machine? 1 GB. I'm allowing SSH and HTTP, both the protocols, and how much storage how much hard disk I'm selecting? 10 GB. Okay, that is our choice. Now let me click on launch and let me create a machine. Okay, so key is already selected. Okay, now I'll click on launch. Okay, and right now my machine is initializing over here, which means my machine is under creation mode. Okay, you can see that my machine is initializing over here, which means my machine is getting ready. Okay, so once it is in running state, I will give a name. Okay, as in fifth step, I did not give a name to my machine, right? Once my machine is ready, I will give a name to my machine. Okay, so once it is ready, okay, now you can see that my machine is in running state. Okay, so once your machine is in running state, you can give a name to your machine. Okay, for example, I can give a name to my machine as Flipkart. You can give your machine name as server. Okay, again you can change your machine. Just click on that pencil mark and you can change the name of your machine. Okay, now let me connect to this machine. Let me log into this machine. Okay, so logging to a Linux machine is very simple. For Linux machine, I'm telling. Okay, logging to Windows, you need to have username and password. Okay, connecting to Linux machine is very simple. Just select your machine. There is a connect option over here on top of your screen. Okay, click on connect, scroll down, again you have to click on connect. Just click on connect 2 times and you will connect to your Linux machine. Simple. Okay, just 2 times you click on connect to your Linux machine and you will be logged into your Linux machine. No need to download any key, no need to download password, no need to do anything. Just 2 times click on connect button. Okay, it will manage everything for you. Okay, easiest way to connect. Okay, and now, okay, so once you log into your Linux machine, okay, once we log into a Linux machine, as we have performed commands earlier as well, right? So when you log into Linux, what was the first command that which we have to give on Linux machine? Is like every time Linux machine, this, okay, and that is your sudo command. Okay, you have to say sudo space su space hyphen. Okay, this will be our first command whenever you log into your Linux machine. What is this command? Okay, let me show you the difference. If I give enter over here, what is the difference? Yes, okay. Earlier you are on EC2 hyphen user. Right now you are on root user. So you are switching to root user. Okay. Sudo space su stands for switch user. Okay. So you are switching your user to root user. Why I am switching to root user? Because root user is like administrator for my Linux machine. Any changes which I want to do on my Linux machine, I'll be doing by switching to root user. Okay, so switching to root user will be our first command whenever you log into Linux machine. I want to do any changes on my Linux machine as a root user. As an administrator, I want to do the changes. Okay, not as a second user, as a first user. Okay, as a administrator, I'll be doing the changes. Okay, now once you do the switch user command, now I have to install HTTP on my Linux machine. Okay, Linux machine. What is the command to install Linux machine? You have to say yum space, yes, space install, yes, yum space install space httpd. Okay, and then give -1. So this is the command to install httpd. Okay, if you want to install MySQL, in place of httpd you will write MySQL. If you want to install Python in place of HTTPD, you will write Python. If you want to install Java in place of HTTPD, you will write Java. Okay. So what is the command to install? Yum install. Yum install is the command to install any package, software, anything you want to install on Linux machine. Yum install is the command. Okay. And HTTPD is the package which I want to install. Okay. Now let me give enter over here, and HTTPD will start installing over here. Okay. Okay, so HTTPD will start installing over here. Now, once your HTTPD is installed, okay, so as I told you, on the Linux machine, once you install any software or a package, it will not be readily available to you. It's not like a Windows machine. On a Windows machine, once you install any package or a software, you can go and you can use it right away. Okay, the same thing is not goes with your Linux machine. Okay, if you check the current status of your systemctl status HTTPD. If you check the current status of your HTTPD package, it will tell you that it is in inactive mode. It is in inactive mode. Once you install any package on your Linux machine, by default it will be in inactive mode. It will not be in active mode. Okay, so to change it to active mode, okay, so to change our application to active, you have to say systemctl. Okay, this says systemctl start HTTPD. Okay, so we need to start our HTTPD package. Okay, yeah, systemctl space start space HTTPD. Spaces are very important. Give it correctly, or else your command will not be executed. Okay, spaces are very important. Okay, so if I give enter over here, you can see that my HTTP is started, and after starting your HTTPD package, enable your HTTPD as well. So you have to say systemctl enable HTTPD. Okay, we have to start our HTTPD package, and then we have to enable our HTTPD package as well. Okay, so now if I give enter over here, you can see that I've started and enabled my HTTPD package. Now if I check the status, okay, now if I check the status of my HTTPD, okay, it will show you that your current package is in active state and it is in running mode also. Okay, so now your package is active and it is in running state also, which means HTTP installation is completed now. Okay, we have completed installing the HTTPD package. Now it is active and running. Okay, very now. So the next thing which we have to do on this Linux machine is I have to write a message on this Linux machine. Okay, that is my end goal, right? I need to write one message on my Linux machine, and I will display the same message out of my Linux machine to you. Okay, the same message which I'm writing on my Linux machine, I want this message to be displayed out of my Linux machine. Okay, so to write a message on your Linux machine, the next command will is vim space. Okay, let me write it completely. /var /ww /html, and index.html is the right path. Okay, index.html is the path on which you have to write your message. Okay, you can also call it as a root path, default root path. Okay, so if you want to write a message, this is the root path. Okay, now if you give enter over here, and I will press I to insert. Okay, and let me start writing a message over here. I will say hello. Okay, all. You can write any message over here, any message you write. Okay, I'm just saying hello to all. Okay, so hello to all, and good morning is the message which I'm writing. Okay, let me save this message. Okay, and to save this message, you have to give escape shift to colon. Colon will be beside your L button inside your keyboard. Okay, beside L you will be having a colon. So give colon and write WQ. WQ stands for write and quit. Okay, if you see at the bottom of the page, for saving this file, you have to press shift to colon WQ. Okay, to save this file. Now let me give enter, and I have saved my file right now. Okay, So right now, whatever message you wanted on your Linux machine, we have entered that message now. Okay, we have given our message. And now again, what happens over here is, you know your Linux machine behavior. This message will not have any permissions actually, which means nobody can read this message out of your Linux machine, because Linux machine keeps everything very secure. Okay, it will not allow anyone to read any messages or read any files which are there inside your Linux machine. Okay, so we need to add permissions to this message file. Okay, and to add message, okay, permissions to this message file, okay, chmod stand, we have to give chmod command for change mode. Okay, we have to change the permissions, we have to change the mode of our message file. Okay, and let me change it to 777. 777 is the highest permissions which you will have for your message file. Okay, so 777 is the highest permissions which we'll have for our message file. And let me add within the permissions, I'm changing the permissions to /var /www/html and index.html. This is the path. Okay, this is the path where I need to change my permissions. Okay, and I'm changing my permissions by giving 777 command. Okay, this is the highest permission command actually. Okay, which stands for read, write, and execute. Okay, so I'm giving the highest permissions over here, right? Now let me give enter over here. Okay, and permissions have been modified. Permissions have been modified. Now after doing all these changes, over here, if you type history on your Linux machine, okay, it will show you the previous commands which you have entered over here. Okay, so after doing all these changes, we need to perform one more last command over here, which is very important. Okay, you have to restart your HTTPD service, because you have modified all these changes, right? You have created a file, you have changed the permissions, you have started your service. After performing all these commands, we have to again refresh our HTTPD service. Okay, so for refreshing your HTTPD service, you have to restart ctl restart HTTPD. Okay, I need to restart my HTTPD service. Now if I give enter over here, yes, my HTTPD service also restarted over here. Okay, it got restarted. Okay, now after restarting your HTTPD service, all the commands which you have performed on your Linux machine are completed. Okay, now let me check that whatever message which I have given on my Linux machine, am I able to see this message or not? Okay, now I'll be checking that I'll be able to see this message or not which I have given on my Linux machine. Okay, so to check that, go back to your AWS account. Okay, copy the IP address of your Linux machine. Okay, copy the address of your Linux machine and give this address in your browser over here like this. Paste the IP address in your browser, and if you give enter over here, you should be able to see the same message which you have given on your Linux machine. Okay, this is the IP address of my Linux machine, and you are able to see the message from your Linux machine by entering the IP address. Okay, either you are entering it from India, US, Australia, London, or any part of the world, you should be able to see the message from AWS. Okay, on AWS you will have IP address of your machine. You can see this is the IP address of your machine. Okay, you can find your IP addresses a lot of places. It will show you. If you click on instances also, okay, if you select your machine, this is the IP address. Okay, so you have so many options for seeing the IP address. You can see the IP address from over here also. Okay, so for whatever machine you have created, from that machine IP address only you should see the message. Okay, this is what our whole operation is. And if you enter this IP address on your mobile phone browser, you will see this message. If you enter this IP address from any part of the world, it would be US, UK, Australia, any part of the world, you should be able to see this message. Okay, if you are giving this IP address to your friends and he's from a different location, if he enters the IP address, he should be able to see this message, because right now your machine is not a normal Linux machine. It has converted itself to a web server, and web server makes sure that whenever you hit the IP address, it will display this message to you. It will display that message to you. Okay, this is the same technique and same formula on which your website works. Okay, if I open Flipkart or if I open HDFC Bank website, okay, even this website and this website, okay, if I go to HDFC, okay, so Flipkart is working, HDFC website is also working, and if you say ICICI, Twitter, if you take any website, they are working on the same principle. They are working on the same principle. Okay, they are also running on a Linux machine like this, and they are also running on HTTPD web server. So what I'm doing over here is in index.html, I'm adding a message. That's it, right? And my message is hello to all. And your Flipkart and your HDFC Bank, they are adding images, they are adding text, they are adding a lot of things over here. Okay, that is the reason you see this website. Okay, how this website is loading, because it is being given into your Linux machine only, and you are able to see because in index file they have written this text. In index file, Flipkart is also given their images. Okay, it is the same web server which is used by your HDFC, Flipkart, Twitter, even YouTube also running in on the same platform like this. Even your YouTube is also running on your Linux machine, and they have given the content inside the index file. Okay, if tomorrow I need to change something on this, if I want to change this message over here, I will simply go to my Linux machine, I will open my index file over here again. Okay, I will go to my index file. Okay, and I will change the message. Instead of good morning, I'll say hello from Flipkart, for example. Okay, I will save this message. Okay, after saving your message, changes, what we have to do, we have to restart. We did some changes, right? After doing some changes, our HTTPD service. Okay, so restart your HTTPD.
One moment.
Okay, so restart your HTTPD service and go to your IP address now and refresh the IP address. You will see the changed message. This is how your Flipkart is changing the images over here. It's like every day you will find Flipkart with the different images, right? So this is the reason. This is the reason how your website's content is being changed. Okay, they'll be changing it on your Linux machine. They'll be going to index file and they'll be changing the content. So we are also doing the same thing. Okay, and if you see this flipkart.com, okay, they are not using the IP address, right? But this flipkart.com goes and hits to an IP address only. This go to a server only. Okay, it goes to a server end of the day, and it goes to IP address only. It converts that name to an IP address, and it fetches you the message like this. Okay, what I'm doing over here is I'm directly giving the IP address. Okay, but in the next session, what I will do is I will not get my message from IP address. I will hide my IP address. Okay, I will hide my IP address in the same way how Flipkart is hiding, how HDFC is hiding. I will also hide my IP address. Okay, and for hiding my IP address, my load balancer will be helping me for that. Okay, my load balancer will be helping me for that, and load balancer will not have an IP address. Instead, load balancer will have a DNS name. Okay, we call it as a DNS name, and we have to get the message from the load balancer DNS, not from the IP address. Okay, I will not get the IP address message from IP address. I will close this, and I will be getting the message from my load balancer DNS name. This is more secure. Okay, it is having more benefits. Okay, anyhow, I'll be telling you so many benefits are there for using a load balancer. Okay, in real time. Okay, without a load balancer, most of the cases without a load balancer, they will not be running any website. Okay, especially if you take Twitter or huge traffic websites, they will definitely use a load balancer over here. Okay, especially with huge traffic websites, they will go for load balancer only. Okay, so we have to use load balancer in this case as well. Okay, so first of all, create a Linux machine, guys. Okay, and give a message over here and try to get the message from IP address. Okay, like day by day I'll be adding the one or the other components to my architecture. Right now I'm only having a Linux machine. On top of that, I've installed HTTPD and I'm getting the message from the IP address of this machine. Okay, the next component which I'm adding over here is the load balancer. Okay, using load balancer I will hide the IP address and it has a lot of benefits to me. Okay, next to load balancer I will add a one more component. Okay, so that is why we call it as a 3-tier architecture. Okay, right now you are at level 1. With load balancer we'll go to layer 2. Okay, and there is one more component. With that you will go to layer 3. So all together we call it as a 3-tier architecture. Tier 3 architecture is a complete architecture for any website to run. Okay, so for any website to run we have to follow this 3-tier architecture. Okay, so that is the reason. Complete your layer 1. Okay, complete your level 1 over here and try to get the message from your Linux machine, which is very very important for us. Okay, because once I go to layer 2 again, okay, you required level 1, you need to have level 1, which will become a basic thing for you to go to the layer 2 and layer 3 components. Okay, so first of all, try to get the message from IP address. If you are able to achieve the address from IP address, which means you are okay, eligible to move to the next layer. Okay, so if you are struggling at this point, okay, then that will be difficult. Okay, so create your Linux machine, perform all these commands which we have, okay, performed over here, and it will be easier for you to get the message from your Linux machine. Okay, so these are the commands, okay, which we have performed, right? And we have changed our Linux machine to a web server. Okay, so follow the same set of things. Okay, convert your Linux machine and then we'll be going to load balance, which is at layer 2. Okay, the same day, complete the same day's task. Okay, whatever I did, you also perform the same task. Okay, and try to complete it on the same day, because next day one more component will be added. Next to that day one more component will be added and this will be left behind. Okay, so each day complete it on the same day. Okay, it will be easier for you to grab the things quickly. Okay, fine guys, I'm coming back. Okay, now, okay, I'll be saving this share. Okay, yes guys, now my screen is visible to you all, right? Okay, yes. So now let us, okay, get down to the steps of creating our server. Okay, because many of you were, okay, having the urgency to do that. Okay, so firstly we will be creating a Windows machine on our AWS cloud base. Okay, we'll be creating a Windows machine on our AWS cloud. So what I'll be creating over here is the Windows machine, and there are 7 very important steps for us for creating a Windows machine. Okay, so how many steps are there for creating a Windows machine on AWS cloud? We are having 7 steps for creating a Windows machine, right? So please do follow these 7 steps and create your Windows machines onto your account. Okay, so this will be the, okay, one more time where we'll be having the 7 steps, okay, being discussed. Now as step number 1, what we'll be selecting at step number 1 over here. Okay, so step number 1, yes, okay, we have to select our machines operating system. Okay, so we have to select OS over here at step number 1. Okay, and what operating system we'll be selecting over here? Windows. Okay, we'll be selecting a Windows operating system over here. Now going back to our AWS account, if I click on launch instance, okay, you will be seeing 7 steps on top of your screen over here. 7 steps. Okay, so at step number 1, what we are doing at step number 1? At step number 1, we have to select our machine's operating system. Okay, so at step number 1, we have to select our machine's operating system. And what operating system I'll be selecting over here for today's class? I'll be selecting Windows as my machine's operating system, Windows Server. Okay, so if you are creating Linux, you have to select Linux over here. If you are creating Windows, you have to select Windows over here. So Windows will be your machine's operating system. Okay, now I'll be selecting Windows over here and I'll go to step number 2. Okay, this is at step number 2. Now let me tell you guys what happens at step number 2. Okay, so at step number 2, you have to select your machine RAM size. Okay, so let me write it over here. At step number 2, you have to select your RAM size. Okay, RAM size. So what will be the starting RAM size for us? Starting RAM size will be 1 GB, and you can create a RAM up to 12,000 GB of RAM also you can create if you want. This is the maximum RAM size which will be given to you from AWS for one machine. Okay, for one machine you can take up to 12,000 GB of RAM, which is the maximum size. Okay, from 1 GB to 12,000 GB. So for my Windows machine, I'll be taking a RAM size of 1 GB. That would be more than enough for me. Okay, so I'm writing RAM as 1 GB RAM size. Okay, now let me go back and let me select my RAM size over here. Okay, so from step number 2, I will select my machine's RAM size and I'm choosing my RAM size as 1 GB. If you see the fourth column over here, this is for RAM size. Okay, and I'm selecting 1 GB of RAM. Okay, so if you scroll down, it will go on increasing 300, 400, 500 GB. It will go up to 12,000 GB also. Okay, but I need 1 GB RAM. I will select 1 GB RAM. Okay, now going to the next step, which is step number 3. Okay, so at step number 3, okay, what we have to do, let me tell you over here. Okay, so at step number 3, you have to select, okay, at step number 3, you have to tell how many servers do you want. Okay, so do you need one Windows machine or do you need two Windows machines? Okay, so we have to select our number of servers. Okay, so I'll write number of servers. Okay, so if you want, you can create one server. Okay, maximum you can create up to 900 servers. Okay, which means purchasing 900 laptops in a single go. Okay, which is a very big number, right? So it is like purchasing 900 laptops over here. Okay, so go back to step number 3 and let me show you over here. It is asking you that number of instances, that how many number of machines do you want. Okay, so if you want one machine, you will write one over there. If you write two machines, you will write two. If you want 10 machines, you will write 10. So maximum how many you can create? 900. Means it is like purchasing 900 laptops in a single go. In a single go, you are purchasing 900 laptops. Okay, which is a very huge number for us. Right? So I'll be writing, okay, one over here as I need one server. As I need one machine, I will write one over there. Now let me click on next and let me go to step number 4. Okay, and let me tell you what happens at step number 4 over here. And let me write it over here. That at step number 4, you have to decide your machine's hard disk size. Okay, you have given your RAM size. Now the next important thing which comes is the hard disk size. Okay, so hard disk size normally, guys, okay, for Windows machines it starts from 30 GB. Okay, for Windows machines it will start from 30 GB. For Linux machines it will start from 8 GB. Okay, so for Windows it will start from 30 GB and you can take a maximum size to 16,000 GB. Remember 16,000. That's it. Okay, up to 16,000 GB you can take hard disk size. Okay, the 12,000 GB was your RAM size and this is your hard disk size which you can take max. Okay, so for my machine I will take a hard disk size of 50 GB. I'll write HDD as 50 GB over here. So which means I want 50 GB of hard disk. Okay, so let me go back, and at step number 4 I will mention over here that I want 50 GB. So 30 GB is the starting size. If you want, you can change it to 3 GB. If you want, you can change it to 100 also. If you want, you can change it to 16,000 also. Okay, but I want 50 GB, so I'll write 50 GB over here. Okay, which is my machine hard disk size. Okay, now clicking on next, I will go to step number 5. Okay, and let me tell you that what you will do at step number 5 over here. Okay, so at step number 5 you have to give a name to your server. Okay, naming to your server, naming of your server. Okay, normally what you will do in real time is, okay, whenever you are creating a server or any machine, you will create that server or a machine for some project. Okay, then you will give your project name to that machine, like it belongs to project 1 or it belongs to project 2. So normally you will give your project names to your machines, or for example, if your project name is Flipkart, you will give Flipkart related name to your machine. Okay, but again, sometimes what happens in real time is, when you are creating a server, okay, your manager will not tell you to which project it will go. Either it will go to project 1 or it will go to project 2. Okay, we are not sure to which project it will go. So when you are not sure to which project it will go, you cannot give a name, right? If you don't know to which project it will go, we cannot give a name. So that is the reason step number 5 is only the optional step of all the other steps. We are having 7 steps, 1 to 7. Out of these 1 to 7 steps, step number 5 is only the optional step. If you want to give a name, you give a name. If you don't know to give to which project it will go, if you don't want to give a name, you can leave the giving name. Okay, it is an optional step for us. Okay, so now if you go back over here, you can see step number 5 is there, adding tags. I can click on add tag, key value, you can say name, and over here you can say it's a Windows machine. Okay, or else you can say it is, you are getting created this for Flipkart project. Okay, so whatever name you want to give to your machine, you can give it at step number 5. Okay, naming your machine. But if you don't know to which project it will go, you don't want to give a name. If you want to give a name later on, okay, after creating the machine, if you want to give the name, remove this name from it. You can do that thing also. Okay, and this is the only optional step which we have out of those 7 steps. Okay, now let me click on next, and let me go to step number 6, which is a security step, guys. Okay, so let me give a security step over here, which is step number 6, which is for security. Okay, now this is also very important. Whatever machines you are creating on AWS, guys, okay, so there will be a security guard who will protect your machines. We call it as security group. Okay, there is a security guard who will always protect your machine over here. Okay, so how he protects your machines over here is, whenever, okay, you want to log into this machine from your laptop. For example, this is your laptop. Okay, and from your laptop, if you want to log into your machine in this way, okay, in this way, so the security guard which is there, right, the security group, he will not allow you to go inside this machine. He will stop you over there, he will block you over there. Okay, so he will protect this machine in whichever case. Okay, now if you want to log in from your laptop to this machine, he will stop you over here. Okay, now you want to go inside because you want to log in, right? Okay, then you have to tell your security guard that the laptop which is entering inside this machine is your friend only. Okay, it's a known laptop, it is not an unknown laptop, it is a known laptop. You have to tell your security guard that please allow me to log into this machine. Okay, so when you tell him, then he will allow you to log in. And to tell that, in technical terms, you have to allow RDP. RDP stands for remote desktop protocol. It is not a new protocol actually. It is a very old protocol. In every laptop you will have this protocol. If you open and search remote desktop protocol, it will open in your laptop. Okay, so it will help you. Why RDP is used? RDP is used because if you want to connect from one machine to another machine, we use RDP. Okay, from one machine to another machine, if you want to connect, what we will use? We will use RDP only. Okay, now go to your security and tell your security group, which is nothing but security guard, to please allow RDP. That's why I've given RDP over. Okay, apart from this, if you want to allow some other traffic also, you can select. Okay, for example, if you want to allow database traffic, allow MySQL, then it will allow MySQL traffic. Okay, apart from this, if you want him to allow HTTP, mention over here as HTTP, he will allow HTTP. So whatever you want to allow, you have to mention it over here. You have to tell your security guard to allow this traffic. Okay, then he will allow the traffic to you. Okay, so right now I want only RDP. I don't want this extra traffics. So I'm clearly telling over here that I want RDP to be allowed because I want to log in from my laptop, right? If you want to log in from your laptop, you have to allow RDP. Okay, so your security group, nothing but he's a security guard of your machine. He will allow RDP. Okay, now let me click on next, and this will be our last step, guys, which is our step number 7. Okay, so let me write step number 7 also over here, that this is our step number 7. Okay, and at step number 7 you are doing a review, nothing but rechecking. Okay, so we are doing complete rechecking of our steps over here, guys. All the rechecking will be doing over here of all our steps. Okay, so that whatever you have selected from step 1 to step 7, we will do a rechecking of all these steps. Okay, now go back and do a rechecking of all these steps. Okay, that what you have selected at step number 1, you have selected Windows, right? It is showing you the same thing. Okay, it is showing you Windows over here. How much GB of RAM you have taken? 1 GB. It is showing you the same. Okay, and what is your friend for security group? It is RDP. How much hard disk size you have taken? 50 GB. It is showing you the same thing. If you are rechecking again, it is showing you the same thing over here. Okay, so everything is correct. Whatever I have selected, everything is correct over here. Rechecking is done. Now for creating a machine, you have to click on launch instance. Okay, and when you click on launch instance, in your machine you have to select create a key pair option, guys, because you will not have a key pair, and this is a one time operation only. Okay, one time only you do it. Again, second time when you are creating a machine, don't create a key pair. Okay, only one time you have to do this. Okay, so click on create a key pair, and you can give any name to this key. Okay, for example, I will give a key name as, okay, any name you can give, like Ramesh, Mahesh, you can give your own names for your key. Okay, just give a key name, click on download this key name, and only one time you have to do this. Okay, so once you create a key name with your name, next time you have to select your own key name, don't create it again. Okay, now click on launch over here, your machine will get created. Okay, right now your Windows machine is getting created over here. See, it will show you over here that your Windows machine is initializing, which means it is launching now. Okay, it is getting created, it is booting now. And if you observe one thing, is there any name given over here? No, right? Because at step number 5 I did not give a name to this machine. I kept it empty, I kept it blank. Okay, now let me give a name. For example, I can give Windows as a name for this machine, or else I can give Flipkart as a name for this machine. Okay, anytime if you want to change the name of your machine, just go to that name, click on that edit button, and you can change the name. Okay. For example, you want to give Windows as a name, write Windows. Any name you can give. Okay, and you can change it multiple times also. Okay, and right now my machine is initializing, which means it is getting ready now. Okay, once your machine is ready, we can log into our machines. Okay, so I can refresh and check over here. Okay, it is refreshing now. Okay, so right now your machine is initializing over here, guys. Okay, so we have to wait for 3 to 4 minutes for a Windows machine. Linux machine will get created faster. Okay, Windows machines normally it will take 3 to 4 minutes for it to get created. Okay, so right now your Windows machine is initializing, which means it is getting ready now, it is getting created. Okay, so let it get created. Okay, so now you can see, guys, that your machine is ready to log in over here. Okay, initialization is complete, my machine is ready to log in over here now. Okay, now let us log into our machine, guys. Okay, so how to log into your machine? You have to click on connect option over here. Okay, so select your machine, we have to click on connect, and once you click on connect, it will ask you to enter your username and password. Okay, so not only to log into this machine, if you want to log into any machine, if you're your laptop also, you have to give username and password, right? So this machine also asks you username and password. So what is the username of this machine? Administrator with capital A. And then what about password? Password will be hidden, guys. Where it will be hidden, you know, it will be hidden inside this Mahesh file. Okay, the file which you have downloaded during machine creation, right? That password will be hidden inside this Mahesh file. Okay, now to get the password, you have to click on get password and select that Mahesh file. Okay, choose file, it will be in your machine downloads only. Select your Mahesh file. This is your Mahesh file. Now if you click on decrypt password, it will show you the password. Okay, this is a username and this is a password for your Windows machine. Okay, now we have both the things, username and password. Okay, now copy the password. Okay, download this connection file. Okay, and let us connect to our machine. If you click on this connection file, it will go and it will connect to that machine. Okay, and now if I paste my password over here, and if you click on continue, it will connect to your machine, guys. Okay, now it is connecting to my machine. Okay, so once it is connected, it will load you all the screens. See, okay, this blue color screen is the machine which you have created in the cloud, guys. Okay, and I will show you how a cloud machine looks like. Okay, it is loading now. Okay, it is loading now. Okay, so let it load. It is loading now with all the icons. Yes. Okay, so the blue color screen which you see over here, guys, okay, this is only your cloud machine. Okay, this is the cloud server, you can say. This is the machine which you have created on your AWS cloud. Okay, so let us check the configuration of this machine. Okay, so if I click on this, okay, folder icon, okay, and if I click on this PC over here, you will see that how much size you are having with this machine. 50 GB. Okay, so 49.9 GB is 50 GB. It is the same hard disk size which you have given for your machine over here. Okay, and you can see that you have created this machine, and you have created this machine without spending a single rupee also. In that 7 steps, did I paid any rupee? I did not pay any additional rupee for creating this machine, and this machine got created for 0 rupees per month. I created this machine without spending a single rupee also. So normally if you purchase a laptop, you will get a laptop, you will get hard disk, and you will get RAM, right? Additional, if you want internet connectivity, you have to take it additionally. Separate internet you have to take. But with this machine, internet comes integrated. Okay, there is no separate additional charges for that. If I go to Internet Explorer and if I open internet page over here, okay, you will see that internet is provided to this machine, guys. Okay, internet is provided to this machine. If I open a sample Yahoo page over here, and if you open this, okay, you will see that internet connectivity is given to you. Okay, no need to pay separately or no need to go for any additional internet connectivities. Okay, you can see that your Yahoo page is loading over here, and it will load over here also. And you can see this is the Yahoo page which is loading over here, guys. Okay, this is the Yahoo page. Okay, and it is working and it is loading also. Okay, and if I open a sample Google page, it will open a Google page also for it. Okay, and you can see Google page is also loading over here. You can see Yahoo page is also loading. And one more thing, if you observe the Yahoo page which you are seeing over here, guys. Okay, this Yahoo page. Okay, this is a US Yahoo page, guys. The Yahoo page which you see. Why it is showing you a US Yahoo page? Okay, yes, exactly right. Okay, we have created this machine in US region, guys. If you see in which region I have created this machine, North Virginia. North Virginia is one of the states in US, and right now that machine is actually running in US region. Okay, whichever region you create that machine will be created in that region only, guys. Okay, and you will be getting the network and connectivity from that region only. Okay, so if you open any Yahoo pages or any pages, any other pages, internet to that machine will be provided from that particular region only. Okay, so if you see and go back to this machine, and if you see, okay, the web page which is loading over here, it is an US Yahoo page. Okay, so if there are any sites which are blocked in our region, if you create this machine in other region, from that region it will not be blocked. Okay, because actual internet connectivity is given to you from a different region. Okay, now you can tell me, guys, simple thing, you are getting internet connectivity, you are getting hard disk, you are getting RAM, you are getting more security. Okay, when you are getting all these features, obviously you will not be purchasing a normal laptop, right? We will be purchasing a cloud machine. That is what every company is doing. Every company is going for AWS cloud. Why? Because you can actually create your servers, you can create your laptops in whichever way you want. You can use this machine. You want to store your personal data, you can store it. You want to store your images, videos, files, like whatever you want, you can store it over here in this machine. Okay, anyhow, in the next session, in tomorrow's session, what I'll be doing is I'll be saving my data on this machine. I will install some softwares on this machine. I will store my images, I will store my videos in this machine. Okay, and next what I will do is I will crash this machine. I will terminate this machine. I will crash this machine. So normally if your laptop crashes, will you get back the data again? If you're having your images, videos in that laptop, okay, it is very difficult to get back. If you try to get back also, 100% data retention will not be there. 100% data you will not get it back. If your laptop is crashed, some or the other files you will lose. But over here in the cloud, you will not even lose a single file also. If this machine is crashed or something happens to this machine, even a single file also will not be misplaced. You will not even lose a single file. Okay, so you are having so many advantages with cloud, guys. This is just a small benefit that you are seeing over here. If anything happens to this machine, you will not even lose a single file over here. It is like your laptop only, but more advanced. Okay, whatever defects and disadvantages which are there in your laptop, your cloud technology has removed all those drawbacks. So this machine is definitely, it is looking like your laptop only, but it is way more advanced than your laptop. Okay, any changes you do on this machine, it will accept. No need to restart this machine, no need to reboot this machine. It will run 24/7. It will run 24/7 for you. Okay, so create your machines. So in whichever region you are creating, guys, whatever machine you are creating, the best thing with AWS is the 7 steps which you see over here, right? The 7 steps, it will not change, guys. It will remain the same. It will remain the same. If you want to do any hard disk changes, you have to go to step number 4 only. If you want to do any RAM changes, you have to go to step number 2 only. It is fixed steps. Okay, step number 2 will not be going for hard disk. It will never go. Step number 2 is for RAM. It will be for RAM only forever. It will not change. Step number 4 is for hard disk only. If you want to do any hard disk changes, if you want to increase your hard disk, you have to go to step number 4 only. If you want to change the name of your machine, step number 5 only. From step number 6, you cannot do. It is from step number 5 only. Okay. So every step is fixed over here. Changes you can do. Hard disk size you can change. RAM size you can change. Security also you can change. Changes you can modify. But every step is fixed. If you want to do any operating system things, it is from step number 1 only. Okay. So if once you remember these steps, steps will not change. Configuration you can give any number. 50 GB, 100 GB, whatever you want to give the size, you can give it. Okay, so create your machines, okay, and try to log into your machines, practically log into your machines, okay, and tomorrow I'll be showing you guys how to, okay, protect your machines from crashing. And if your machine crashes or if something happens to your machine in real time, how we are protecting the machines. Okay, in real time, when your machine is running for a project, because obviously in real time it will be running for a project, right? It is not like our personal laptop. Okay, it will be running for a project, and when any machine is running for a project, you have to protect your machines. You have to make sure that single file also should not get misplaced. You should not lose a single file also. Okay, so we'll be seeing that how to safeguard your machines, which is very important for us. Okay, right guys. Okay, so if you are having any questions or doubts, okay, you can ask me guys now. Okay, or you can paste your questions in the chat also. Whichever way you feel easier to ask, you can ask in that way. Okay, so I'll be adding the number for you guys, okay, in the reference, and any doubts if you are having with that, okay, you can ask me, you can post me, you can call me as well. Okay, so I'll just add the number and I'll save this recording. Yes,
Hello.
yes.
Yeah, I joined today only, sir, demo. So the thing is, at the end of the course, what will be the projects and how many projects you'll be giving to us to work on?
Yes, end of the course I'll be giving you two projects
Okay.
I will give, okay, which you have to do. And during the whole course, whatever things we are doing, no, it's like today I've created a Windows machine. Same day you also try to create a Windows machine. Okay, so the same
Okay.
task you have to complete on same day. We will have our WhatsApp group. If you are having any trouble, any question during machine creation, you can post me in the group. You can share the screenshot. I will tell the solution. Not only for this project, this task, it could be any task. Okay, and every session is recorded. Every recording will be given to you. After 5 years, after 10 years, again if you want to see the recording, you can see it. Okay,
Okay.
it
So
will be,
how long the course will be going? So 45 days or 60 days?
yes, 45 days, 45 days.
Okay. If you mind to open the curriculum once, I have some doubts on the curriculum.
Okay, curriculum is not in this machine, but okay, you can, I have given the number, right? You can call me and text me also. Okay, I
Okay.
will discuss.
Okay.
Mostly our work is after installing and working on this machine. After that, we can join. Okay, so in that way, right? Yes. Okay, yeah, good guys. Okay, so do create your Windows machines, guys. You have to just follow these 7 steps, create it. Okay, it's quite okay important as well for us to create. Okay, and tomorrow I'll be showing you guys how to safeguard your machine from any crash. Okay, which is also very important for us. Okay, yes, good guys. Okay, so I'll be saving the recording, and I've saved the share anyhow. Okay, yes, guys. Now, first of all, let me create a Windows machine over here onto my dashboard. Okay, and let us then go forward that what we are going to approach for today's session. Okay, so for creating a Windows machine, I'll be clicking on launch instance over here. Okay, and once I click on launch instance, as you know, there are 7 steps for us for creating a machine, right? So I'll be selecting a Windows as my operating system over here. This is my Windows machine. Okay, so I'll click on select for Windows. Okay, and I'll be going for 1 GB of RAM for my Windows machine. Again, click on next. I need one machine. Okay, clicking on next, it gives me 30 GB of storage, which is enough for me. Okay, if everything is looking fine, I'll click on review and launch and let me create my Windows machine over here. Okay, so now Windows machine is getting created onto our dashboard. Now let me give a name to this Windows machine as my Windows machine. Okay, I'll give a name to this machine as my Windows machine. Okay, now let this machine get started. Meantime, what I will do over here is let me go to my paint. Okay, and let us show you guys that what we are trying to achieve over here. Okay, right. So today we'll be talking about AMIs over here, guys. AMIs, which AMI stands for Amazon Machine Image. Okay, so how and why AMIs helps you over here is, okay, so right now what you are doing over here is you are having your Windows machine, you are creating a Windows machine. Okay, I'm calling this machine as my Windows machine. Okay, and normally when you have your Windows machine or any Linux machine or any machine, okay, what do we do while creating a machine? Okay, after creating a machine, you will create some files, folders, and you will install some softwares on this machine, right? So in the same way, what I will do over here is I'll create some files, I'll create some folders, I will install some softwares on this machine. Okay, so you can consider that this machine is like your laptop. Okay, and in the case of your laptop, okay, in case of your laptop, for example, if your laptop crashes, okay, for your in case your laptop crashes, there are images, files, folders, there is a lot of data onto your laptop, and if your laptop crashes suddenly, okay, what happens to that data? Okay, you will try to retain the data, but you will get 70 to 80% of data only. You will get 70 to 80% of data back. Okay, complete data you will not be getting. You will be getting only 70 to 80% of data back as a retention. What about the remaining 20%? If it was an important file, if it wasn't your childhood picture or some office related file, if it was an important file and if you lose that file, then okay, it becomes a serious thing for us, right? Now, in the same machine, when you are creating in cloud, okay, and in the same way you are storing your files, folders, and images, everything you are storing on that machine, you are installing softwares as well. And if something happens to this machine, because this is also a machine, right, something can happen to this machine as well. Okay, but the advantage over here, advantage with AWS machine is you will not even lose a single file on this machine. Okay, you will not even lose a single file, you will not even lose a single folder, and you will not even lose any installed softwares on that machine. You will have 100% data retention on this machine. 100% data retention. A single file will not be lost on this machine. Okay, you will not be losing a single file also in this machine, right? But how it is able to do that thing? Okay, let us see that first. Okay, so if you want, okay, crash protection, you can say, or if you want everything onto your machine to be backed up or available, okay, what you can do over here is you can create an AMI of this machine. You have to capture the image of this machine. Okay, we have to create an AMI of this machine over here. Okay, we have to create an AMI of this machine. Now this AMI will capture each and everything, whatever is there in your machine, not only files and folders, even the installed software as well. Okay, you will create this image, you will create this AMI, and from the same AMI, from the same image, what you will do over here is you will create your next machine. Okay, you will create your next machine, and the next machine which you are creating from this AMI, this next machine will have all the files, all the folders, all the softwares. Okay, and whatever softwares you are getting with this machine, from this AMI, you no need to install that softwares again. Softwares will be available to you in an installed state. For the second machine, when you are using the same AMI, you no need to install the softwares also. Your image will make sure that everything is available on your second machine. Okay, everything. Okay, so you can consider, okay, over here that this is your parent machine, and you can consider this machine as your child machine. Okay, and what you are doing actually over here is you are cloning your machines. Okay, in a more simple language, if I tell you that what you are doing over here, you are taking the Xerox copies of your machines. Exact replica, exact Xerox copy of your machine will be taken. Can you take a Xerox copy of your laptop? The exact same machine can you create with that? Not possible in physical machines. But over here in cloud machines, that is possible. You can take the actual Xerox copies of your servers. Exact machines will get created for you. Okay. So that is what I am doing today, guys. Okay. So let me go back to my AWS dashboard and let me check my Windows machine is ready or not. Yes, my Windows machine is ready. Okay. So I can call this machine as my parent machine over here. Yes. Okay. So this is my parent machine. So now let me log into my parent machine first. Okay. I will click on connect. Okay. Go to RDP. Okay. And you need username and password to log in. I have a username over here. And to get the password, I have to click on get password and browse your key file, which is Mahesh in my case. I will click on decrypt, and this is my username and password to log into my machine. Okay, I will copy the password, download the connection file, and click on connection file and click on connect to continue. Okay, so let me give the password over here and let me click on continue, and you will see, okay, that I'm connecting to my Windows machine. Okay, and right now I'm logging to my Windows machine over here. Okay, and I've logged into my parent Windows machine. Okay, so we have successfully logged into our machine. Okay, now what I will do on this machine is I will create my own folders, I will create my own files. Okay, and I will install my own software over here. Okay, so let me go to over here. Okay, and let me create my own folders on this machine. Okay, for example, if I go to documents, okay, and from the documents itself, let me add some folders over here. Okay, I will click on new folder and let me give a name to this folder as Flipkart. Okay, similarly, let me create a one more folder over here. As Snapdeal. Okay, so I'm creating my own folders over here, right? And in the same way, what I will do is let me install some softwares over here on this machine. Okay, so I'll go to Internet Explorer and I will download some softwares. Okay, because internet connectivity is there on this machine, right? So from directly from my internet browser, I can download some softwares on this machine also. Okay, so let me go to this machine and let me go to Google and let me download some softwares. Okay, and let me download Mozilla over here, guys. I will say download Mozilla. Okay, and I will install Mozilla on this machine. Okay, and I'm downloading Mozilla over here. Okay, I will click on save and I'll click on run to install Mozilla on this machine. Not only Mozilla, you can install any software. Okay, for a quicker view, I'm installing Mozilla. You can see Mozilla is installing now. Okay, and you can see that Mozilla is successfully installed on this machine, guys. Okay, so I have created folders, I have installed my files, I have created my own, okay, files. Now this machine is having my folders, my data, and this machine is having the software which are required for me, right? So now what I will do is, now I will create an image of this machine. Okay, I will capture this machine. Okay, so as from the diagram, as I told you, what I'll be doing is whatever files, folders, and installed softwares are there on this machine, I will take the image of this machine. Not only one software, guys. If you want, you can install 500 softwares also. Let there be 500 files and let there be 1000 folders also. Okay, no problem at all. Now what I'll be doing is I'll be capturing the image of this machine. Okay, I'll be capturing the image of this machine over here. And how to capture the image of this machine? Go back to your AWS account. Okay, and this is my parent machine over here. Okay, I'll select my machine, go to actions, and under actions we'll have option called as image, and go to create image option. Okay, so with create image option you will be capturing your complete machine. Okay, so I'll click on create image and you will see that it is creating an image for me. Let me give a name to my image as my Flipkart image. You can give any name to this image. Okay, in the description you can say basically it's a Windows image. Okay, it's not a Linux image, right? It's a Windows image, and you are capturing your complete machine over here. Okay, now if I click on create over here, you will see that image is getting created. Okay, image is getting created over here, but where it is getting created? On the left side of your screen, if you click on AMIs under images, you will find your own image. So this is your Flipkart image. So right now what is happening over here? Right now Flipkart image is getting created. Current status is pending. Okay, so it will take few minutes for it to get created. Whatever is the size of your machine, your image will have the same size. Your machine is having 30 GB, so your image is also having the same size of 30 GB. It will have complete things, all the things which are there in your machine, with files, folders, data, installed softwares, everything will be there on your second machine as well. Okay, so right now image is getting created. Okay, so under images in your AMI, you will have your images. Okay, so it will take a couple of minutes for us it to get created. So let it get created over here. Okay, so once this image is created, using this image I'll create a second machine, guys. Okay, so it will take a couple of minutes because the complete image size is 30 GB. Okay, so for 30 GB to get created, it will take few minutes. Okay, but it will give you a complete information over here that what is the platform on which OS you have created this AMI. It's a Windows. Okay, what is the date and time, what is this image, so your complete image information will be given over here. Okay, so now let it get created over here. Okay, so image is still getting created. Let me refresh and check. Okay, status is pending. So let us wait for it to get ready. Okay, so it is still getting created, guys. Okay, right now you can see that your image is available now, guys. Okay, so it took a couple of minutes over here because my image size was about 30 GB. Okay, so the more the size is, it will take few more minutes. Okay, so right now you can see that my image is available now. Okay, so normally what you will do now, I want to create a second machine, and for creating your second machine, what you will do normally, you will go to your EC2 dashboard. Okay, you will go to your running instances, and for creating a machine, what you will do, you will click on launch instance. Okay, after clicking on launch instance, how many steps are there? 7 steps are there. If I go and if I select a normal EMI, if I go and select this image, I will get a fresh machine. Okay, if I go and I will select this Windows image, this is the image which is given from Amazon to me. Amazon is giving that image to me, and that is a fresh image. But I don't want to have a fresh image, right? What I want complete files, folders, and installed softwares also with me. Okay, if I take the same image again, I have to install everything on that machine. Okay, so instead of using an Amazon image, I have created my own image, right? Okay, so if you see on the left side of your screen, there is an option given to you called as my AMIs. So in your AMIs, you will find your own images, and this is your image, right? Flipkart name, Flipkart image is your image, and what type of image it is? It is a Windows image. You have created this image. Okay, this is your own image. Okay, it is not given by Amazon to you. You have created this own image, and if you use this image, you no need to install softwares, you no need to create some files and folders again. Whatever is there in your parent machine, everything will be available on your child machine also. Okay, so I will select this image which I have created. Okay, so I'll click on select this image, and from second step onwards everything is same. Okay, again in second step you can select RAM. If you want, you can select more RAM also. If you want, you can select more RAM also. No worries at all. Okay, it is not compulsory that parent machine and child machine should have same RAM. From second step, whatever configuration you want, you select. You want 16 GB of RAM, you take it. Okay, now click on next. I want one child machine. Storage is 30 GB. Okay, so everything is fine. Now let me click on review and launch. Okay, so let me select my key pair and I'll click on launch over here. So this is my child machine. Okay, right now the machine which is getting created over here, this is my child machine over here. Okay, so right now it is in pending state. Once this machine is ready, I will log into this machine, guys. And if I log into this machine, you will see everything will be available on this machine. The files, folders, data, softwares, whatever I installed on my parent machine, everything will be available on your child machine also. Okay, so let it get initialized over here. Once it's get initialized, I will show you guys how to log into this machine. Okay, you can see this is my child machine over here. Okay, so let it get ready over here.
So, for example, to parent of 100 GB తీసుకున్నాం. Okay. షేర్లో వచ్చేసి 50 GB 50 GB తో మెషిన్ పే చేస్తారు.
చేయలేమా? ఇక్కడ 100 ఉంటే ఇక్కడ 100 ఉంటుంది. దానికన్నా తక్కువ వెళ్ళడానికి ట్రై చేస్తే అది ఎర్రర్ అని వచ్చేస్తుంది. సో at least you have to go with same size. ఇప్పుడు my parent machine was 30 GB of size, so my child machine is also having 30 GB. I cannot change it to 29. You can add more, but you cannot deduct. If you are reducing the storage, it should delete some of the files, and then it doesn't know which file to delete, right? So it will not make us to remove any storage, because it will think that every file is an important file. Okay, so in that way you can increase, but increasing option is there.
So RAM size was same also.
No, RAM size also you should not decrease, but you can increase, or else go with same size. Same size is okay, or increase, but we cannot decrease.
For example, parent of Windows to create.
Hmm.
షేర్లో Linux to create.
చేయలేము కదా. Okay, I'm actually creating Xerox copy of my machine. If it is a Windows machine, my Xerox copy will be Windows only. If it is a Linux machine, my Xerox copy will be Linux only. And tomorrow we'll be doing on Linux. Today we are doing on Windows because Windows, okay, it will be easier for you guys to know that what I am doing. Same thing I will do it on Linux. Okay, and for Linux also I will create image. For Linux also I will create child machine. Okay, and now you can see that my child machine is ready over here. Okay, ready to log in. Now let us log into our child machine. Okay, so I'll click on connect. Okay, download your RDP file. Okay, and click on get password. If it is taking time for to have the password, it is telling me to wait for 4 minutes more. Okay, so I don't want to wait. What I will do is I will copy the password of parent machine, because both are using the same key over here, right? So I'll use the parent machine password to log in. Okay, now I'll click on my connection file and let us log into child machine. Okay, I will give the password, click on continue, and I'll click on connect. Okay, and right now I'm logging to my child machine, guys. Okay, and if you see, there is already Mozilla available on your child machine. Okay, as soon as you log into this machine, you will see all those things which are available on your parent machine. See, Mozilla is already available. Did I install Mozilla on this machine again? No, right? It was there on your parent machine already. So whatever is there on your parent machine, it will be available on your child machine. No need to install it again. If you are having 50 softwares which you have installed on parent machine, again if you are creating a second machine, no need to install that 50 softwares again. Every software will be available. Okay, so that is why it's in real time. This is very useful, especially when you are creating huge servers. You will take an image of that server and you will create a second server. Okay, because lot of data will be there in a server, right? How will you create again all those softwares? How will you install? How will you create all those folders and files? Very troublesome job, right? So instead of creating a fresh server again, you will capture the existing server and you will create a second machine. Okay, so in this machine also you can see Mozilla is already there. I did not install Mozilla, and if I go to my documents, and if you see, Flipkart and Snapdeal folder are also there, which are created on my parent machine. Everything will be there, guys. Everything will be there. Okay, whatever is in your parent machine, everything will be available on your child machine also. Okay, right? So on this machine, everything will be available for you. If there are 100 folders, 1000 files, or 50 software or 500 softwares also, if there are there in this machine, everything will be available. Yes. Okay, AWS dashboard. Okay, this is a child machine. Okay, AWS dashboard. See, this is child and this is parent. Okay, one second, it will come. Okay, this is parent and this is child. Okay, if you are having doubt, you can check the IP address of these machines. What is the IP address of child? 206, right? Just remember last 3 characters. Okay, 206, right? And check over here the IP address of this machine. What is the public IP address? 206. Okay, so this is a child machine which you have created. Okay, you can practically do this thing. Okay, and it is very helpful. And again, this is one of a regular job with your DevOps engineer will do. Okay, this is again a regular job as a DevOps engineer you should perform. Okay, it's like weekly basis. In some companies they do weekly, some companies they will do 2 or 3 days, once in 2 or 3 days. Okay, but they will regularly take the backup of their servers. Okay, so what we have to do, we have to also take the backup. Okay, so this is a procedure of taking a backup also, because entire machine's data is with you. Every time is like every day you will set one time. Okay, so that is decided by your team actually. Monday's data will be there on Monday's image. Tuesday's data will be there on Tuesday's image. Wednesday's data will be there on Wednesday's image, for example. Which is the latest in these 3? Wednesday, right? You no need to have Monday's file again. In after 10 or 15 days, you can delete Monday's image. So you will keep the latest images with you. Okay, and you will remove the older images. That's why I said this is a regular operation which you will do as a DevOps engineer. On first you have created one image, on 10th you have created one image. So first image is not required now, right? First day's data will be there on 10th day also for it, right? Yeah, obviously it will be there. No, if you go to AWS and if you go to AMIs, complete date time will be there over here. See, April 12th 22 at 8:37 a.m. I have created this image. If tomorrow I create one more image, that will be April 13th, and that will be the latest. So April 12th 8:37 ఏదైతే డేటా ఉందో అది అంత కాపీ అవుతుంది అంతే. సో రిమైనింగ్ ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 10 తర్వాత ఏదైతే పేమెంట్ చేశామో అది కూడా you want that also to be reflected, or you don't want it to get reflected? That want to be reflected. That is where you have to use DevOps tool. Okay, that is where your Ansible will help you. That is where your chef will help you. Whatever is there in this machine, exact same things will be there on your second machine. Okay, but for machine creation, you will use image only. Once you have created the machine, and on 12th you have updated something in parent machine, again you will not create a new machine, right? On a running machine only, you want that file to come here also. So that is where your Ansible and chef will help. Okay, so you have to write an automated script, and every day it will be pushing all the changes to second machine. Then that option is also possible. If you don't want to reflect, don't add it. Okay, if you want to reflect, use Ansible or chef. Okay, which we will do anyhow. Okay, in our future sessions, I'll be showing you how to exactly mirror the machines. Okay, in that way also you can. Okay, that is called as configuration management. Okay, fine, right. Okay, so regularly you have to take the backup of your images. Okay, because if anything happens to your machine, your image will have a complete data. Okay, so in that way, so create your machine, add some files to that machines, add some folders and files, install some softwares, and then create an image of that machine. Okay, and from that image you create your child machine and test that in child machine everything should be there. Go and check that all the folders and files are available or there or not. Okay, if those are available, which means you have successfully created the image of your next machine. Okay, so do it practically, and tomorrow we'll be doing the same thing on our Linux machines. Okay, fine guys, then okay, I'll be saving the share. Okay, and I'll be saving the recording as well for the day. Yes. Now, first of all, let me create a Linux machine over here on my AWS account. So for creating that, I will click on launch instance. And as we know that we are having 7 steps for creating a Linux machine as well. Okay. So I'll be selecting the Linux AMI over here. Okay. And then I will be selecting 1 GB of RAM for this Linux machine. I will click on next. So I need one machine. Okay. For my Linux. And the next and Linux storage will start from 8 GB. Okay, now again I'll click on next. Okay, tagging not required, so I will click on review and launch. Okay, for going to next step, and I'll click on launch for creating my Linux machine. Okay, I will select my key over here and I will click on launch for creating a Linux machine. Okay, so now if I click on view instances, okay, and if I go to running instances, my machine will be launching over here, guys. Okay, if you wait for a couple of minutes, we can see that our Linux machine will be up and running over here. Okay, now I'll call this machine as my Linux parent machine. Okay, or parent Linux machine. Okay, because this is the first Linux machine which I am creating over here. Okay, right, now let us log into this Linux machine. Okay, and I will select my Linux machine over here. I will click on connect. Again, I'll click on connect and I will log into my Linux machine. Okay, logging to your Linux machine is very simple. Simply click on connect. Again, if you click on connect 2 times, if you click on connect, you will log into your Linux machine. That's it. Okay, simply if you click 2 times connect, you will be able to log into your machine. Okay, and once you have logged into your Linux machine, okay, give your sudo command over here, sudo space su space hyphen. Okay, and you are logged into your Linux machine as a root user. Okay, now if you check, is there any folder or files which are available on this Linux machine? Give a ll over here and check the list, that is there any folders or files which are available on your Linux machine or not. So right now total 0 files are there, 0 folders and 0 files, nothing is there on your Linux machine. So as yesterday I have created some folders on my Windows machine, in the same way I will create some folders on my Linux machine also. Okay, and you will call folders as directories in Linux machine. Directory is nothing but folder. Okay, so directory you call it on Linux, folder you will call it on Windows. Okay, folder and directory are the same thing. Okay, Now let me create a directory on Linux. So directory is nothing but folder only. Okay. So for creating that, I will use mkdir command. Okay. Mkdir stands for make directory. Okay. And let me create a directory with the name Flipkart over here. Okay. And I will give enter. And if you press LL over here, you can check that Flipkart got created or not. You can see that the Flipkart directory got created over here. Okay, you can see it showing in blue color. The Flipkart directory got created. Directory is nothing but folder only, right? Now, okay, let me create a one more directory. Okay, so I'll say mkdir and let me create a Snapdeal directory. Okay, and if you press LL and check, Flipkart directory is there, Snapdeal directory is also there. Okay, now the next thing what I will do over here is, right now I have created two directories over here. Okay, and the next thing which I will do over here is, let me create some files also. Okay, and for creating the files you will use touch command. Okay, and let me create some files with names as file1, file2, file3, file4. Okay, 4 files I'm creating over here. Okay, and the file names are file1, file2, file3, file4. These are files. Flipkart and Snapdeal are directories, nothing but folders. Okay, right. Now if I give enter over here, you will see that 4 files got created over here. How to check that? Again, if you give LL over here and if you give enter, it will show you how many files you are having and how many directories you are having over here on Linux machine. Okay, folder. In Windows we call it as folder. In Linux you call it as directory. Both are same. Okay, and file is file only. In Windows also you call it as a file. In Linux also you call it as a file only. Okay, so we have created 4 files and 2 folders. So when I created this machine, these folders and files were there in this machine? No, right? I have created these folders and files. Okay, so nothing was there in this machine initially. Now we have created folders and files in this machine. Okay, now after creating folders and files, I will install some softwares also on this machine. Okay, same thing which I did on Windows yesterday. I created folders, files, and I installed the softwares, right? On this Linux machine also I have created folders, files. Now I will install softwares. Okay, now let me show you guys one software which is related to Linux machine. If I type htop over here now, htop. Okay, if I type htop over here now, okay, and if I give enter over here, htop will not work. Okay, because htop software is not there inside this Linux machine. Okay, did I install htop? No, right? Htop software is not there inside this Linux machine. Htop is not there, so htop will not work. Okay, so what we have to do, we have to install htop. Okay, it is a software. Why it is used, you will see now why it is used. Okay, let me install htop, and the command to install htop is yum space install space htop. Okay, let it come. Okay, and then -1. This is the command to install htop. If you don't install htop will not work. That is the reason. Before installing htop, if I type htop, it say command not found, right? Now I am installing htop with yum install command, and I'm installing htop over here. Okay, and if I give enter, htop will start get installing over here. See, okay, now htop is installed, right? Now let me go back, and now let me type htop over here. Okay, and if I give enter now, you will see, okay, a colorful screen. Okay, this is htop, guys. Okay, it will show you your CPU utilization, your memory utilization over here on the top. If you see, my CPU utilization is just 0.7%. My memory utilization is 86.5 MB. Okay, and how many tasks are running over here? 33. So when you type control alt delete on your Windows machine, in your Windows machine, when you type Control Alt Delete, what it will give you? It will give you Task Manager. And in Task Manager, you can see how many tasks are running in Windows machine. You can see the same thing in Linux also by typing htop. Okay, but if you want to see htop, you have to install htop before. Okay, so it will give you colorful dashboard and it will show you how many tasks are running, what is the CPU utilization, what is the memory utilization. It will give you these details. Okay, after installing htop only it will give. Okay, right, now let me come back. Okay, and let me, okay, go to a diagram over here. Okay, and let me take out a diagram. Yes, so what we are doing basically over here is I have created one, okay, parent machine. Okay, this is a parent Linux machine. I'll call this as, okay, P Linux machine. Okay, so on top of this machine, what I do is I have created folders. Okay, better I'll call it as directories. I've created files and I've installed, okay, htop also, which is nothing but it's a software package. Okay, I did all these things. Okay, if you want, you can create even more directories and folders. Any number of directories, folders you can create, no limit. Okay, there is literally no limit on that. Okay, now once you have created your parent machine, what do you want to do? You want to take the backup of your machine. You want to completely capture this machine. Okay, and to capture this machine, what we have to do? We have to create an AMI of this machine. We have to create a image of this machine. Okay, so what I'll be doing is I'll be creating an AMI of this machine. Okay, which we can call it as image also, AMI. Okay, so this AMI will have the complete information about this machine. It will capture your complete machine with the installed softwares also. Okay, now using the same AMI, if I create a one more machine, okay, you can say this will be my child machine, and your child machine, it should have all these files, folders, installed softwares, everything should be available on your child machine also if you create it from this AMI. Okay, and I'll call this machine as a child machine, child Linux. Okay, so if you are having this architecture clear in your mind, you can easily understand what is your AMI is doing. It is capturing your parent machine, and from that parent machine you are creating a child machine. Okay, yeah, hi, Salesforce అండి. ఓకే, AWS అండి. ఇక్కడ రైట్ వెళ్ళండి, రైట్ లెఫ్ట్ కి లాస్ట్. ఓకే, రైట్. Okay, so we are capturing our parent machine and then we are creating our child Linux machine. Okay, from the AMI that which we are creating, right? So right now I have my machine ready. I have installed htop, I have installed, okay, I have created folders, files. Okay, all those things is done. Now what I will do is let me go back to my AWS dashboard. Okay, and this is the, okay, and this is my Linux machine which is running over here. Okay, now what I need to do is I need to capture this machine, and to capture this machine you have to go to actions, image, and you have to go to create image option. Okay, and let me give a name to this image. I will call this image as my Linux image. Okay, what is there inside this image? Files, folders, and htop is also there. So description is not mandatory. If you want, you can write description. Okay, you can tell that what is there inside that machine, but it is not mandatory. If you want to avoid giving a description, you can avoid. Okay, but give an image name. Okay, from an image name you can easily identify your image. Okay, now what is the size of this image? 8 GB. Whatever is the size of your machine, your image will have the same size. Okay, now let me click on create image, and now image is getting created for my Linux machine. Okay, where to see these images? Okay, from the left side of your screen, if you scroll down, you will find images over here. Under images you will have AMIs. Okay, so if you click on AMIs, you will see that one Linux image is getting ready now. Okay, one Linux image is getting created. Okay, so this is my Linux image, or I'll say Linux AMI. Okay, and right now it is under creation mode, right? That is the reason status is pending. Okay, so it is 8 GB size. It will get created a bit faster than yesterday's image, because yesterday's image size was 30 GB. Okay, and this image size is 8 GB only. Okay, so let us wait for a couple of minutes and this image should get created over here. Once this image is ready, using this image I will create a one more machine. Okay, an advantage, you already know that the second machine will have all the files, folders and softwares which are there on your parent machine. Okay, so let us wait for a couple of minutes and let us see that this image should be ready for us within couple of minutes. Okay, so you can refresh and you can check. Okay, and no need to refresh the page from over here. On the right side of your, okay, there is a wait symbol over here, right? Just to right side that we have a refresh icon. You can refresh and you can check over here that it got created earlier on. Okay, so anyhow it will take few more couple of minutes. Okay, because it is capturing your entire machine data. Okay, so that is the process which is going on. It is taking your entire machine image now. Okay, so that is the reason we have to wait for couple of minutes. In real time also this is the same, okay, wait which we have to do in real time also. It will take couple of minutes to get created. Okay, so this is the same steps or the same method which you have to create in real time as well. Okay, no change. Okay, now you can see that my image is available over here, guys. And if you observe the time which it took yesterday, it didn't took that much time, right? Because yesterday's image was of 30 GB size and this is 8 GB size. Okay, and right now you can see that my image is available over here. So now what I'll be doing over here is normally how we are going to initiate our machine. Okay, how we are going to initialize our machine. We will go to EC2 dashboard. We will go to running instances and we will click on launch instance over here. You can see right now I'm having only one machine and this is a parent machine only, right? Now I'll be creating a child machine as well. Okay, so I'll click on launch instance. Okay, and instead of selecting this Linux AMI, okay, instead of selecting this Linux AMI which is from Amazon, AWS has given this image right for me. I will not select this image. If I select this image, I will get a fresh machine. I don't need a fresh machine. I want a machine with files, folders and softwares. Okay, so I have created my own image, right? So where you will find your images? In my AMIs. Okay, so click on your AMIs and you will see there is a Linux image. This is the image which you have created, right? And what is there inside this image? Files, folders and desktop is there. Okay, now instead of selecting a fresh image, I will select my own image. Okay, so I'll get all these files, folders and, okay, softwares with me. So I'll select my image. So step number 1 is done, and from step number 2 everything is same, and whatever you want to select as a configuration you can select. Okay, it is not compulsory that parent machine is having 1 GB of RAM. You should take child machine also with 1 GB of RAM only, not, okay, not a compulsory thing over here. If you want to take parent machine with 2 GB RAM, take 2 GB RAM, your choice. Okay, whereas let me create it with 2 GB RAM only. Okay, now let me click on next. I want one child machine, I'm writing one. Okay, if you want 5 child machines, write 5 over there. 5 child machines will get created. Yes,
Each machine లో అన్ని ఉంటాయి.
yes, everything will be there. Okay, let me create 2 RLs. Both these machines will have files, folders and softwares. Okay, now I'll click on next again. Okay, so what was the size of my parent machine? 8 GB, right? You cannot decrease the size. If you want, you can increase. Increasing is not a problem. Let me create with 10 GB. If you don't want to change any settings, don't change. If you want to change, you can change from step number 2. Everything I'm increasing, but I'm not decreasing. I'm giving 2 GB RAM. I'm starting 2 child machines. I'm viewing with 10 GB storage. Okay. Now let me click on review and launch, and let me click on launch, and let me select my key pair. And if I click on launch, 2 child machines will be creating for me, and both these machines will have files, folders, and softwares with me. Okay. So if you click on view instances, you will see more 2 machines getting created. Okay. I will call this machine as my child 1, and I will call this machine as my child 2. Okay. So let me go to running instances. Okay. So let us refresh and wait for a couple of minutes for these machines to get created. Okay. You can see both my child 1 and child 2 are ready now. Okay. Both are in ready state. I have created 2 machines from the same AMI. If you want, you can create 5 machines, 10, 50 also you can create. Okay. Now let us log into my child 1. Okay. And let us check files, folders, and softwares are there or not. Okay. So I'll select my child 1. Okay. How to log into this machine? I have to click on connect. Again, I'll click on connect over here. 2 times you just click on connect. Okay. And you will connect to your child machine. Connected, right? Now, what is the first command which we have to enter? Sudo command. Sudo space su space hyphen. Whenever you enter your Linux machine, first of all give this command blindly. Okay. Now give enter. You have logged in as root. Now let me check files and folders are there or not. Okay. So what I have to do, I have to give ll over here, and if you give enter, 4 files are there, folders are also there, Snapdeal directory is also there, Flipkart directory is also there, 4 folders are also there, and this is my child 1. Okay. Again, I'll not create these files and folders on my child machine. Okay. And one more thing, let me check. If I type htop over here, okay, and if I give enter, htop is working now. Did I install htop separately on this machine? No, right? I installed it on parent machine. Okay. So because I have taken the same image on your child machine, also htop will work. Okay. Again, we no need to install htop on our child machine. Okay. Now, okay. And the next thing, I have created this machine with 10 GB storage, right? Not 8 GB. How to check that? If you give df space -h to check the storage of your machine, and if you give enter over here, okay, you will check that I have created this machine with 10 GB storage. Okay, you can see second from last, what is the size? 10 GB. Okay, so this machine is running with 10 GB. Out of 10 GB, 1.65 GB is used, 8.5 GB is still available with this machine. And in terms of percentage, how much we are using? 16%. Okay, in terms of percentage, we are using 16% over here. Utilization is 16% only. Okay, now let me check free space -m. This command is used to check your machine RAM size. Okay, and how much RAM we have taken for our child machine? We have taken 2 GB RAM, right? And if you give enter over here, you can see 1972 19, okay, 1972 which is nearly to 2000 MB, which is nearly to 2 GB. Okay, so this is your RAM size, and this is your machine storage size, and files are there, folders are there, in even softwares are also available. Okay, so this is your child 1. Let me log into child 2, and let me test the same things in child 2 also, that all these things are available on your child 2 also or not. Okay, so let me go back to my AWS dashboard. Okay, and now let me log into my child 2. Okay, so I'll select child 2 over here, and then I will click on connect. Again, I'll click on connect, and I will log into my child 2 now. Okay, so once I've logged into my machine, the first command sudo space, okay, su space hyphen, the first command which we will enter. Okay, and now to check your folders and files, okay, what is the command we'll give? Ll over. If I give ll, and if I give enter over here, you will see 4 files and Flipkart directory and Snapdeal directory. And this is your child 2. This is my child 2 machine. Okay, and let me check the same thing on my child 2 as well. Let me check the storage of this machine, and to check the storage of this machine, we will give df space -h to check the storage. Okay, and if I give enter, what is the storage of this machine? You can see it is 10 GB. 10 GB is the storage size of this machine. Okay, and now let me check the RAM size of this machine, and to check the RAM, you will run free space -m as the command. Free space -m. Okay, and now if I give enter over here, you will see RAM is nearly equivalent to 2000 MB, which is equivalent to 2 GB over here. Okay, so the same things are available on here. Child machine 2 also, we have checked the files and folders, or files and directories, we have checked the storage, and we have checked our RAM size. Okay, now let me check htop is available or not. Okay, so if I give htop over here, and if I give enter, you will see that htop is also working. Okay, on my child 2 also htop is working, right? So whatever is there in your parent machine, everything will get reflected to your child machine, guys. So images, okay, AMIs are very helpful for your real time, especially. I will tell you a small example, a real time example. I'll tell you guys know Uber, right? Uber. Okay, so Uber, okay, let it load. Okay, so yes, okay, so Uber, they started their operations in US. Basically it's an American company. They have started their operations in US. Now if you see, Uber is spread across multiple countries. Okay, now whatever the server they had, Uber servers were there, right? How did they bring to India? Did they carry their servers? No, right? They did not carry out their servers. Okay, so it's in the older days where we used to carry the hard disk or a physical disk for moving from migrating. Okay, or else through internet communication, you used to transfer and copy all the data. Now if you are having a Uber server, they are already running in US, they want to run the same setup in India. Logic is same only, there is not a different logic. They will just change the names. What I am giving the name over here as child Linux, they will call India Uber. Okay, or Singapore Uber. Okay, or Australia Uber. They will just change the name. They will create the image of their US Linux server. Okay, and they will create a one more server in a one more region. That it's simple. Okay, you can capture the entire data of your Uber and simply change the name of the server which is running for India, and simply change the name which is running for Singapore. Simply change the numbers name for the server which is running for Singapore. Okay, so one more machine will be created. Okay, and your parent machine will be your main machine. Okay, so in the simple, it's a very beneficial way. Again, you no need to install all that softwares. Okay, or you no need to do everything from the beginning. Uber server is ready, so that readily available server, you will take one more image of that server and you will run it for one more time. That's simple. Okay, so lots of benefits are there in real time for images. Okay, so that's why I said this is one of the regular operation which you will do as a DevOps engineer. Okay, so few companies will take every day, they take images. Few companies, they take weekly images. Okay, but this is a regular operation. Definitely one time in a week you will take the image. Once in a week you will definitely will take an image. Yeah, they're taking the Xerox copy of your machine. Okay, so this is how it will be working, guys. So you will create one machine in real time. First one machine you will create, you will install all those things on one machine. You will create all the files and folders on that one machine. If that one machine is running correctly without any issue, without any errors, okay, then you will start cloning that machines using AMIs, and with that you can create 100 servers also remain. Okay, so first you will create one machine, and on that one machine you will install all the softwares, all the files, all the folders, all the testing will be done on that one machine, and then you will start cloning that machines. So remaining all other machines also will run exactly same as your parent machine. Okay, inch difference will also not be there. Okay, so complete the same thing over here. Okay, it's a very important, and it's a starting stages for us. Okay, so in the next session again, the next thing which we are going to discuss, it is also related to your images. Okay, but it's a bit of advanced concept that which we will be talking about. Okay, so that's why we have discussed images concept in both the layers, in Windows and as well as for Linux. Okay, so do try to create it. Okay, actually I guess okay, anyhow it is recording, you can follow the recording and you can do it, or else normally, okay, as you have been to class right now, right, so you can start creating your images and create your child machines then. Okay, it's a simple concept. If you understand the concept, you can create hundreds of images. Okay, even in your real-time platform also you can create multiple images. Okay, once the concept is clear, right? So fine. Okay, so do it practically, create images by yourself and test in your child machines that all those images should be working fine on all the child machines. Okay, so fine guys, right? Okay, and then I'll be saving the share for the day. Okay, and let me save the recording as well. So now you can see guys that on my AWS account, okay, one Linux machine is running over here. Okay, so now let me tell you a few more interesting things about your AWS dashboard. Okay, you have your Linux machine running over here, and it's a very important machine for you. For example, okay, this machine could be running for production environment, and it's a very important machine for you. Okay, it's a critical machine, right? So normally, who is responsible for creating these machines? You are creating the machines, right? As a DevOps engineers, you are responsible for these machines, and if anything happens to this machine also, you are responsible. Okay, and now if someone, okay, might be from your team, might be from your different team, they are trying to delete this machine. If they go to this machine and they click on terminate, and if they terminate this machine will go down. Okay, this machine will get deleted. If I click on terminate, this machine will get deleted. So in this scenario, how will you protect your machine? Because your job is to create machine and your job is to protect the machine also. Okay, now I will tell you one way of protecting your machine. Okay, if you just scroll down onto your AWS dashboard, you will find one option given to you over here as termination protection. Okay, so if you see right now, okay, just take the word protection, and right now you can see that protection is false. Okay, protection is false, which means right now your machine is not in protection. Okay, it is not in protection right now. So if I go to actions, if I go to instance state, and if I click on terminate, if I click on yes, the machine will get terminated because protection is false. Okay, so what I will do over here is I will change the protection to true. Right now protection is false, right? I will change the protection to true, and I will enable the protection. Okay, so I'll go to actions, instance settings, and I will change my termination protection to true over here. Okay, so I'll click on change termination protection. I'll click on yes, enable protection. Okay, now if you check the termination protection over here, right now it is true. Okay, which means your machine is in protection, right? Okay, so if you go to actions, instance state, and if you click on terminate, terminate option is only not given to you. If you click on yes also, it will not get terminated. It's blurred. Okay, terminate button is disabled. Okay, so if you click on terminate button also, it will not get deleted. Okay, so in this way you can provide protection to your machine. But let me tell you one more thing. If a guy who is very smart, okay, he wants to terminate your machine and he knows that you have applied protection over here, protection is true, right? He will come to know that okay, protection is true, which means machine will not get deleted, right? So what he will do is very smart. He will go to actions, instance settings, and he will remove the protection again. He will disable the protection. Okay, and once you disable the protection, you can see protection is false again. Okay, and he will go to actions, instance state, and I will go to terminate, and I will click on yes, and the machine is getting terminated. Okay, now in this case, how will you protect your machine? Okay, it's terminated, right? So in these cases also you have to protect your machine. Yeah, after terminating also you can protect your machines. Okay, if someone is trying to delete your machine, if he's very smart, he knows that you have applied protection, right? He will remove the protection and he will delete the machine. Okay, so in these scenarios, how will you protect the machine is, okay, let me take a diagram. Okay, so AWS has provided one solution for this. Okay, and the name for that solution is, okay, it's a very popular name actually. Okay, so let me write it over here. Okay, so you can protect your machines by, let me increase the font. Okay, yes, so now you can protect your machine by using auto scaling. Okay, so auto scaling is a one more feature and functionality given by AWS to you, where you can protect your machines even if it is getting terminated. Okay, so I'll be stating auto scaling over here. So what auto scaling will do over here, for example, you have your machine running over here. Okay, let it be the Linux machine, if it is a Windows machine, whatever machine it may be, no worries at all. Actually, it works on all the operating systems. Okay, and if we are running one EC2 machine, okay, and if someone deleted your machine, okay, if someone deleted your machine, okay, what auto scaling will do, auto scaling will immediately come to know that someone has deleted your machine. Okay, and when it comes to know that someone has deleted your machine, immediately it will create exact same machine for you over here immediately. Okay, if someone is deleting your machine one, okay, auto scaling will come to know and it will create a one more machine for you. Exact same machine will get created by auto scaling. If he's deleting the second machine, third machine will get created. If he's deleting the third machine, fourth machine will get created. So the cycle of creation will not stop. He will get tired of deleting the machines, but auto scaling will not get tired of creating the machine. Either if he's deleting at 1 o'clock in the night, no worries. It will create one more machine for you at the same time. Okay, so you no need to be worrying, you no need to be checking that if anything is happening to your machine. You can just enable auto scaling and you can sit happily. Okay, if you're logging off with your office hours, also still it will be taking care of your machines. Okay, so if it is deleting, it will create a one more machine. Okay, now let us see how it is creating a one more machine. Okay, we know that it will create a one more machine for you. Very good. But how it is creating a one more machine, that is where, okay, launch configuration will come into picture. Okay, we will have launch configuration. Okay, so launch configuration is what it will help your auto scaling group to create one more machine. This is what it will help. Okay, so using launch configuration, your auto scaling will use launch configuration and it will create a one more machine. Okay, and what is this launch configuration is? Okay, so launch configuration is nothing but your own machine's configuration only, guys. Launch configuration is nothing new over here. Okay, it is your own machine configuration only. Okay, and what is my machine configuration? What is the first step you will select? You will select either you want Linux or Windows. Okay, you will select your RAM size. Okay, and you will select your storage, nothing but hard disk size. You will select your VPC, you will select security group, you will select your keys, you will select your machine keys. All these are the steps, 7 steps for creating your machine, right? In the launch configuration, you have to give the same 7 steps. whatever configuration you will select in launch configuration, auto scaling will take this launch configuration and will create a second machine. No, you have to choose, not default. You can choose anything. If you want Linux, choose Linux in launch configuration. If you want Windows, choose Windows in launch configuration. How much RAM you want, you choose in launch configuration. Auto scaling job is to blindly create a machine. Auto scaling will not think that you are creating a Linux machine or a Windows machine. Auto scaling job is to blindly create a machine. If it is getting deleted, it will create. So how it will create? Whatever is there inside in your launch configuration, it will take the configuration and it will create a one more machine. So you can choose whatever type of machine you want, but auto scaling will create that machine in an automated way. So choose once and it will create you. Windows only. Okay, mostly what will happen, if Linux is running, if Linux is getting deleted, you will create a Linux only. If Windows is deleted, you will create a Windows machine. One more thing, if Linux is running and if you want Windows to get created, you can do that also. Okay, but normally you will not do in that way. Whatever machine got deleted, you will create the exact same machine. Okay, right. So launch configuration is where you will select your machine configuration and it will create a one more machine for you by taking all these configurations. These are nothing but your same 7 steps configuration only. Okay, right. Now let me tell you one more thing also, guys. So auto scaling is helping you in deletion, right? Okay, if someone is deleting your machine, auto scaling is helping you, right? And in one more scenario also auto scaling will help you, and that scenario is load. Load is a very I can say it's a very troublesome thing for a machine. Load. Okay, for example, if this machine is running with 60% load, what will happen? It will still run. Okay, no problem is there. 60% it can handle, it will still run. 80% more load increased on your machine, right? But it will still run, no problem. If it reaches 100%, then if your machine is reaching 100% load, if you are giving complete load to your machine over here, and if your machine reaches 100% load, what will happen? Your machine will stop responding. If your laptop is there, right? Normally sometimes it goes to unresponsive mode. Why? Lot of load will be there on your laptop. Okay, similarly, if I reach 100% load, my machine will go to unresponsive mode. So unresponsive mode is like an not an active mode, right? My machine will not respond. It is like a dead state only. So auto scaling will help me for my machines even in loading stage also, not only in deletion. If someone is deleting, it will helping you. If you are increasing the load on this machine also, it will help you. Okay, so what it will do over here is, before reaching 100%, okay, before reaching 100% load, at 80% load, for example, you are at 80% load. When you are at 80% load, you can select that number. If you want at 60 or 70 or 80, you can choose that number. For example, 80% is the load. When it is at 80%, it will create a one more machine. It will not wait for it to go to up to 100%, because if it goes to 100%, it is like a dead state only. Okay, so when the load is at 80%, it will create a one more machine for you. Okay, so again, if this machine is also, this machine also, if it reaches 80%, okay, if this machine also, if it reaches 80%, second machine, it will create a one more machine for you. It will create a one more machine for you, like this. Okay, so first machine going 80%, it will create a second machine. If second machine also going above 80%, it will create a third machine. So this cycle will go on. And now one more thing, if load is reduced, always it will not be 80%, right? Okay, sometimes it will reduce also. And again from 80 it came down to 60, for example. Okay, from 80 it came down to 60. Okay, 60% means my machine can easily manage. Okay, so when load got decreased, do I need this machine? I don't need this machine, right? It's not required. Load is not that much heavy. So what auto scaling will do, auto scaling will also, it will remove this machine in an automated way. In an automated way, it will remove this machine. So whenever load is increasing, it will create a machine for you. And whenever load is not there, it will remove the machine also. Why it is removing the machine? Because unnecessary you should not run machines. Because it will add costing only. If you run 10 machines and load is very less, what will happen? You have to pay for 10 machines. That's it, right? And whenever there is no load, extra machines are not required. So why we should pay for extra machines? You will not pay for extra machines. Okay. So auto scaling will add machines to your group, and auto scaling will remove machines from your group also. Both it will do in an automated way. Okay. So in both these scenarios, auto scaling will help you guys when someone is deleting and when your machine is in load also. Okay. Right, now going back to my AWS dashboard. Okay, if you see on the left side of your screen, okay, if you see on the left side of your screen, before that, just let me copy this CMI. Okay, now if you see on the left side of your screen, guys, you will find auto scaling over here. Okay, auto scaling group, and just above the auto scaling group, you will find launch configuration. Okay, so before creating auto scaling group, we have to create launch configuration. Okay, so before creating auto scaling, we have to create launch configuration. Okay, so click on launch configuration. Okay, so let me create my own launch configuration. Okay, let me delete this. Okay, and let me check any auto scaling is there. So I'll delete that thing also. Okay, it's not there. Okay, so the first thing which I have to create over here is launch configuration. Okay, so let me create a launch configuration. I will click on create launch configuration and I will give a name to my launch configuration as HDFC. Okay, this is the launch configuration for HDFC. Okay, and what AMI? Okay, so now again all these steps start. See what AMI you want, how much RAM you want, how much storage you want. These things you have to select now. Okay, now going back, if you want a Linux AMI, okay, you select a Linux AMI, and if you paste your Linux AMI, it will give you the Linux AMI over here. You see, this is my Linux AMI. Okay, so select your Linux AMI. If you want Linux machine, you select Linux AMI. If you want Windows machine, you select Windows AMI. Simple. Okay, now scroll down, select instance type, which means how much RAM do you want? I want 1 GB of RAM. Okay, so I'll click on choose instance type and I will select T2 micro. So T2 micro will have 1 GB of RAM. See, 1 GB, right? So I will select T2 micro. So I've selected Linux, I've selected RAM, and let me select hard disk also now. Okay, so scroll down. These are optional fields. Okay, let us not select that. The next thing what I want is storage, nothing but hard disk. Okay, so I'm going with how much size? 8 GB. Okay, scroll down. I will select auto scaling group, and what should I allow? SSH, because it's a Linux machine. For Windows machine, you have to enable RDP. It will automatically take. Okay, now scroll down, and whatever is your key pair, whenever you create your machine, you have a key pair to log into that machine, right? So choose your own key pair. Okay, yeah, if you want I can add. See, I will click on add rule and select HTTP. Optional, it is optional. Above this, second step, instance type. Yes, AMI means you want Linux or Windows, you will select. No, how you will select? Yes, that is Linux AMI. Okay, that is Linux AMI. Okay, I will show from where I copied that. Okay, now select your key pair. If you want SSH, you can enable SSH also, completely your choice, guys. Okay, if you want you can choose it, or if you want you can remove it also, your choice. Now So I will say yes, I acknowledge this configuration, and I will click on create launch configuration. Okay, now launch configuration is getting created. Okay, so what is the name of my launch configuration? It is HDFC. You can give any name. Okay, now as you asked from where I copied that AMI name, right? If you go to EC2 dashboard and if you go to running instances, okay, if you go to your instances, this is my Linux machine, right? So Linux machine will have a AMI ID. You can copy your AMI ID which is there in brackets. Okay, within brackets only you copy. That is your AMI ID. Okay, this is Linux. I've copied Linux. If you want Windows, copy Windows here. Whatever you want, you can copy. Okay, no problem. Now you can see that launch configuration got created successfully. And the next thing which I have to create now is auto scaling group. Okay, so I will click on auto scaling group and let me create auto scaling group now. So I'll click on create auto scaling group and let me give a name to my auto scaling group as banking auto scaling group. Okay, you can give any name. And the first thing it is asking you over here is where is my launch configuration? That without launch configuration, auto scaling will not work. Okay, the first thing it is asking you is where is my launch configuration? Okay, so that is the reason before creating auto scaling group we have created launch configuration. Okay, so click over here and select your HDFC launch configuration. Okay, so I will select my launch configuration. So these are the details of my launch configuration, that this is a Linux machine. At this date and time I have created this. It's a T2 micro, which means it is having 1 GB of RAM. Okay, right, everything is good. Now I'll click on next. Okay, now I will select in which VPC I want it to get created. Okay, in default VPC, and select at least 2 subnets, guys. Subnet A and subnet B. 2 will be enough. What are subnets? What are VPCs? We will discuss in networking class. Okay. Until now, whatever we are creating, we will create it in default VPC and in default subnets. Okay. Right now, again, I'll click on next. Default VPC, default subnets. Okay. Right now, I'll click on next. Next step is purely optional. If you want, you can add a load balancer also, which is not needed right now. Okay, so I'll click on next. This is very, very important for us. Group size. What happens over here is, let me tell you clearly. You can tell your auto scaling group that how many machines you want. For example, you are giving desired capacity as 1, which means if one machine is getting deleted, it will create a one more machine. If you take desired capacity as 2, okay, it will run. If you delete one machine, it will create 2 machines. Okay, normally the factor will be 1:1. In real time also you will be running with 1:1. So we will create 1:1, and you can have minimum capacity. That minimum you want to run one machine. That is your minimum capacity to run. Now what is maximum capacity? Okay, what is maximum capacity over here? Let me tell you that. Okay, so let me tell you an example. If I write maximum capacity as 4, guys, for example, okay, or let me write 3 for example, maximum capacity is 3. So what will happen over here is, whenever load is increasing on your machine, auto scaling, what it is doing, it is creating a one more machine. So 2 machines got created. And if second machine is also in load, okay, if second machine, if it is also in load, what it will do, it will create a one more machine, and this is a third machine. Okay, and if third machine is also under load, okay, and if third machine is also 80% load, okay, it will not create the fourth machine. Why? Maximum number, how much I have given? 3 only. So maximum it will create 3 machines only, not more than maximum capacity. If it is reaching 80%, 90% also, it will not create a fourth machine, because maximum number you have given as 3 only. If you give maximum number as 4, maximum it will create 4 machines. Okay, So that is your maximum number, right? So you have your desired capacity, min and max. Okay, when it is increasing, automatically it will create, no? 3, right? Yeah. Okay, it depends upon how much budget you are having actually. If you are having budget of running 3 machines, you will write 3 over here. If you are having budget of running 10 machines, you will write 10 over there. If load is increasing, automatically it will create a one more machine, and maximum it will create 10 machines depending upon your budget. Why I am limiting at 3? Because I am having budget of running 3 machines only. Okay, right now. Okay, so let me scroll down. Okay, and there is one more important thing which you should know, that is scaling policies. This is where you will decide that percentage number. You are selecting that percentage number as 80 over here, right? At 80 it should create one more machine. So that percentage number you have to give over here, target value. If you give 60 over here, after 60 it will create a one more machine. If you write 70 over here, after 70 it will create a one more machine. Or else we are going with 80, right? We can write 80. Whatever number you will write in target value, taking that number, it will add one more machine. If it is going above 80%, it will create a one more machine. So the 80% where you are writing it here in scaling policies. Okay, right now let me scroll down. Okay, and let me click on next. So there is a notification option given to you. Okay, anyhow we will discuss notification separately. Again, it will take 1 hour for us to discuss detailed notifications. Okay, but one small thing I will tell you, whenever auto scaling is creating a machine, you will get one notification on email that it has created one machine. And whenever auto scaling is deleting one machine, even in that case also you will get notification. Okay, so notifications will help you to know that it is creating and it is deleting the machines. Okay, right now I'll click on next. Tagging purely optional. I will click on next, and this is a review, nothing but rechecking. Okay, so I'm creating a auto scaling group, name is banking, and I'm linking this with my HDFC launch configuration, and I'm creating this in default VPC, default subnets. Okay, I've not taken any load balancer. My group size is 1:1. Maximum it will create 3 machines, or you can give 1:1 also, your choice. Scaling policy, which means the target number, CPU utilization number is 80%. Okay, I've given 80, right? Now scroll down and then click on create auto scaling group, and it will create an auto scaling group for you. Okay, so right now you can see that it is updating the capacity over here. Once it is updated, you can see that machine will get created. Okay, so go to EC2 dashboard. Okay, and if you click on okay instances over here, it should show you one machine over here. Okay, so if you wait for 1 or 2 minutes, you will see that one machine got created over here. See, this is your auto scaling group machine. Okay, this is my auto scaling group machine over here. Okay, so it is getting initialized over here. Let it get initialized. Okay, so let us wait for one or 2 minutes. It will be ready now. Okay, so once it is ready and once it is running, then what I will do, I will delete this machine. And if I delete this machine, what should happen? Automatically one more machine should get created. Okay, so we will test that. Okay, that it is creating one more machine in an automated way or not. Okay, we will test that. Okay, so let us wait for a couple of minutes. Okay, you can see that my machine is ready. Now what I will do is I will go to actions, instance state, and I will terminate this machine. Okay, so if I terminated this machine, you can see that this machine is going down, right? It is getting terminated. Now auto scaling should create a one more machine for you. Okay, so let us okay wait and check. It is going down. Okay, and if you wait 1 or 2 minutes, okay, it got deleted completely. You can see immediately it has created one more machine for you, and this is again it is creating from auto scaling over. So as soon as it gets deleted, auto scaling will create one more machine for you. I'm not creating it manually. It will create it in an automated way. Okay. And if I terminate this machine again, it will create a one more machine also for me. So the cycle will continue. Okay. So with this, your machines are always in protected mode. Auto scaling will make sure that your machines are always running up and healthy, and it will make sure that your machines are always running in an auto scaling mode. In 90% of your cases in real time, you will run your servers in auto scaling mode only, because you have to need protection for those machines, right? So you'll be running those servers in an auto scaling mode only. Okay. So this is how, okay, it is going to work over here, guys. Okay. Again, if I delete this machine also, one more machine will get created over here. Okay. So what I want you guys is to create launch configuration and create auto scaling group, and then machine will get created over here. Okay. And once your machine is launched, go and terminate your machines. If you want to test auto scaling, you have to delete your machine. And once you delete your machine, it should create a one more machine for you. Okay. If it is creating a one more machine, which means auto scaling is perfectly configured. Okay. And it is working fine. Okay. So now anything is happening to your machine, no need to worry about. It is like AWS is taking care of your machine. Okay. So it's a very, very important and beneficial feature which you will get with cloud. Okay, that is auto scaling. Definitely you will be having your questions from interview side regarding auto scaling, that what is the scaling policy, okay, what is the maximum number, and what is launch configuration. Okay, and this is how it will be working. Okay, so keep all those things in mind and keep this figure also in mind. Okay, which will help you understand that how it is getting created, and in between you have launch configuration. Okay, so utilize all those things and create your auto scaling group machines. Okay, so now I'll be saving the share for the day. Okay, and you guys, okay, do create it. Okay, and do that practical part by yourself. Okay, which is very, very important, guys. Okay, fine. So let me save the recording as well. From the previous sessions, okay, guys. Yeah. So from the previous sessions, we have talked about AMIs, right? And we have seen how to capture the AMIs of your machines also, right? So from one Linux machine to Linux machine, and from Windows machine to Windows machine, we have learned how to capture and how to take the AMIs. Okay. So today we'll be seeing cross region AMIs. Okay. So what happens with cross region AMIs over here is, guys, okay, for example, you are creating one parent machine, and this is your parent machine. Okay, and this parent machine, for example, it is in US region. This machine is in my US region. Okay, now when you, there are some installed softwares and folders and files are there, which is normally we will have, right? We will have installed packages, okay, folders and files, okay, in this machine. Okay, now when you create the image of this machine, okay, when you create the image of this machine, image will get created over here. Okay, like this image will get created over here, AMI. Fine. And when this image got created, using this image, okay, using this image, what we have did earlier, we have created the same machine. We have created the same machine, okay, and you have created this machine in US region. Means we have taken the AMI, we have created the AMI, and we have created the machine in the US region itself. In the US region itself. Now we will be learning how to create it into a different region. So when you are creating it into a different region, what you have to do is when you are capturing the AMI, you will be capturing your AMI. So this particular AMI which you are having over here, you will be moving this AMI. You will be moving this AMI. Okay, we will be moving this AMI to a different region. Okay, so we will be copying this AMI. You have to copy this AMI, and for example, I want to move this AMI to a Singapore region. Okay, then I'll be moving my AMI to Singapore region, and from Singapore region, okay, from this Singapore region, you will be creating a one more machine. Okay, not onto a same region, we'll be creating a second machine from the same AMI only. First, you have to copy the AMI to Singapore region, and in the Singapore region, we will be creating the same machine because AMI is same, right? So I'll be using the same machine, but in a Singapore region, all these installed packages and things will be available for us. Okay, and you will be seeing that the AMI will be copying to Singapore, and from Singapore we'll be creating a one more machine onto our Singapore region. Okay, right. Okay, so now let us go back to our dashboard. We will create our machine, and from that machine we'll be creating an AMI, and from that AMI we'll be running it onto our different platforms. Okay, so let me go back to my AWS dashboard. Okay, and we'll be doing a cross region, okay, copying of our AMIs. So this is very important, especially when you are having different office locations, where you are having your office branches at different locations. Okay, now I'm back to my portal. So on my portal, I have created my Linux machine over here. Okay, so Linux machine is running over here. Let me log into my Linux machine. Okay, so I will click on connect, scroll down, again I'll click on connect, and I will log into my Linux machine. Okay, and once you have logged into your Linux machine, okay, we have to switch to our sudo, and once you have switched to your sudo, let us create some files and folders on this Linux machine. Okay, so let me create a folder with mkdir, and I will call this folder as US folder. Okay, and press LL and check you are having US folder and Ramesh over here, and let me install HTTP also over here on this Linux machine. Okay, and to install HTTP, I will say yum space install space httpd and then -y. Okay, now if I give enter over here, httpd is installed. After installing httpd, if you go and check the status of your httpd package, okay, you will see it is in inactive mode. Now let us start it. I will say systemctl start httpd, and I will say systemctl enable httpd, start and enable. And now if you go and check the service status, it will show you that it is up and running. Okay, now once it is up and running over here, we can go to our vim. Okay, and we have to go to our index.html file, and let me add a message over here. I will add a message as hello from US region, or I'll write as hello to all from US server. Okay, now let me save this message. Okay, yes, we have to give escape. Now one second. Okay, and now let me just add a message from over here. I will say vim space /var /ww /html and index.html. Let me increase the font from over. Okay, yes, right. So now if I give enter over here, I will start writing a message. I will say hello to all from US server. Okay, now I will save my message. Okay, saved. Now we have to give permissions, right? So I'll say chmod 777 and I will give my permissions to my index.html file. And now I will give enter. Now I have to restart my HTTP service. Okay, and to restart your HTTP service, you will say systemctl restart HTTPD and then give enter. Okay, now all these steps are done onto your US server. On your US region, you have completed all your steps. Now go back to your machine and copy the IP address of your Linux machine. Okay, and we have to check that we are able to see the message or not. Fine, if I enter the IP address over here, we can see that we are able to see the message. Okay, now the same server which we are having over here, I want the same machine. I want the exact same server to be available in Singapore region also. Okay, same server I want to be available in Singapore region as well. So the first thing what I have to create over here, I have to take the image of this machine. I have to take the AMI of this machine. Okay, so going back and to create the AMI of this machine, okay, we have to select our machine and then we have to go to actions and image and go for create image. Okay, now the image, let me give a name to this image as Singapore image. Okay, or you can give any name. Because I'm pushing it to Singapore, I'm calling it as Singapore image. Size is 8 GB. Now let me click on create and image will get created over here. Okay, so where can I find images? If I click on AMIs, you will see this is where my image is getting created. Fine, and once this image is created over here, okay, once this image is created over here, what I will do, I will copy this image to Singapore. Okay, so let us wait for this image to get created over here. Okay, yes guys, now we can see, okay, that one image got created over here, an image got available, and right now this image is in US region. Okay, so what I want to do over here is I want to copy my image from US region to Singapore, because my manager is telling me that he wants the same server to be available in Singapore region also. That is the reason why I have created one AMI of that machine. So what I will do, I will copy this AMI to Singapore region, because I will move my AMI to a different region, not onto the same region. We are doing cross region copying. Okay, so I'll click on actions and go to copy AMI. Fine, and when you click on copy AMI, select your destination region, which region you want to move. Okay, I'll be moving it to Singapore region. You guys can move it to any region, to Europe, Australia, okay, Sydney, Mumbai, any region you can move. Okay, so I'm moving it to Singapore region and I have Singapore over here. Okay, you can select any region whichever you want and then click on copy AMI. Okay, now go to Singapore region and if you click on AMIs over here, you will see that one image is getting copied from US region. So from right now I'm on Singapore region. So on Singapore region, go to AMIs. Okay, and you will see that one image is getting copied from US region. Over here also it will clearly tell you that copied AMI from US region. Okay, and the image is getting copied from US region over here. Okay, so it will take few couple of minutes because actually it is getting copied from one data center to another data center. So right now it is in pending state. Once it is active, we will test this AMI. And you can see that it is still getting copied, guys. So size is 8 GB, okay, and it will take couple of minutes to get copied. Okay, it is still getting copied, guys. So it will take some couple of minutes. Okay, no worries on that. You have to wait. And you can see that image is available now in Singapore region, guys. In my Singapore region, my image is available. So one more thing, guys, as a good cloud engineer or as a good DevOps engineer, before doing anything on AWS cloud, you have to always check that in which region you are working. Okay, so I have seen in real time so many guys doing. You can consider it as a very silly mistake because normally you will be having two, three different regions. If you are having office regions in US, Singapore, and Australia, London, okay, your dashboard, AWS dashboard will look same in whichever region you are. Okay, but the only name change will be there on your top of your screen. From the top right side of your screen, you will be seeing your region name. Anything you are doing on whatever action you want to do before doing anything, just have a glance that in which region you are. If you are a good cloud engineer or a good DevOps engineer, before doing anything, you will always check in which region you are. Okay, because of that, what happens is like whatever you are doing, you may be performing so many operations. If you are creating 10 servers, by mistake you have created in different region. So these mistakes will not occur, and you have to avoid these mistakes. Okay, it's just a basic and it's kind of a silly mistake, but it becomes okay problem later on. So always check in which region you are. Okay, and now you can see that my Singapore, my image got copied over here. Now how will I create a machine? I will go to EC2 instances, and you can see in Singapore no machine is running. Okay, if I go to US dashboard, on US dashboard two machines are running over here. This is US dashboard, this is North Virginia. Okay, and if you see on the Singapore dashboard, I don't have any machines running over here. Okay, so region to region you will be having a different count. Okay, region to region will be having a different count over here. Now let me go to running instances. Okay, and I will click on launch instance over here, and let me create a machine over here, guys. Okay, so I'll click on go to old experience. Okay, and let me go to our 7 steps for creating our Linux machine. And if I select this Linux AMI, so this is my first Linux AMI over here, right? And if I select this Linux image over here, okay, it will create a fresh machine for me. Again, I have to install all the packages, software, folders, everything I have to install. But I have created my own AMI, right? And if I go to my AMIs, you will see the AMI which you have copied from US region. So this is the image which you have copied from US region. So on this machine, you will have everything which is there on your US server. Okay, so this image will have all the things which was there onto your US machine. Okay, so I'll select this image, and from second steps, everything is same. I'll select 1 GB of RAM, and I want one machine. 8 GB is the hard disk size. Okay, and the security group I need to add HTTP also. Okay, so I will go and I will select HTTP, and I will allow HTTP from anywhere, and I'll click on review and launch. Okay, and let me select my key pair, and I will click on launch over. Okay, so one more machine is getting created on my Singapore dashboard. Okay, so I'll call this machine as my Singapore machine. So once this machine is ready, I will not install HTTP on this machine. I will not perform any action. If I simply copy the IP address, message should be coming from this machine also, right? That is what the advantage I'll be getting with AMIs, right? Now our machine is initializing over here, guys. Okay, so now we can see that our machine is ready over here, guys. And now I will copy the IP address of this machine. And if I get the IP address over here, and if I give enter, you will see that I'm getting the same message which I was getting from my US server machine. Fine. So this is the IP address of your US server machine. You are getting the same message, and this is the IP address of your Singapore machine, and you are getting the same. Okay, if you want, you can change the messages, whatever modifications you want to do, you can do. But right now you can see I did not install HTTP. I did not perform any action on my Linux machine, and you can see that you are getting the message. And that too, I've copied this AMI from one region to a different region, totally to a different region. Okay, so in the cross region AMIs will be working over here, and the cross region AMIs also you will see, okay, that you will be getting the same message over. Okay, even the cross region AMIs will be having the same message which is being populated over here. Okay, so this is what, okay, important it is for us to do. You have to move your images from one region to another region, and you can build and you can create your servers over there. Okay, so I did it on Windows, sorry, I did it on Linux. Okay, so you guys have to do this on both the operating systems, guys. Okay, so you guys have to do it on Linux and as well as complete it on Windows also. Okay, so do it on Linux and do it on Windows as well. For you guys, you have to perform it on both. Okay, so because Windows also you have to follow the same steps, but do it practically. Okay, do it practically. When you are doing it practically, steps will remain the same. Okay, and try to create the image of both Linux and Windows, and try to copy the images of both Linux and Windows to a different region. It will take couple of minutes, especially for Windows. It will take some more time to get copied because Windows images will comes with a huge size. Okay, and if your image is coming with a huge size, it will take few more couple of minutes to get copied from one region to another region. Okay, so same goes with Linux also, but Linux you can see that we did for Linux, right? So perform the same operations for Windows. Okay, and share me in the group that you have completed on both the operating systems. Okay, on Windows also you have to create a machine, create some files, install some software on that Windows machine, and then create an image of that machine, and then move that image to whichever region you want. It's not mandatory. It's not mandatory that you should move it to Singapore only. Literally, you can move it to any region. AWS doesn't restrict you to copy it to any region. You can move it to any region, and in that region also you can create a machine using the AMI which you are copying from your original region. Okay, so perform this operation and get it done. Okay, and you have to do it for cross region as well. So that is the reason we were doing it for cross region also. Okay, we were doing and we were applying it for cross region AMIs as well. Okay, so complete this task, guys, and share me the screenshots in the group. Okay, now I'll be saving the share for the day. Okay, and I think there's a question. Okay, yes. Okay, and share me in the screenshot, guys, and everyone has to do it for both the operating systems. Okay, fine, guys. Okay, complete and share it. Okay, so do take care, everyone. Thank you, guys. Take care. Okay, yes, guys. Now today we'll be going to discuss about snapshots on our AWS. Okay, so we'll be going to discuss about snapshot. So what is a snapshot over here means? Okay, so let me first of all, okay, take you an example. I have an EC2 machine. Okay, to this EC2 machine, I will have a default volume. Okay, on the default volume, you will have your operating system files will be running on that. So whenever you create a EC2 machine, a default volume will get created along with that. That is common scenario for us. Now, okay, for example, you have one volume with this. This you can treat it as this is a C drive. This is my C drive. Mostly the size will be 30 GB if it's a Windows machine. Or if it's a Linux machine, it would be a 8 GB volume, right? The default volume. Now, next to that, I have one more volume and we call it as a D drive. Okay. And let us assume that the size I have taken for this is 10 GB. Okay. Now, both are attached to this machine. Very good. Okay. Now, okay. Now, I have one more machine. Suppose this machine is in US region. Okay, directly let us do cross region only. This machine is in US region. Okay, and this machine is in Singapore region. Okay, and this Singapore machine also will have a default drive. C drive will be there to this, right? For Singapore machine also, for this EC2 machine, we will have a C drive. This will be C drive, and size will be same 30 GB will be the size of this default volume C drive. Okay, now for a D drive on this machine, what I want is there is a D drive on US machine, right? I want the same data for the Singapore machine drive also. Okay, I want the same volume and same data to be given to my Singapore machine. Okay, so now you will be asking me, sir, with AMI also we can do this thing, right? But with an AMI, complete machine will get copied. I don't want complete machine. I want only D drive. I don't want complete machine. Every time you will not be moving complete machine. If you want to move complete machine, then you will use AMIs. We will have AMIs. With AMIs, data will also go, softwares will also go, installed softwares will also go. I don't want entire machine to go over here. I want only D drive to go. Okay. And I cannot move D drive. D drive will be limited to US region only. I cannot take it out of the US region. If there is a US region D drive, it will be limited to work in US region only. Okay, right. So now what I have to do over here is, okay, so without an AMI, because I don't want entire machine to go. So without an AMI, what I will do over here is I will capture the snapshot of D drive. I will create a snapshot of this D drive over here. Okay, so this will be the snapshot of my D drive. I will create a snapshot of my D drive over here. Okay, and then after creating the snapshot of a D drive, I will copy this snapshot to Singapore region. Okay, see, few things are similar to AMI, the way you are copying, but this is completely different from AMI. Because in AMI, your complete machine will get copied, but in a snapshot, only the volume will get copied. Okay, so then I'll be copying my snapshot to the Singapore region. Okay, I will copy it to Singapore region. And from the Singapore region, I will create a drive using this snapshot. I will not create a fresh drive over here. I will create a drive from that snapshot and I will call this as a D drive. The same drive which is there in your US region, right? The same drive with same data, everything will be available on your Singapore machine. Okay, in this way, we have to move our drives from our US region to Singapore region. Okay, So here you will be creating the snapshot. Okay. So this is what the whole procedure which we have to do. If you want to only copy the drives, only the C drive, only the D drive, or only the E drive, you have some important data which you want to move to other office location. Okay. So instead of moving the complete machine and the entire machine, we can use snapshots and we can move snapshots. This is much better, right? Okay, no need to copy the entire machine over here. Okay, so now let me create a machine over here. So today I'll be creating for Windows first. Okay, so today we'll be doing it for Windows, and then we'll be doing it for Linux also. We have time. Yes, okay, and then okay, following the same things and we'll be doing the things. Okay, now let me go back to my AWS dashboard. Okay, and on to running instances. Let me create first a Windows machine on my AWS dashboard. Okay, so let me create a Windows machine on my dashboard, guys. I will be selecting a Windows AMI. So this is my Windows AMI. I will select Windows machine and I will click on review and launch, and then launch, and let me select my key pair and I will click on launch. Okay, and this is my Windows machine. Okay, now my Windows machine is getting ready over here, guys. Once my Windows machine is ready, okay, I will attach a one more extra volume to my Windows machine over here. Okay, it is initializing now. Let us wait for yes. Now initialization got completed, guys. Let us log into our Windows machine. Okay, how to log into our Windows machine? I will click on connect. I will download my connection file and then click on get password and get your password from your downloaded file. Okay, so Mahesh is my key file. I'll click on decrypt and I'll copy the password and let me log into my Windows machine. I'll click on connection file. Okay, and let me enter my password and let me click on continue and continue. Okay, so right now I'm logging into my Windows machine. Okay, and this is the Windows machine which we have created, guys. Okay, now onto this Windows machine, let me show you in this way. Right now on my Windows machine I have a C drive, guys. Okay, the C drive size is 30 GB. I don't want to disturb C drive. Normally we will not disturb the default drives of any machine. Default drives will be running onto these machines and it will be running fine, and mostly you should not be disturbing the default drive because those are the important drives on which your operating system will be running. Okay, so now what I will do is I will attach a one more drive which is a D drive to this machine. Okay, so let me attach a D drive to my Windows machine over here. Let me go back to my AWS dashboard. How to attach? First of all, we'll go to AWS dashboard, and from the left side of our screen, we will click on volumes. Okay, and onto the volumes, let me first create a volume. Size will be 10 GB. Okay, I'll click on create volume. I will select the size as 10 GB. Okay, I'll click on create volume and I will take the size as 10 GB over here. And out of all, what is more important over here? Zone is very important because right now my machine is running in zone D. Okay, so I'll create this volume also in the same zone D. Okay, scroll down and I'll click on create. Okay, so you will see that one volume got created over here. I'll call this volume as an extra volume. Okay, now you can see that this volume which you have created, it is not attached to any machine. You have created the volume but you did not attach it to any machine. Now let me attach it to my Windows machine. How to attach? Go to actions and then click on attach volume and select your machine which you want to attach. I want to attach it to Windows machine. I will select Windows and I will click on attach. Now you will see that your volume is attaching to your Windows machine. Okay, so you can refresh and check. Right now it is attaching over here and it will attach in within a minute. Okay, and now you can see that our volume is attached to our Windows machine, guys. Okay, now let us come back to our Windows machine. And on the Windows machine, if you see, you have attached to this machine, but D drive is not visible. Okay, so on this machine, we have to first go to server manager, right? We have to go to server manager and we have to enable the D drive, right? So click on server manager. So this is our server manager. Okay, on your server manager screen, wait for a few minutes. On the left side, you will see files and storages. Okay, now if you click on files and storages over here, and if you click on disk, then you will see the 10 GB volume is also there. Okay, from server manager you can see, but not from your disk space. Okay, you have attached to your machine, but right now it will not show you because you have to format the volume, because this is a new volume, right? And to format the volume, you have to give a right click over here. First of all, bring it to online mode. Okay, and then say yes. And after bringing it to online mode, we have to do a format of this volume. How to format this volume? Give a right click again and then say it is a new volume. Okay, and once it is a new volume, and then just click on next. Okay, what is the size? 10 GB. Again click on next. Out of 10 GB, out of how much I'm getting? 9.97. Okay, again click on next. I'm calling it as a D drive. I can call it as EFGH any drive. Okay, I'm calling it as a D drive. Again I'll click on next. I'm formatting it in NTFS format. Again I'll click on next, and this is the information. Now if I click on create, okay, you will see that formatting is taking place over here and format got completed. Okay, now if you go to your drives, you will see that D drive is there. Okay, we have attached D drive to our machine successfully. Fine. Now what I will do, I will go to this D drive. Okay, inside this D drive I will create my own folders, my own files. Okay, for example, let me create folders over here. I will go and I will create a new folder with the name Flipkart, and let me create a one more folder with the name Snapdeal, and let me create two files also. Okay, I'll call this as file1 and call the next file as file. Okay, so like this you can create your own folders and files. You are storing your own data on this D drive. Okay, now what I want over here is, I want this D drive, same D drive, to be available on Singapore machine also. Right now it is on US machine. You have attached this volume to US machine and currently you are using it for US machine. I want the same volume to be available for Singapore machine also. Okay, and if you want to take this volume to Singapore machine, you have to create the snapshot of this volume. Okay, and to create the snapshot of this volume, go to the AWS dashboard. Okay, and this is your extra volume, right? You have to create the snapshot of this extra volume. Okay, how to take that? Click on actions and go to create snapshot option. Okay, so click on create snapshot and give a name to this snapshot. I can say that this is a US snapshot. Okay, and click on create a snapshot. Now what happens, this snapshot will take the entire data of your volume. Okay, and from the left side of your screen, if you see just below volumes, you have snapshots. Click on these snapshots and you will see that one 10 GB snapshot is getting created over here. See, this is my US snapshot. This is the US snapshot which I have created over here now. Okay, so right now you can see that snapshot got completed and it got created. Now what I have to do? I have to move this snapshot from US to Singapore. Okay, and to move this snapshot, click on actions over here and then go for copy option. The same way how you copy AMIs, you have to copy your snapshots in the same way. Okay, now click on copy and move your snapshot to Singapore region. Select Singapore and click on copy. Your snapshot will be copied from US region to Singapore region. How to check that? Go to Singapore region. Okay, click over here and go to your Singapore region, and on Singapore region go to EC2, and on EC2 if you go to snapshots from the left side of your screen, you have to click on snapshots and you can see that US snapshot will be getting copied over here. See, this is the same 10 GB snapshot and this is your US snapshot. This is our US snapshot and it is clearly telling you that it's a copied from US region. This snapshot is getting copied from US region. Okay, and it got copied also. See, it's completed successfully. Okay, now let me create a machine in Singapore region first. Okay, so let me go to EC2 dashboard, running instances. So this is a Linux machine. Let me create a Windows machine. I will click on launch instance and let me select a Windows machine. This is a Windows. I will select Windows and let me create a Windows machine over here. Click on review and launch. Okay, and I will click on launch over here. So right now I'm creating a machine on Singapore region. Okay, this machine which I'm creating now, this is a Windows machine in Singapore region. Now once this machine is ready, okay, whatever data I have copied to Singapore using snapshot, but using snapshot I have to create a volume of that, and then I can attach the volume to this machine. Okay, because snapshots you cannot attach to your machine, you can attach volumes only. Okay, so we have to attach volumes to our machines. So let this machine get ready over here. It is initializing right now. So we can see that our Windows machine is ready now, guys. Okay, now let me log into my Windows machine. So I will click on connect, download your connection file, click on your get password and give your password file over here, which is Singapore, and I will copy my password and let me connect to my machine. Okay, I'll click on connection file and let me enter the password and click on continue. Okay, and this is the Singapore Windows machine. Right now I'm connecting to Singapore Windows machine. Okay, this is our Singapore Windows machine, guys. Okay, so on this machine let me check how many drives are there. Okay, and if I go to my drives and if I go to this PC, you can see I have only a C drive, only default volume is there. I want to attach a D drive and I want to attach a D drive which is similar to your drive in US, not a fresh drive. I can attach a fresh drive also. In the fresh drive you will not get any folders and files. I want to attach a drive which was there in US. Okay, so I will get folders, files, everything I will get from US also. Okay, and to attach that you have copied the snapshot, right? First go to that snapshot. Okay, on Singapore region you can see that you have created a snapshot. You have copied the snapshot from US region, right? Go to that snapshot, click on actions and create a volume from that snapshot, because volumes you can attach it to your EC2 machines. Okay, now click on create a volume, size will be 10 GB and I will be creating this in zone A, because in Singapore your machine is running in zone A in Singapore. Okay, now I'll click on create volume and you will see that the volume is getting created on your Singapore region and volume size is 10 GB. This is the volume. Okay, and this is, I can say, Singapore volume. Okay, so you have created the volume from snapshot. From snapshot you have created the volume. What is the benefit? whatever files and folders are there in US volume, everything will be available onto this volume also, because this is not a fresh volume. This volume you have created it from a snapshot. Okay, so now right now you can see that this volume is not attached to any machine. Attachment information is blank and it is null. Now let me attach this volume to a machine. How to attach? Click on actions, go to attach volume and select your Windows machine. Okay, I will select my Windows machine in Singapore. I'm doing all these actions in Singapore only. Okay, now click on attach and you will see that your volume is attaching to your Windows machine. Give a refresh and you can see that it got attached successfully. Fine. And once it is attached successfully, go back to your Windows machine in Singapore. Okay, and you can see only C drive is there. How to check the remaining drives? We have to go to server manager. Okay, so go to server manager. So we have to go to server manager on this machine. Okay, it is loading now, and once it is loaded, we will see files and storages. Okay, and you can see on the left side of your screen, guys, you can see files and storages. So click on files and storages and click on disk. Okay, now on this disk, you can see that you are unable to view any D drive over here, right? You're not able to see any D drive. Okay, and the reason over here for not seeing the D drive is not formatting. You should not format the drive in Singapore region, because you have created this volume from a snapshot. This is not a fresh volume or this is not a new volume. Okay, this volume you have created it from snapshot, which means it's an older volume. It has files, folders and data, right? If you format it, what will happen? Entire data will flush out. Okay, so we should not format it onto your second machine. Formatting is only you have to do it for your first machine only. It's a one-time operation. Formatting is only the one-time operation which we have to do it on your first machine only. Now Singapore machine is your second machine, right? So we should not do a format. So what you have to do to see this over here, go to this 10 GB volume, simply bring it to online mode. Okay, so right now it is in offline mode, right? And then click on bring it to online and then say yes. You will see that it will switch to online mode, and go to your drives. And now let me go to my drives and you will see D drive is there. Okay, formatting is not required. Simply bring it to online in your second machine and go to this D drive and you will see the same folders, same files which you have created in US region. Okay, same Flipkart folder is there which I have created in US region. Same Snapdeal folder, same file 1 and file 2. Everything is available on your Singapore drive also. Whatever was there on your US drive, everything is available on your US Singapore drive also. Okay, so with this, you no need to copy the entire image. With image, entire machine will get copied. With these snapshots, only the volumes will get copied. That is the major difference, and especially when you want to move or copy the data from particular volumes, better we have to use snapshots. So using snapshots, we can create volumes and we can attach it to our machines. And you can move your data from US to Singapore or US to London. Let it be 500 GB, let it be 1000 GB also. Okay. Normally, when you copy through internet, for 100 or 1000 GB, it will take 1-2 hours. At least if you are having a very fast internet, it might take 1 or 2 hours. But over here, if you are using snapshots and moving your data from one region to another region, if you are copying 10,000 GB also, it will hardly take 2 or 3 minutes. That is the biggest advantage, because in real time you will copy huge data, and when you are copying huge data, you should do it in with less time. It should not take more time for us for copying. Okay, and this is the most secure way also, rather than copying something from internet and your entire volume is being getting captured and moving it to the next region. Okay, so we'll be doing the same thing in real time, and in real time you will be doing the same operation, guys, because in real time we'll be moving our data frequently. Okay, very frequently you will be moving your data from US to Singapore or Singapore to Australia or Australia to London. So this is again one of the regular operation of a DevOps engineer, where you have to take the snapshots and move the snapshots, and from the snapshots again you will be creating the volumes, and again you will be taking the files. So again this is one of a regular operation which you will do. Definitely AMIs is also there. AMIs also you will take it regularly, because you have to take the fresh AMIs weekly basis. You will be taking the AMIs. This is not that regular. Taking a snapshots is not a weekly operation or a monthly operation. Depending upon need, you will be doing it. If you want US data in Singapore, then you will be doing it. If you want Singapore data in some other region, then you will be doing it. Okay, so in that way, fine. So you guys also, what you have to do, okay, perform the same operation, guys. If I go back to diagram, you can see, first create a machine in US region. Okay, attach a D drive to that. Okay, and then create some files and folders on the D drive. Then create a snapshot of the D drive. Okay, and then copy that snapshot to a Singapore region. Not only to Singapore, any region you can copy. Don't think that I'm copying it to Singapore, so you have to also copy to Singapore only. You can copy to any region. Snapshots will work for any region. Fine. So copy this to a different region, and in that different region you create a volume from that snapshot. Okay, you have to create the volume from snapshot. You have to create the volume, not a fresh volume. Fine. So create a volume from that snapshot and attach that volume to a Singapore machine. Okay, and don't do a format from server manager, because from on second machine you will not be doing a format. Okay, and then if you go and check the files and folders on those machine, you'll be seeing all that files which were there on your US machine. Okay, right. Okay, so perform this operation. It's very interesting also, okay, for you guys to do, and you will be having a lots of hands-on, because you are creating EC2s, you are creating volumes, and you are creating snapshots. All three things are getting involved. Okay, so you will be having a much better understanding, and you will be doing it with a very good hands-on. Okay, so fine, guys. Okay, so you will be completing this task for today, and okay, so that would be good for today, right? Okay, so I'll be saving the share. Okay, yes. So as I told earlier, the difference between AMIs and volume is, with AMI, complete machine is getting copied, complete, with the softwares, with the files, with the data, everything A to Z in AMIs. But with snapshots, only that particular drive is only getting, only one drive. And especially you will not be getting any installed softwares with snapshots, only drive. And whatever data is in that drive, only that drive data only you will get in snapshot. Okay, not the entire machine. Snapshot is limited to only drive. Okay, fine, guys, and I'll be saving the recording also, and do try to create your, okay. So today we will be talking about elastic IPs. Okay, let me add it to the font. Okay, so today we are going to talk about elastic IPs, guys. Elastic IPs are very important for us. Okay, and elastic IPs will help you a lot. Okay, so now let me show you something, guys. Okay, practically, and let me take you back to our machines over here. Okay, and this is elastic IP, and this is our machine over here. Okay, right. Now if I go back to the dashboard, okay, so there are few machines running over here. Let me select my Linux machine. I'll remove these two machines which are additionally running over here. Yes, now you can see that Linux machine is running over here, guys. Okay, and if you check, there are few things given to your machine. For every machine which is created on AWS, you will have two IPs for that. One is public IP and the other is private IP. What is public and private, we will discuss in detail in our networking class. Okay, in the networking session. Today I want to discuss about elastic IP. So you can see over here we are able to see elastic IPs. Now let me tell you one thing regarding elastic IP. So right now your machine is running on public IP, right? What is the public IP? 54.90.172.42. Or just to remember this one, what I will do is I will copy this IP address and let me give this IP address over here. Okay, so that we'll remember the IP address. Let me give the IP address over here. Okay, so it's 172.42 and this is our Linux machine. I will write it as our Linux machine. Okay, and this is my Linux. Sorry. And our IP is 172.40. Okay, now if I go back, okay, and if I show you one thing now, I will go to actions, I will go to instance state, and I will stop the machine, guys. On a running machine, what I will do, I will stop my machine. And if I click on stop and I will say yes to stop, okay, and if you refresh what is happening, machine is stopping now. Okay, and if you go to instances, you will see that your Linux machine is stopping. Okay, so let it get stopped over here. Okay, and if you observe one thing, do you see any public IP to this machine? It is gone, right? Private IP is still there. Private IP will not go anywhere. If you stop your machine, the public IP which is there onto your machine, that public IP will go away. Okay, I think you have seen this mechanism or not. Whatever running machines are there, if you stop that running machine, public IP will be gone from this machine. You can check this one. Okay, so now what I will do now again is I will start my Linux machine. Right now it is stopped, right? Okay, right now it is stopped, and I will click on actions, instance state, and I will click on start over here. Okay, and whatever machine which you have stopped, right, I have restarted that machine. Okay, I have again started my Linux machine, and right now it is in pending state. Let it get started over here. It is initializing now, so let initialization get complete. Okay, yes guys, now we can see that my machine is ready over here. Okay, and now if you observe one more thing, guys, if you see the public IP address of this machine, let me copy the public IP address of this machine. I will go back to my diagram, and if I give the public IP address over here, so previously you were running with 172.42, and now if you check the IP address of your machine, it is 22.240. IP address got changed, right? Okay, so what happens with public IP address is, okay, whenever you stop and start your machine, public IP address will change. If you stop your machine, public IP address will go. And again, when you start your machine, it will change the public IP address. So this could be one of the problem for your application actually. Okay, this is one of the disadvantages you can say. This is a drawback. Okay, now how to overcome this drawback? Okay, how to remove this drawback over here? So to remove and to overcome this drawback, what you can do over here is you have to go for elastic IPs. Okay, so because your IP address, public IP address is always changing, so if you want to avoid this, okay, if you want to overcome from this drawback, we have to go for elastic IPs. Okay, so let me go to elastic IPs from over here. If you see on the left side of your screen, you will find elastic IP. Okay, so if you click on elastic IP, you will see right now you don't have any elastic IPs. Okay, now I will click on allocate elastic IP. Okay, and for US region I want an elastic IP. Scroll down and then say allocate elastic IP. One IP address will be allocated to you. Okay, so you can call this elastic IP as my IP. You can give any name. I'm giving it as my IP address. And now what you have to do is you have to assign this IP address to your EC2 machine. We have to assign this IP to an address to our Linux machine. Okay, how to attach it? Go to actions and say associate IP address. Okay, go to actions and say associate IP address. So I'll click on associate. Okay, and I will select my Linux machine over here. This is my Linux machine. I will select this and I will click on associate. Now you will see that you are attaching your IP address to your Linux machine. And now if you want to check it, click on EC2 dashboard, go to running instances, select your Linux machine, and you will see public IP address and elastic IP is same now. See, you have taken one elastic IP and you have attached it to your running Linux machine. IP address got changed now. You have changed the IP address, and now it is not using public IP, it is using elastic IP. Okay, so elastic IP and public IP will be same. Now let us see the advantage of this. Okay, if I go to actions and if I stop this machine, let us see the IP address is changing or not. Okay, so if I click on stop and if I stop this machine, okay, my machine is stopping now. And your machine is stopped. Now go to instances and this is your Linux machine. The Linux machine is stopped now. Even though it is stopped, you will see elastic IP is still there. Okay, if it is a public IP, it would have got removed from your machine. Because it's an elastic IP, if you stop your machine, it is still there with your machine. Okay, it will not go anywhere. I will go to actions and if I start this machine now, okay, let us see that IP will change or not. Okay, I've stopped my machine, IP did not change. Now I'm starting my machine again. Okay, now we can see that our machine is initializing. So let it get initialized. Okay, now my machine is initializing over here. Okay, so let us wait for initialization to get complete. Okay, so till initialization is complete, okay, we have to wait. Okay, that IP address is changing or not. We have to wait for initialization to complete over here. And you can see initialization got completed, guys. And even initialization got completed, you will see that elastic IP is still the same, right? You have stopped your machine, elastic IP didn't got changed. You have started your machine again, the elastic IP is not changed. It is the same IP address for your public machine. So the advantage which you will get over here is if you stop and start your machine also, your IP address will not change. Okay, and now let me tell you one more benefit of elastic IP. Okay, this is your Linux machine and it is running with elastic IP, for example. Okay, let me just increase the font. So this is your Linux machine and it is running with elastic IP. Okay, so if you stop and start your machine also, IP address will not change. Okay, very good. Now on this Linux machine, for example, there is some issue on this Linux machine. Okay, you are working on some issue and due to some unavoidable instances or circumstances, you have to stop this machine. There may be a possibility that you have to stop this machine. But if you stop this machine, will your client will agree to stop this machine? No, right? Your client will tell you to run this machine 24/7. And the issue which you are having for this machine, you have to stop. Then what is the resolution for this? Okay, how we can come out of the solution from this? Again, elastic IP will help you. How I will tell you. For example, this is Linux machine 1, which you have to stop unwantedly or okay, unexpectedly. So what you will do over here is you will have one more Linux machine. Okay, so this will be a one more Linux machine. And the benefit of elastic IP is you can pass the same IP to your second machine. Okay, you can pass your IP address to your second machine actually. Okay, and okay, second machine will get the elastic IP of your first machine. Okay, second machine will get the elastic IP of your first machine. If you stop the first machine also, no issue, because IP address has shifted to second machine So client will think that machine is still running. So whatever second machine is running healthy, second machine is running fine, no issues in second machine. So if you want to repair or if you want to work on any issue on first machine, transfer that IP address to second machine. So IP address will not change. Issue, you can work on that issue, and client will also think that machine is still running. Okay, this is a one more very big advantage actually, where you can shift your IP addresses to different machines. Okay, and IP address will be same over here. Okay, so now let me do this thing practically. So let me check how many. Okay, I have one more Linux machine over here. I will call this machine as Linux 2. So right now my IP address is associated with Linux 1. Okay, over here if you see, two machines are running. Linux 1 is running with elastic IP address, and Linux 2 is running with normal IP. Okay, so what I will do now over here is I will transfer the IP address of Linux 1 to Linux 2. The same IP address, the same elastic IP, I will attach it to Linux 2. So simply what you have to do over here is go to elastic IPs, okay, and select your elastic IP, and then click on disassociate it from first machine. Okay, you have to first remove it from first machine, and then click on actions, associate, and then attach it to Linux machine 2. Previously it was attached to Linux machine 1. Now you have to attach it to Linux machine 2. Same IP address will be attached to Linux machine. Okay, so if you go to EC2 dashboard and running instances, now you will see Linux machine 2 is having that IP address. Machines got changed, completely machine got changed, but did IP address got changed? No. Okay, the same thing if you want to do for physical machines, it is very difficult. Because it is cloud servers, you are easily switching your IP addresses from one server to another server. And again, if you want to test it on your Linux machine too, that even though if you stop and start, the machine IP is changing or not, let us check this thing. I will stop this machine now. Okay, so you can check that on Linux machine 2 also. If you stop your machine right now, it is stopping, right? Let us check that still IP is changing or not. Okay, because this is very important for us. Okay, so there are these many advantages with elastic IP, guys. Whatever IP address you give to your client, that will be an elastic IP. So elastic IP will not change. Okay, and you can switch it to different machines. If machine 1, if it is having some problems, shift it to machine 2. So client will think that machine is still running because IP address is not changed, right? If IP address is changed, then he will think that machine got changed. IP address is still same. Okay, but we know that machine is different. Okay, and you can see over here that I have stopped my Linux machine 2. Okay, it is in stop states. You can see still IP address is same. For machine 2, it is still in elastic IP. Now let me start it again and let me wait for it to initialize. Okay, so after initialization completes, let us check that the IP will change or not. Okay, so let us wait and check. Okay, after initialization, that the IP address for Linux machine 2 is changing or not. Okay, you can check. Okay, so initialization is going on. Still initialization is going on for Linux machine 2. Okay, initialization is going on. Let us wait for a couple of minutes again. Okay, and you can see initialization got completed. Both the checks are done, and for Linux machine 2 also, guys, if you see, IP address is still the same. The elastic IP address did not got changed. So elastic IPs will help you for not getting changed with the IPs. Okay, and you can shift your IPs from one machine to another machine also. Without knowing to your client, you will be shifting your elastic IPs from one machine to a different machine. But one more thing to add over here, elastic IPs are a bit costly, guys. If you take elastic IP, so separately additional cost will be there from AWS. Okay, so public IP address, it will not give you separate cost, but elastic IPs will add a separate cost to your billing. Okay, now, so till now whatever machines we have created, you have created it from EC2 only, right? I will show you one more service from where you can create machines quite similar to your EC2 one. So the other service which you have over here is light sale, guys. Light sale is the one more service from where you will be creating your machines. Okay, and you can see that this is a dashboard for creating machines on light sale, guys. Okay, it will be quite similar to your EC2 only, but what AWS has did over here is backend logic is still the same. There is no change in the backend logic. If the backend, it is still creating an EC2 machine only. Okay, but the user interface, the dashboard which you see, they have given it in a very colorful format. Okay, so user interface and user appearance has changed completely, and now you can see that it is a light sail dashboard. And to create an instance over here, to create a machine over here, you have to click on create instance. Okay, you can select in whichever region you want to create, and over here you can select that do you want Linux machine or Windows machine. So in this way you have to select over here. In EC2, how will you select? You will select through AMIs. You will select images. If you want a Linux machine, you will select a Linux image. If you want a Windows machine, you will select a Windows image. Over here, this is how the platform it shows. Okay, if you select Windows, Windows will get created. If you select Linux, Linux will get created. And for Linux, it is giving you 28 blueprints. Okay, very good. Now, along with operating system, if you want additional softwares, you can select over here. So along with Linux, you will get WordPress, LAMP, Node.js, okay, GitLab, Nginx, Ghost. So these are additional softwares which you will get with your Linux machine. So you can select whatever additional software which you need for your Linux machine. Okay, or if you don't want additional softwares, you only want operating system, select OS only. Okay, and in OS only option, all these are flavors of your Linux machines. You can see Amazon Linux, Ubuntu, Debian, CentOS, OpenSUSE. All these are Linux flavors. Okay, lot of similarities will be there in between your Linux and Ubuntu, Debian and CentOS. Few commands will be different, but most of the things will be very much similar to your Linux machine. Okay, now, okay, so after checking this thing, so you can see that I will select OS only and I will be going for Amazon Linux. Okay, so if you scroll down and if you see that it is giving you different costings also. So from EC2 dashboard, you will not see these costings over there, right? You will simply do the 7 steps and you will create your EC2 machine. Over here, it will allow you to see the costings also. So for 512 MB of RAM and 1 vCPU and 20 GB hard disk, it is charging you $3.5. This is a monthly cost. Okay, this is a monthly cost. For $5, you will get 1 GB RAM, 1 vCPU and 40 GB as hard disk size. Okay, so you have different pricings. So as you increase the price, you will be getting the more configuration. Okay, if you need more configuration, we have to pay more price and costing over here, right? And now, so this is with respect to costing. If you want to select machines with respect to memory, select memory over here. And with respect to memory, okay, and with respect to memory, it will give you the costings over here, guys. See, 32 GB. Okay, for 32 GB, how much it is costing me, guys? It is charging me $160. This is the monthly cost, and 32 GB will be the RAM size. 32 GB is the RAM size. For 16 GB is also there, 8 GB, 4 GB. So with respect to your RAM size, okay, with respect to RAM size also you can select, and with respect to CPUs also you can select, with respect to storage, which is nothing but hard disk. Okay, this is the hard disk sizes. You will have different hard disk sizes given to you over here. Okay, 640, 320, 160, all these are hard disk sizes. So for 80 GB you are getting $20 monthly. Okay, and you can select your machines with respect to transfer charge. That is nothing but your networking capacities. Okay, so let me select with respect to pricing. Okay, I want a machine with 512 MB. I will select this machine. So scroll down. Okay, I'm creating an Amazon Linux machine, and if I click on create instance, creation over here is again very simple. You no need to do that 7 steps. Okay, if you select your operating system and if you select your pricing, okay, so these fields, if you select now, if you click on create instance, you will see machine will get created over here. See, this is your Linux machine. Over here appearance is completely different, right? Okay, the visualization is different over here. Okay, even the backend is same. Backend it is creating EC2 machine only, but user interface, the graphics which you see, the user interface is completely changed from AWS. Okay, and one more thing to know, your light cell machines are much cheaper than your EC2 machine. Okay, so especially when you need a machine for temporary basis, or if you want to create a machine for 1 month, or for 10 to 15 days, if you want to create your machine just for testing or some might be for other purpose, you can go for light cell. Okay, and once this machine is ready, I will show you guys how to log into this machine also. Okay, so let it get ready. Right now it is in pending state. Okay, so it is initializing now. Okay, it is in pending state. It will start within 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, now this machine is initialized, guys. This machine is ready now. You can see that it is showing as running over here. So there is a box icon and there is an Amazon symbol also on this machine. Okay, so now to log into this machine, if you click on dots over here, you will see connect, manage, stop, reboot, and delete option. So the same options are given to you on EC2 also, right? Normally, so you can stop your machine and you can start your machines. So to connect to this machine, I'll simply click on this console symbol and you will see that you are connecting to your EC2 machine. Comments? 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 Oh. This is Amazon Linux. Okay, and once you connect to this machine, commands are same. Yeah. Okay, so it is connecting now to our machine. Commands, df space -x, all that commands, sudo command. Ah, okay, messages if you want to add, first you have to install HTTP. Okay. You want to copy the IP address over here, it is 3.11. Okay, so it is connecting now. I will say connect using SSH. It got connected, right? For me, it is taking time because my network is slow, I think. Okay, so it is still connecting, might be because of my slow network, it is taking some time. But once you create your light cell machine, guys, if you just click on connect, it will easily connect. It will open the Linux window to you and you can give all your Linux commands, guys, that normally we give, right? Sudo command, df command, sh command. So you can enter all those commands. Okay, so it is as similar as to your EC2 machine, but this is from a different dashboard. Okay, this is from a light cell window. Okay, and now after creating your light cell machines, okay, and after running it, don't forget to terminate your light cell machines. Okay, so click on this window and then say delete your light cell machines after using it. Okay, so if you run it over here and if you come out of this window, that machine will be keep on running in your light cell dashboard. Okay, so we have to delete and remove that machine from light cell. Okay, so after creating, again remove it. Creation is very easy, not even 7 steps are involved. Okay, so this is a one more window where you can create your light cell machines. Okay, so use Okay, use your elastic IP addresses and try to change the elastic IP from one machine to another machine, assign it to machine 1 and then assign it to machine 2. Okay, so do that thing and create light cell machines also. Okay, and tomorrow we'll be creating load balancers, guys. Okay, and tomorrow I'll be creating load balancer. So further to web server, we have to create load balancer, right? So we'll be creating load balancers in tomorrow's session. Okay, so try to accomplish both these things, elastic IPs and light sail. Okay, and tomorrow we'll be connecting with load balancer over here, guys. Fine. So I'll be saving the share for the day. Okay, and let me just save the recording and try to practice with elastic. Okay, so in today's session, guys, okay, I'll be creating one Linux machine. Okay, and from today's sessions we'll be following the everything which will be doing into our real time, okay, project form. Okay, so we'll be having all the real time scenarios, okay, and real time, okay, project scenarios from over here, right? Okay, so the first thing I will be doing over here is I'll be creating my Linux machine. Okay, so I guess, okay, we have installed HTTP previously, but okay, I want to install HTTP. We'll be going within a complete, okay, step by step format, and we'll be going further, okay, till the, okay, the whole web server creation is done, right? So now I will be creating a Linux machine, guys, and on this Linux machine we will be installing our, okay, web server package, which you can also call it as, I would say, install HTTP. Okay, so HTTP is called as our web server package, right? And to our web server package, what I will do over here is I will give a message inside my Linux machine. We will give a message inside our Linux machine, and we have to see the same message from our Linux machine. Okay, so how will you see the message from out of your Linux machine? By entering the IP address of your Linux machine. Okay, we will be entering the IP address of our Linux machine, and this IP address you will be giving it down to your Chrome browser, right? So we have to enter this IP address onto our Chrome browser, and we'll be seeing the message out of from our Linux machine. Okay, so this will be the flow that which we have to do. So we are having a lot of steps and components which we have to add to our Linux machine. So we will be installing the package and we will be giving a message out of from our Linux machine. Right, very good. So let me go back to my AWS dashboard. Okay, and let me create a Linux machine over here on my dashboard. So yes, so let me remove my older machines which are there, and let me create a fresh machine over here, guys. Okay, so for creating a fresh machine, I will click on launch instance. And for a Linux machine, guys, as you know, for Windows you will be selecting Windows over here, right? If you scroll down, you will find Windows over here. And today we'll be creating a Linux server. So if you see the first image which you see is the Linux image. Why Linux image is always on top? Because it is the most used image, guys. Okay, Linux images are most used images in real time. You will find Linux images to be mostly used, so that is the reason it is always on top. So I will be selecting Linux over here as a step number 1. Okay, and then I will be selecting my RAM size. So I'll be going with 1 GB for my RAM size. I have selected 1 GB over here, which will be my machine RAM size. I will click on next, and let me go to step number 3, where I need one machine. I require one machine over here, and I'll click on next. At the storage, I will select 8 GB. That will be the starting storage for my Linux machine. Now I will click on review and launch, and let me select my key pair over here, and it is loading now. And for my key pair, I've selected as Mahesh as my key pair, and now let me click on launch, and you will see that my Linux machine is launching over here. Okay, so this will be our Linux machine which is launching over here, or Linux machine. And now let me click on save. Okay, so once this Linux machine is ready and once this Linux machine is up and running, I will log into this Linux machine. Okay, so let it get ready over here. Currently it is in pending state. Yes guys, so Linux machine is ready over here. Now let me give a name to my Linux machine as Linux over here. I'll be calling this machine as my Linux machine. Now you can see that the Linux machine got initialized and my Linux machine is ready. Now let us log into our Linux machine, guys. And to log into a Linux machine, as you guys know that it is very easy for logging to our Linux machine. You have to just select your Linux machine, click on connect, scroll down. Again, if we click on connect, we will log into our Linux machine, right? And you can see that we have logged into our Linux machine successfully. And once you have logged into your Linux machine, we will be performing the commands to convert our Linux machine to a web server, guys. Okay, so I'll be showing you the list of commands over here, which I'll be giving one by one. And performing these commands, we will be making our Linux machine to a web server by installing HTTP on this web server. Okay, on this Linux machine. So let me write each command over here one by one. Okay, so from command number 1 I will write over here. So the first command which will be giving whenever you enter your Linux machine, guys. Okay, this will be the common command which we enter over here, and the command is sudo space su space hyphen. Okay, which means I am switching my user to root user. Okay, so root user is like an administrator. He's like an admin user for your Linux machine, right? So we will be switching to root user using our sudo command. So let me give the same command on my Linux machine. I will go back and I will give sudo space su space hyphen, which means sudo space su stands for switch user and hyphen is where it will switch to root user. Why we are switching to root user? Okay, we are switching to root user because root user is like an administrator for Linux machine, guys. He will have all the permissions on your Linux machine. Okay, so if I give enter over here now, you will see the difference over here is previously you were on ec2-user and now you can see that you are as working as root user. Okay, so root user is like an administrator on your Linux machine. Okay, he can perform any of the actions and he can perform any of the functions on your Linux machine. Okay, so once you switch to root user, let me go back and let me write the next command over here. So after switching to root user, we have created this machine for installing softwares and packages, right? So let us install our HTTP package on our Linux machine. And to install the package, let me give a command over here, and the command is, okay, command number 2. And the next command which we are going to install our HTTP with yum install command, guys. So yum install is the command to install any package. So normally what I'm installing today, I'm installing HTTP, right? You will write HTTPD, and if you want to install MySQL, you will say yum install MySQL, guys. So MySQL will get installed. Or else if you want to install Java, you will write Java over here. If you want to install Python, we will write Python over here. But if you observe one thing over here, yum install is always constant over here. Yum install is not changing. Whatever package and software which you want to install, that package name is changing, but yum install is not changing over here. Yum install is always constant. So yum install is the command to install your package. Okay, so whatever package you want to install, use yum install command and give your package name. Because I'm installing HTTP today, I will write HTTPD and I will give -y, which means yes to all, which means please proceed. Okay, proceed with installation. Okay, now going back to my Linux machine, let me give my installing command, that is yum space install space httpd, which is my httpd package, and I will give -y, which means yes to all, which means please proceed with installation. And if I give Java over there, it will install Java. If I give Python over there, it will install Python. So whatever package name you will give over there, it will install that particular package for you, right? Now if I give enter over here, you will see HTTP installation got started and HTTP is installed now. Okay, so on your Linux machine you have installed HTTP. Very good. Now going back, and let us proceed with our next command. And generally what happens with the Linux machine is, okay, I think you guys are very well aware of your Windows machine behavior. Let me first tell you that. So normally what happens with the Windows machine, guys, is whenever you install any package or software on Windows machine, for example, if you have installed PDF reader or MS Office or VLC player or any package which you have installed, right away you can use that package. Windows will not restrict you for using that package, right? After installing PDF reader, you can use PDF reader. After installing MS Office, you can use MS Office, right? But in Linux machine, what happens whenever you install any software, because Linux is very secure, right? So after installing that package will be in inactive mode. Right away we cannot use the package on our Linux machine. Okay, so Linux machine, what happens, Linux machines, it keeps your package in inactive mode, guys. So what we have to do is we have to change that package to active mode. So normally by default it will go to inactive mode. That is the Linux machine behavior. Normally it will work in that way only. So what we have to do, we have to change it to active mode. So how to change it to active mode? Before changing, first of all I want to show you guys that right now it is in active mode or inactive mode. So how to check that? For checking that, you have to give systemctl command, means system control status HTTPD. Okay, if you check the status of your HTTPD, check the status of your package, check the status of your software, it is enabled mode or it is disabled mode. So if I go back to my Linux machine and to check the status of my package, I will give systemctl, which stands for system control, and if I check status HTTPD, it will show me the status of my HTTP package, that right now it is active or inactive. And if I give enter over here, you will see that your package is in inactive mode. So this is a normal behavior only, guys. Linux machine will behave like this only. Whenever you install any software or package, it will keep it in inactive mode. At the beginning it will keep it in inactive mode only for secure reasons, right? Now going back, so what we have to do is we have to enable the package. It is in inactive mode, we have to change it to active mode. So how to change it to active mode? Go back and give your next command, which is command number 4. Okay, and as a command number 4, you have to again use your system control, which is systemctl, and now you have to say start HTTPD. Okay, which means it is not running, it is not in started mode, right? So we have to say please start HTTPD, so that HTTP will get started. So let me go back to my Linux machine and enter the command to start HTTP package. And how to start? You have to say systemctl start HTTPD. Okay, so if I give enter over here now, you will see that HTTP package is started, and after starting your package we have to enable our package also. Okay, and how to enable your package? Again, go back to my command list and let me write the next command over here, which is to start my package. And to enable your package, the next command which we have to give over here is systemctl enable HTTPD. I will enable my HTTP package. So after starting your package, we have to enable our package also. And to enable your package, again go back to your Linux machine and enter systemctl enable HTTPD. Okay, so we have to give start HTTPD and then we have to give enable HTTPD for starting our package and for enabling our package. Now if I give enter over here, you will see that you have started your package and you have enabled your package. Both the things are done. Now what I will do in the next case, before proceeding further, I want to show you guys that your package is active or inactive. How to check that? You will give systemctl status HTTPD, right? By giving this command, we came to know that it was inactive. Now let me give this command and let me check that it is running in active mode or inactive mode. So for this, now I have given status command. Now if I give enter over here, you will see that your package is active and it is in running state. Okay, your package is active now and your package is in running state, right? Very good. Okay, so which means HTTP installation is completed now, guys. Okay, with all these steps, your installation got completed over here. So we have to perform all these steps for completing our installation. Okay, and for completing our installation, we have done all these things. Okay, right. Now, after enabling your HTTP package and after starting and after making it active and running, okay, so the next thing what we have to do on our Linux machine is we have to give a message inside our Linux machine. Okay, we have to write a message on our Linux machine. So writing a message on our Linux machine is very, very important for us. Okay, so the same message which we will be seeing outside of our Linux machine. Okay, and whatever IP address of your Linux machine is, by entering the same IP address either in your mobile phones or either in your laptop browser. So for anywhere, from anywhere you give this IP address, either from US, UK, you can create these machines and you can give this IP address to your friends who are in US or UK. They will be seeing the same message which is there inside your Linux machine. You can display them the same message which is there inside your Linux machine, right? And how to write your message over here on your Linux machine? To write the message, the next command which we'll be entering over here is the vim command, guys. Okay, so let me write my complete command over here, and the complete command is vim space slash var slash ww slash html and then slash index.html is the command, okay, to write your message over here, guys. Okay, so to write your message on your Linux machine, we'll be using index.html. So inside this index.html, you will be writing your message. Okay, now let me go back to my Linux machine and let me write, okay, my command on my Linux machine. So let me just expand the screen for you guys. Okay, and let me increase the font also over here. 1 second. So you will be clearly able to see it in a bigger font. Okay, it should be clear for all of you guys, right? So let me increase the font in this way. So I hope this is visible to you now, guys. Yes. Okay, so what is the command to write a message on our Linux machine? The command is vim space slash var slash ww slash html, and index.html is the path file where you have to write our message, right? So I will give enter now and I will go inside this file, and once you go inside this file, we have to write our message. And to write our message on this file, you can give any message over here, guys. So let me give a message over here as hello to all from AWS class, and today is Friday. Okay, so this message you can write over here, or else whatever message you want to write, you can write over here, guys. You can give any message inside your Linux machine. You can write any message which you want to display, okay, to the outside world. Now, after writing my message, I will save my file by giving escape shift colon WQ. Okay, so we have to write WQ, where WQ stands for write and quit. Okay, so writing WQ is very, very important. So you have to write WQ, which means write and quit. And now I will give enter over here and I will come back to my Linux machine. And you can see I have came back to my Linux machine. Okay, so to write your message, okay, you have to go to your index.html file, and after going to index.html file, many people, okay, they might not be able to save this file. So for them, I'm writing this thing. You have to press escape over here, guys. Okay, so take these instructions, it will be helpful for you. To save your file, you have to press escape button on your keyboard. ESC button will be there, escape button. So press escape button to save your file, and then you have to press shift, okay, plus colon will be there. Beside L, colon button will be there, guys. Colon button. Okay. So if you press shift button, colon will press over here, and then you have to type WQ. After typing WQ, if you enter, the file will get saved on your Linux machine. Okay, it's a simple instruction. When we go ahead, we will create so many files, so you have to follow the same method. Okay, after writing your message, you press escape button. Okay, escape, then press shift colon WQ. Okay, this is the same thing which you have to do for saving your file. Okay, same instruction, guys. Very good. So now let us go to the one last command over here, and totally we'll be having the 7 commands. Okay, because we are at initial stages, we are going with the 7 commands, and the command number 7. Okay, what I want you guys to do over here is, okay, go for a restart of your HTTP, guys, because you did all these changes and you did all these modifications, right? And after doing all these changes and modifications, the one last thing which you have to do over here is you have to restart your HTTP package. Okay, and to restart your HTTP package, you have to say systemctl restart HTTP. Okay, so if you give systemctl restart HTTP, our HTTP package will be restarted over here. And these are all the set of commands which you have to perform to change your normal Linux machine to a web server. Okay, so to change your normal Linux machine to web server, these are all the commands which we have to perform. So it will convert your Linux machine to a web server. Okay, and in real time also you have to perform the same command, guys. If your manager tells you to install HTTPD, or if your manager tells you to create a web server, these are the same commands which you have to perform in exactly the same way. No change, the same command, guys. Okay, that is the reason I'm installing HTTPD, because in real time your manager will tell you to install HTTPD. Okay, so HTTPD is a very important package and it's a very important software. So most of the times in real time you will install HTTP, okay, couple of times a lot. Okay, so we are also installing HTTP over here. Fine. So let me give the last command on my Linux machine, and the next command which we are entering over here is systemctl restart HTTPD. Okay, so this will be the last command for restarting our HTTP package on our Linux machine. And after giving my restart, and if I give enter over here, you will see that HTTP got restarted, HTTPD got refreshed. Okay, and once HTTPD got refreshed over here, the next thing which I will do over here is, okay, as I told you guys, that I have to take the IP address of my Linux machine and I have to enter this IP address on my Chrome browser. Even you guys can also enter it in your mobile phones browsers, and you guys can also check the same message which I have given over here, right? So let me copy the IP address of my Linux machine. If I go back to my AWS dashboard, this is the IP address of my Linux machine. I will copy the IP address of my Linux machine, and if I give the IP address in the browser and if I give enter, right now you can see that I am able to see the message which I have given inside my Linux machine. So it's like whatever message which I have given inside my Linux machine, you guys can see that I am able to see the same message from my Linux machine, right? So if I give this message IP address to you guys also, you guys can also check the same thing from your mobile phones, where you guys can also check the message from your devices. Okay, so in this way, this is the IP address of my device. And you can enter this IP address and you can check that you are able to get the message or not, guys. So in the same way you should get the message. You might be entering this message from anywhere around the world, you should be getting this message, okay, over here, right? Now, so after checking the message and after seeing the message over here, okay, let me show you one more thing. So if I go to flipkart.com, guys, okay, it is opening over here, right? So similarly I will go to hdfc.com and it is loading my page, right? So the only difference between this page which you are seeing the message and the difference between Flipkart and HDFC and this page, the only difference over here is in this page you are seeing the message, and in this page you are seeing the images. Rest all the technique and rest all the method on which your Flipkart is working, and all the method on which your HDFC working, or your Twitter is working, Flipkart, Facebook, YouTube, if I take the list will go on, all of them are running on your Linux machine. So your Flipkart is also running on Linux machine only. Your YouTube is also running on Linux machine only. And your Facebook, Twitter, HDFC, ICICI, all of them are working on Linux machine only. And they have also installed HTTPD. We have also installed HTTPD, and we are also getting the message. They are also getting the message. But the difference is we are getting the message from IP address of our machine, right? And Flipkart is getting the message by typing Flipkart as a text word over there, right? But you will be amazed to know that machine will not understand the name as Flipkart, right? Machine will understand it as an IP address only. So what Flipkart is doing is Flipkart is hiding the IP address, but whenever you type Flipkart, it goes to an IP address only. Okay, it goes and it hits to a server of an IP address only. So right now if you see, I'm getting the message from an IP address directly, and Flipkart is also getting the message, these images from IP address only, but they are hiding the IP address. The only thing what they are doing is they are hiding the IP address. So in the next, anyhow, in the next session, what I will do, I will also hide my IP address. I will not display my IP address over here. I will get the same message, but I will hide my IP address. I will not display my IP address. When Flipkart is not displaying its IP address, I will also not display my IP address to anyone. Okay, so I will also keep my IP address secure in that way. So remaining all other things, if you see, all your Flipkart, HDFC, Twitter, they are working on Linux. My site is also working on Linux. They also give the message inside this index.html only. So I am adding a text message. They might add the images, videos. If you also want images and videos, you can add the images over here inside index.html file also. So you will also see the same images which you see from your Flipkart. Okay, working mechanism is same for all these things. So that is the reason why we are installing HTTP over here, is because your HTTPD will convert your normal web Linux machine to a web server. So your Linux machine will not be a normal Linux machine. It will convert itself to a web server with an HTTP installation, right? So that is what all your real-time websites are doing. So the same thing we are following over here, right? It's the same technique and the same method which we are following over here. And one more thing, what they will do over here is in real time, they will go with elastic IP, guys. They will go ahead with elastic IP. So that is why we have discussed elastic IPs yesterday, right? Now let me implement this in a much more practical way. I will assign an elastic IP to my web server. So from whichever machine I'm getting the message, right? Right now I'm getting the message from my machine's public IP address. This is my machine's public IP. So rather than getting the message from public IP, if I use elastic IP address over here, I will attach an elastic IP to this Linux machine, so that if I stop and start my machine also, my IP address will not change. Okay, because what happens in real time is, guys, Flipkart is working, right? And behind the scenes, what this Flipkart will do, Flipkart will go to an IP address. So every time if I change my IP address, Flipkart will get confused. Okay, the name which is over here, it will go and it will hit an IP address. So I should make sure that IP address should not get changed. So if IP address get changed, this page will not load over here. Okay, because machine works on IP address only. The name over here is just for customers, for us to remember. It is an easy name for us to remember, right? So that is why we are entering the name over here. Behind the scenes, it goes and it hits an IP address only. And we have to make sure that the IP address has to be stationary. IP address has to be static. It should not change. If it changes, the page will not load over here. Again, we have to change throughout the settings. We have to change the IP address. So what is the best thing to do? You have to go for an elastic IP. And what is the advantage of elastic IP? If you start your machine, if you stop your machine, or if you perform some other actions also, your IP address will not change. Okay, right? So what I will do now is I will assign an elastic IP address to my Linux machine, and from the elastic IP address I will get this message. Because you see the Flipkart, HDFC, they are following the same thing. They are using the elastic IP. So I will also use the elastic IP over here. So whatever things and best practice methods which are followed in real time, I am following the same things over here also. Okay. And now let me go back to my AWS dashboard, and I will get an elastic IP for my Linux machine. Okay. So let me go back to my running instances. So this is my Linux machine. Okay, and what I will do over here is, let me go to elastic IPs from the left side of my screen. Okay, so we have an elastic IP with us. An elastic IP address is 107.20.156.38. Right now I'm getting the message from my public IP address, and public IP address is different from elastic IP, right? It is public IP is 13.60 and elastic IP address is 156.38, right? And now what I will do is I will assign this IP address to my Linux machine. Okay, and to assign this IP address to your Linux machine, I will go to actions, I will click on associate, and I will associate my elastic IP address to my Linux machine. So this is my Linux machine. On a running machine you can associate and you can dissociate, guys. So that is the one more advantage which you will get with your elastic IP. You no need to stop the machine. Okay, so if I click on associate over here, you will see that this elastic IP will be assigned to my Linux machine. And if I go to running instances now, and if I click on Linux machine, you will see that elastic IP is being assigned to my Linux machine. So this is my Linux machine, and you can see 156.38. Now elastic IP address is attached to my Linux machine. Okay, so I'll copy the elastic IP address, and right now this public IP address will not work over here. If you see, okay, it will not be working over here. So what I will do over here is I will enter the elastic IP address, and if you give enter over here, you will see that from elastic IP address you are getting the message. From elastic IP you should get the message over here. Okay, not from the public IP. From the public IP anyhow you will get the message. So what you guys have to do is you guys create elastic IP address and attach elastic IP to your Linux machine. Associate elastic IP to your Linux machine, and from that elastic IP address you should get the message. And this is my elastic IP now, 156.38. And if I stop my machine and if I start my machine, so you can test this parameter, your elastic IP address will not change, guys. It will still remains constant, and whatever message you are getting, you will get it from elastic IP. So it's the same thing what Flipkart and HDFC are using. They are also using elastic IP. Okay, so that is the reason I'm also using elastic IP, so that IP should not get changed frequently. Very good. Okay, so the next thing which I will do is I will hide my IP address. I will not give the IP address over here. Rather, I will hide my IP address. And how do you hide your IP address? That is where the next concept will come into picture, and that will be, okay, it will be a component will come above your Linux machine, and it's a very, very important component. I guess you guys have heard so much about this component, and that is, okay, let me write it over here, and that is load balancer, guys. The next component which will be coming into picture is load balancer. Okay, and with the help of a load balancer, and by using a load balancer, we will be hiding our IP address. So there are lots of advantages of using a load balancer. Okay, you can not only hide IP addresses, but it will manage the load as well onto your web server. Okay, so there are a lot of advantages, and in real time you will see that the Flipkart, HDFC, or remaining all other, okay, applications or websites which you see, they are hiding their IP addresses and they are using load balancer. Okay, they are implementing a load balancer strategy. I will also implement a load balancer strategy, and I will be handling most of the things with a load balancer concept. Okay, which is very, very important. And in real time, you will not be creating any most of the applications without a load balancer, guys. Okay, 99% will be having a load balancer for most of the websites or applications which you have. Okay, so anyhow, we'll be creating a load balancer and we will be setting up a load balancer, which is quite a lengthy process for us, but it's a very, very interesting process, guys. Okay, you will be coming to know that how real-time websites are working, how they are handling the load, how Flipkart is working so smoothly, HDFC is working so smoothly, even though they are having millions of customers. Okay, yeah, I think you have never seen YouTube is getting crashed. Even YouTube is used by millions of customers, right? So they also use load balancer. Okay, so most of them they use load balancer. So we will also implement a load balancer technique over here, right? So before that, you have to be very much comfortable with creating your web server. First of all, create your Linux machine, convert your Linux machine to a web server, and get the message from your IP address. Fine. And once you are getting the message from IP address, create an elastic IP. Okay, create an elastic IP and attach that elastic IP to your Linux machine. And once you attach that elastic IP to that Linux machine, from that elastic IP address, you should get the message, guys. So that will be your task for today. Okay, so you have to attach this elastic IP address to your Linux machine, and you should get the message by attaching it to your Linux machine. Okay, so this is what you guys have to do as a task. Okay, so complete your task, guys. Okay, and you have to perform all these operations on your Linux machine, because you see Flipkart, Twitter, or ICICI, all of them are working on Linux machines only. Okay, all these, okay, high-end websites which you see, they are working on Linux, because you know Linux is very, very secure. Okay, and it can handle your operations very smoothly over here. Okay, fine, guys. So if you are having any questions, guys, okay, you can ask, okay, without hesitation. Okay, so whatever task, okay, you are doing, guys, okay, and after doing the task, you post me on the group, and at any point of time you are getting stuck at anywhere, guys, you post me onto the group. Okay, so I'll be sending you the solution. Okay, but these are the important things which you have to do. So accomplish your task, try to do your task on the same day, don't postpone it to the next day, because next day we'll be having a, right, a next topic will be there which will be binded to the topic. So but try to complete your task on the same day. If you're completing your task on the same day, it's like you will be completing your stuff on the same day, right? Because next day you'll be having some other stuff to do, right? So do it in this way. Create your Linux machines, convert it to a web server, and attach a elastic IP to that. And tomorrow is Saturday, we will be having our session tomorrow also, guys. Okay, Saturday we'll be having our class tomorrow at this. Okay, okay, and we will be going through the load balancer, and it will be an important session for us, guys, right? It will be an important session. You'll be coming to know that how load balancer is being used in real time, how we have to implement it, what are its advantages, and in whatever ways you can implement this. We'll be seeing all those things from the load balancer's perspective. Fine, guys. So create these things, okay, and do come up with all those things and share me the screenshots in the group for this today's task. Okay, so I'll be saving the share. Okay, fine, guys. So this is our AWS dashboard now. Okay, so onto this dashboard, I'll be going to create a Linux machine. Okay, and to create a Linux machine, okay, first of all, let me give a diagram. Okay, that what we are going to do. Okay, so onto our AWS cloud, firstly, I'll be creating a Linux machine over here, guys. Okay, generally, whenever you create any machine, either Windows machine or a Linux machine, after creating that machine, we install some softwares on that machine, right? Normally, okay, why we use Windows, why we use laptop? After purchasing your laptop, you will install some softwares on that, right? You will use MS Office, you will use VLC player, or you will use some other applications, Photoshop, whatever it is. So on my Linux machine also, we have to install our softwares. Why we are using Linux machine? To install softwares and to use that machine, right? So that is our goal. So now when I create a Linux machine, okay, I have to install some softwares on that Linux machine. And what software I'll be installing on this machine? Okay, as we have seen in the last class also, I'll be installing HTTP. HTTP is a web server package. Okay, we call it as a web server software. Why we install HTTP is because when you write a message inside a Linux machine, okay, when I write a message in my Linux machine, this same message you can see it on your mobile phones. Okay, your mobile phone is in your pocket, right? It is not connected to this Linux machine. You can see it in your mobile devices, you can see it in your laptops, or you can see it from anywhere around the world. Okay, from anywhere around the world you can see this message. How you will see this message? From the IP address of this machine. Okay, normally every machine will have an IP address, right? So from the IP address of this machine you will see the message. Okay, where you will enter this IP address? You will enter this IP address in the Chrome browser of your laptop or of your mobile phone. Okay, we will be entering this IP address on our Chrome browser on our mobile phone device. Okay, very good. Now let me go back to my AWS dashboard, and first of all let me create one Linux machine. Okay, and how to create a Linux machine? I will click on launch instance, and once you click on launch instance, how many steps are there? There are 7 steps for creating a machine. Okay, so let me quickly create this machine. Okay, I guess you guys have created machines till now a couple of times. Okay, so for creating a Linux machine, from step number 1 I have to select Linux over here. So this is the operating system which you are selecting over here. If you scroll down, you will find Linux, Mac OS, Red Hat, Ubuntu, and you have Windows also over here. If you want to create a Windows machine, we will be selecting Windows over there. I want to select a Linux machine because I want to create a Linux machine. And in real time, 99% you will be creating Linux machines only. Okay, so I'll be selecting a Linux machine, and I need 1 GB of RAM. So I will select 1 GB of RAM for over here. Okay, so as for Windows laptop, you need RAM and hard disk, right? For a Linux machine also we need RAM and hard disk. And choosing 1 GB of RAM, you can select up to 12,000 GB of RAM also. Okay, I'll click on next. I need one machine. I need one machine. That is the reason I'm writing one over here. You can create up to 900 machines also if you want. It's like purchasing 900 laptops. Okay, AWS gives you provision. Now let me create one machine over here. I'll click on next, and as a hard disk, I need 8 GB. 8 GB is the starting size for a Linux machine. You can take up to 16,000 GB also. This is the hard disk size. This is not RAM. Okay, this is the hard disk size. Okay, so now let me click on next. I will not add any tags. Click on next. This is a security group. Okay, as previously as I said, for your machine there will be a security group. Okay, it will treat this machine as a security guard. For every machine on AWS you will have one security guard, guys. We call it as security group. So whenever you try to enter into this machine, for example from your laptop, when you try to enter onto this machine, okay, from your laptop when you try to log into this machine, what will happen? The security guard will not allow you to log into this machine. He will block you. He will stop you over there. Okay, so to log into this machine, what you have to do over here is you have to tell your security guard that the connection through which you are entering is a valid connection, and please allow SSH. If you want to log into Linux machine, you have to enable SSH. If you want to log into Windows machine, you have to enable RDP. Okay, for both machines, different connections you have to enable. So security guard, as you know, if you are having a security guard at your house, he will not allow anybody to come inside. When you tell him that the person who is entering is your friend, then only he will allow inside. So in the same way, over here also, this security group which is there, you have to tell him that what connection you want to enable. So that particular connection will come inside. Okay. So over here you have to enable SSH, right? So let me keep this one over here. Go back, and as you can see in my security group, I'm telling to enable SSH. Okay. SSH full form is secure shell. It works for Linux machines only, and it works on port number 22. It is also fixed. Okay. Now let me click on review and launch. Okay. So this is the seventh and last step where you will be doing a rechecking. That I have selected a Linux image. I am having 1 GB of RAM. It is working on SSH protocol, and how much storage I am using? 8 GB is my storage size. Okay. Now let me click on launch, and I will select my key pair, and I will click on launch. And right now what is happening? Linux machine is getting created. If you see over here on the dashboard, you can see that this is my Linux machine. Okay. Initializing over here means it is getting ready. Okay. And as you can see that when I was creating this machine, I did not give any name to this machine, right? That is the reason the name is blank over there. Let me give a name to this machine. I'll call this machine as a Linux machine. Okay. If you want to again change the name, click on pencil mark and you can call it as server. Okay. You can give any name. Now let me give it a name as Linux machine. Okay. And you can see that my Linux machine is in running state. Okay, which means I can log into my Linux machine now. Okay, logging to Linux machine is very simple. Okay, logging to Linux machine is very simple. How you have to log in, you know, select your Linux machine. Okay, there is a connect option on top of your screen. Click on connect, scroll down, and again click on connect. You will log into your Linux machine. That's it. Nothing much to do, just click on connect button. 2 times you click on connect button, you will log into your Linux machine. Okay, and this is how your Linux machine looks like, guys. It's not like your Windows machine, okay, where you will see your desktop, folder icons, download folders, pictures, images, you will see all those things, right? Linux machine will have black and white screen. That's it. Okay, so that is the reason it is much more easier to work on Linux actually. Okay, now once you enter into a Linux machine, from over here we have to start giving our commands. Okay, so the first command whenever you enter in your Linux machine, okay, keep it fixed. It will not change and it will never change for our classes. Okay, it is sudo space su space hyphen. Okay, what is the meaning of this command is su stands for switch user. The full form of su is switch user, and if I give enter, then you will understand the difference. When I give enter, you see what is the difference. Previously I was on EC2-user. Now I am on root user. Why I am switching to root user? Because root user is like an administrator for Linux machine. He can do anything on Linux machine. He's like an administrator. You can do anything on Linux machine. You can install, you can uninstall, you can delete, you can create, you can do all the actions like a root user. Okay, so that is the reason I'm switching to root user. Now, after switching to root user, as I told you guys, after creating a Linux machine, what I will install on this? I will install HTTP. Okay, and to install HTTPD, I will go back to my Linux machine, and what command I will give? Yum space install space HTTPD and then -y to install HTTP. Okay, for example, if you want to install Java, write Java over here, simple. If you want to install Python, write Python over here. If you want to install MySQL, write MySQL over here, like this. Okay, yum install will not change. Yum install is the command to install your software. Whatever software which you want to install, you have to give that package name over there. Okay, you can install MySQL, Java, Python, whatever you want, you can install. What is the command? Yum install. Okay, so I want to install HTTP for today's class, so I'll write HTTP. Okay, and if I give enter over here, you will see that it will get installed now. It is getting installed, and it got installed successfully. Okay, and now what happens in Linux machine, guys? For Windows machine, if you install MS Office, you can go and you can use MS Office. Okay, you install PDF reader, you can go and you can use PDF reader. Same thing will not happen in Linux machine. In Linux machine, once you install a package, after installing the package, it will be in disabled mode. You cannot use it right away because it is very secure operating system. Okay, if I show you the status, if I go to systemctl status httpd, and if I give enter over here, you will see that right now it is in inactive mode, which means you cannot use that. You have installed it, but you cannot use it. Now what I will do, I will change it to active mode. How to change it to active mode? Systemctl start httpd. I'm starting my httpd package. Okay, and then give enter. And after starting your package, we have to enable the package also. So I will say systemctl enable httpd. Now if you give enter, you have started and you have enabled your package. Now go and check the status, and now you will see it is active and it is running, which means now your package is correctly installed. It is active and it is running also. Okay, so this is what we wanted first, right? Very good. Okay, now the next thing which I will do over here is, okay, I have to write a message in my Linux machine. I will write a message inside my Linux machine, and the same message I want to see outside this Linux machine. Okay, so if I want to see this message outside of Linux machine, HTTP will help me. That's why I've installed HTTP. Okay, now let me go back and let me write a message on my Linux machine. Okay, how to write the message? Command is vim space /var /ww /html, and index.html is the path. This is the path where you have to write your message. Okay, it will not change. This is a fixed path. We call it as a default route path. If you want to write any message, this is the path. Okay, so after giving this command, give enter over here, press I, and start writing your message. You can write any message you want. I will say hello to all, today is Monday. You can write any message over here. Okay, so I'm writing hello to all, and today is Monday. Let me save this message. Okay, over here now my escape button will not work, no problem. Let me open it in color. Okay, now let me increase the font over here. Right. Okay, good. Now what is the command to write the message? Vim space /var /ww /html, and index.html is the path where you need to add the message. Okay, so this is the fixed path, guys. It will not change. Okay, right. Now if you give enter over here, you will see that you are inside this path. And what is the message which I am going to write over here? I will write hello to all, today is Monday. This is the message which I am writing. Anything you can write. Let me save this message. How? Press escape, shift colon WQ. WQ stands for write and quit, and to save your message inside a file, you have to write WQ. Okay. Now give me enter and you will come back. Okay. Now let me tell you a few shortcuts where it will make you guys very easy to work on Linux. Okay, what is the command which I have typed over here? Vim command, right? Okay, to go back again to the same command, on your keyboard you will have up arrow and down arrow. Okay, if you press up arrow, it will give you the command. One more time, if you press up arrow, it will take you to the previous command which you have did. Okay, so up arrow, okay, will take you to the previous command. Okay, and down arrow will take you to the back. Okay, so that is one shortcut, and the next shortcut I will tell. If you write vim command, okay, and what is the next thing I will write? Slash va, just write va, don't write r. Okay, and then press tab button on your keyboard. It will take the remaining thing vr. Okay, simply press w and then press tab button in your keyboard. It will take the remaining things. Just simply press h and then press tab button. It will take the remaining thing. Okay, that is the advantage of Linux. It will fulfill the next command line for you. If you just press one character, then press tab button, and then press one character, then press tab button. It will take the rest of the command. Okay, and I will press I tab button. It will take the remaining. Okay, very good. Now, okay, so I have given my message. Okay, very good. I have written the message over here. Let me save it and let me come out. Yes. Okay, okay, now, so I have written the message successfully over here, guys. Okay, and the one last thing which I have to do on this Linux machine is, after writing the message, we have to restart our http, because http I have added a new message, right? So I have to restart http, so it will take the changes. Now, how to restart? Again, use systemctl command, restart http. You have used the systemctl start command to start, right? Enable command to enable. In the same way, systemctl command is only there. Restart I'm adding for it to get refreshed. Okay. Now, if I give enter over here, all your commands are done. These are only commands which you have to do on your Linux machine. Okay. Now, after giving all these things, now let me go back to my diagram and let me check, guys. So what should I get over here? Whatever message you have written inside your Linux machine, you should see the message outside of your Linux machine by entering the IP address, right? By entering the IP address, you should see this message outside the Linux machine. Okay, so now let me go back. Okay, let me copy the IP address of my Linux machine. This is the IP address of my Linux machine. Okay, I will copy the IP address of my Linux machine, and where you have to give this IP address, just enter this IP address in the browser. Okay, if I enter this IP address in the website page, and if you give enter over here, okay, you can see one thing, that message is not loading over here. See, you have entered the IP address in the browser and you can't see the message. Right now you are unable to see the message. You know why? Because the security group which is there, right, security guard, is not allowing to see this message for you guys. He's not allowing you to see the message. He's stopping you over there only. He will not allow you to see the message. How you will able to see the message? How you can able to see the message? You have to go to security group, nothing but security guard, and you have to tell security guard to please allow HTTP, because you have to allow HTTP. If you don't allow HTTP, the security guard will not allow you to read the message. How you have written the message? Through HTTP only you have written the message, right? What you have installed on that machine? HTTP. So you have to tell your security guard to please allow HTTP. Then only you can see the message. Right now, if you see, you are unable to see the message now. It is not loading. So go back to your AWS dashboard. Okay. Select your Linux machine and select security over here and go to security group. Okay. Go to the security group, click on actions and go to edit inbound rules. And once you see over here, what is allowed? Only SSH is allowed. HTTP is not allowed. That is the reason The message is not loading over here. Okay, how to allow HTTP? Click on add rule, select HTTP from over here. Okay, and allow HTTP from anywhere, and then click on save. Now, how many connections it is allowing? One is SSH and the other is HTTP. Now click on save. Okay, now it will allow HTTP also, right? Go back to this machine, give a refresh now. You will see the same message which you have entered in your Linux machine. That hello to all and today is Monday. If you type this IP address in your mobile phone also, you will see the message. Or one of your friend who is in US, if he types also this IP address, he will also get the same message. Okay, because your machine is not a normal machine. Your machine is a web server now. It is running in AWS cloud. It will be accessed from anywhere around the world. From US, Australia, London, Canada, anywhere you can access this machine. It's a cloud machine. Okay, and once you give this IP address, you will get this message. Okay, now let me go to Flipkart, guys. I think you have so many times you have went to Flipkart, right? Okay, and let me go to HDFC also in the same way. Okay, if I tell you that how I'm getting the message over here, right? In the same way, Flipkart and your HDFC, your Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, they are working on the same technology. No difference. The only difference over here is I'm getting this message from the IP address, right? Flipkart is getting this message. This is also a message only actually. I'm showing you guys the single line text. Flipkart is showing you images. Okay, Flipkart is showing you images and it will showing you text images. It is showing you a lot of things. Let it be. But how Flipkart is getting the message? By writing flipkart.com. They are not giving the IP address, right? We are entering flipkart.com. But you know that this Flipkart is going to IP address only. It will work on IP address only because machine will work on IP address only. Machine will not understand flipkart.com. We will understand flipkart.com. Machine will not understand it. So they are hiding the IP address. I am not hiding the IP address. That is the only difference. I am directly getting it from the IP address of the machine. Flipkart is getting it from the Flipkart name and it is hiding the IP address. Same way HDFC is also hiding the IP address. Twitter will also hide the IP address. When you type youtube.com, they will also hide the IP address. But you know all of them are working from Linux machine. Where Flipkart is keeping all their images, okay? Flipkart is keeping all their images in index.html file. Okay, you have added a message inside the index.html file, right? Inside this file only you have added your message inside index.html. In this file only I went and I added a message, right? Your Flipkart is also going in the same file. Your Twitter is also going on the same file and they are adding images inside index.html. Whatever images they want to add, shoes images or okay, clothing images or mobile phone images, whatever they are adding here only. Flipkart is also running on Linux machine only. Even YouTube is also running on Linux machine only. HDFC banking servers all are running on Linux machine. How they are seeing the message in the same way. So how I'm getting the message from the IP address, they are getting the message from the website, but they are also running on HTTP only. They have also installed HTTP. They went to index.html file. Who are adding these images? Developers are adding these images. AC images, mobile phone images, whatever images they have, developers are adding these images. Okay. So what I want to do now is I'm getting the message, but I'm getting it from IP address. Okay. I will also hide my IP address. I will also not show my IP address to anybody. When Flipkart is not showing, I will also not show it over here. Okay. So what I will do, how you will hide the IP address? Okay. Go back to your diagram, and what I will do over here, I will create one load balancer on top of my Linux machine. Okay, what I will create over here is I will create a elastic load balancer over here, guys. Elastic load balancer. We call it as ELB. Okay, I will create an elastic load balancer, and for a load balancer you will not have an IP address. Okay, for a load balancer you will have a DNS name. You will not have an IP address. You will have a DNS name. Okay, so now you can ask me one thing, sir. From IP address we are already getting a message. No, why to add a load balancer? Means, as you can see, Flipkart is not showing its IP address. No, for security reasons I will also hide. But there are a lot more benefits than only hiding the IP address. Load balancer do lot of things for you. Okay, let me tell you this practically. What you have to do is you will get one DNS name and you have to enter the DNS name in the Chrome browser. Then you will see the message. Okay, how you will see the message I will tell. Let me first tell you one more very important benefit of load balancer. Okay, you have so many times you have used Flipkart, right? Flipkart, HDFC, ICICI. Have you ever seen Flipkart getting crashed? Flipkart will get crashed? No, right? Millions of customers use Flipkart every day. If they are having big billion day sale or some offered sale also, it will not crash. Millions of customers will log in, guys. Every day I'm telling you. Okay, I think around 10 million and 20 million are there. Okay, again 1 million is equal to 10 lakhs. Okay, so Flipkart website is not crashing, but if I take you the example of, okay, I think JNDU, many of you know JNDU, right? If you go to JNDU website, I think many times if you see JNDU website has crashed so many times. MSET results, it crashes, okay, or okay, you are having exam results crashes, semester result crashes. Okay, why it is crashing and why Flipkart is not crashing? The reason is load balancer. Okay, why it is crashing and why it is not crashing, I will tell you. It is not that JNTU is not using load balancer. JNTU is also using load balancer. Okay, then why it is crashing, I'll tell you. See, for example, Flipkart is right now, for example, it is having 1 million customers, guys. Still it will not crash. 2 million customers, not crashing. 10 million customers also logged in, still not crashing. The reason simply is they are using elastic load balancer. What is the meaning of elasticity? You can stretch it. You can stretch it and you can reduce it also. Both are important. Don't tell only stretching. Stretching and reducing, both are there. In elasticity, what is the property of elasticity? You can expand and you can reduce. You can do both the things. Okay. So Flipkart is using elastic load balancer. It is using a cloud load balancer. What is happening with JNT, you know, JNT is also using a load balancer, but not a elastic load balancer. They are not using cloud load balancer. Normal load balancer they are using. Okay, like a normal machine it will be there. And for example, it is having a limit of 2 million users, for example. And if it reaches 2 million, after 2 million, what will happen? Website will crash because it is having a limit of 2 million only. They are also using load balancer, but not a load balancer. It has a limited number. Only that limited number of students can only log in. If more number log in, what will happen? It will crash. It cannot handle the load. But if you take the same thing with Flipkart, HDFC, YouTube, I guess every day, we cannot even estimate the billions of people will log into YouTube every day, every minute, I guess. Okay, still YouTube will not crash. Even on your mobile phones, it will not crash. Even if you go to youtube.com, it will not crash. Why? Elastic load balancer. As the user increases, it will increase its capacity. 1 million users, according to that, it will increase. 2 million users, according to that, it will automatically it will increase its own capacity. With nothing you have to do over here. Just create it and use it. Automatically, it will create its own configuration. It will manage by itself. Okay, so that is the reason you will use load balancer. First is it is hiding your IP address. It is giving you more security. And the next is it is taking the entire load for you. Okay, that too in a as a elastic way. right? Now you know the benefits of load balancer. Now let us see how it works. Okay, so how it works over here is load balancer will not work without the help of a target group over here, guys. Okay, you can ask me, sir, what is a target group? Target group is nothing but a group name, guys. Okay, so load balancer will not work without a target group. You have to create a group, okay, and you have to add whatever machines you want to add inside this group. Normally, what machines you will add, from whichever machine you are getting the message. Okay, from a Linux machine, I'm getting the message, right? So that machine I have to add to group. Okay, then what will happen? Your load balancer will not connect to your Linux machine. It will connect to the target group actually. So how the connection will work over here is load balancer will communicate with your target group. Okay, in this way. Load balancer will not connect to your Linux machine. Okay, it will never connect. Load balancer, it goes and it connects to your target group. Whatever machine inside is there inside your target group, from that machine it will give the message to load balancer. Okay, it will work in that way. Directly it will not connect to server, your Linux machine. Again, it's a very good security layer actually. Okay, so what you have to do over here is first you enter the DNS name in the Chrome browser. Okay, request will come to load balancer. From load balancer it will go to target group, and from target group it will go to Linux. And instead of getting it from the IP address, you will get it from DNS address. Okay, right. Now let us implement this thing practically. How? Go back to your AWS account. Okay, and from the left side of your screen, if you scroll down, you will find load balancer over here. Okay, and just below the load balancer, what is there? Target group is also there. So these both work with each other. Load balancer cannot work without a target group. That's why both are placed in each other column. Okay, now let us create a load balancer, guys. Okay, and what is the sequence? Before creating a load balancer, you have to create a target group. First, you have to create a target group. Firstly, don't create a load balancer. Before creating a load balancer, you have to create a target group. Okay, so click on target group and let me click on create a target group. Let me give a name. You can give any name to your target group. Okay, I'll call my target group name as Ramesh. Okay, and on what protocol it is working? HTTP, and HTTP works on 80. This is important for us, guys. Protocol is important. Okay, now you can see that it is working on HTTP protocol. Simply click on create and it will get created. Target group got created over here successfully. Okay, very good. You have created the target group, but did you add any Linux machine to this group? No, right? I have just created it. I did not add any machine. Now, how to add a machine? Click on targets and then click on edit over here and select your Linux machine which you want to add to the group. Okay, select your Linux machine and then click on add over here. Add option is there, right? Click on add. It will get added to your group and then click on save. Okay, you have created your group and now you are adding your machine to your group. Okay, now you have created the group and you have added your machine to the group. Now this is done. Okay, now what I have to create? I have to create a load balancer. Okay, so create your target group and add your machine to your target group. Okay, that is one part, and the next part is I have to create a load balancer. Okay, so click on load balancer and you can see it is right now you don't have any load balancers. I will click on create a load balancer. What load balancer I'm creating? HTTP. Simple. Okay, there are two other types also. You'll see I'm creating a HTTP one. Okay, so click on create with HTTP. Let me give a name to my load balancer. I will call it as Mohan load balancer. And if you keep it internet facing, which means anybody can see the message from around the world. Once you get the load balancer address, if you enter that address from US, UK, Australia, from anywhere you will see the message. Okay. If you keep it internal, from only your office machines only you will see, not from outside machines. Okay. So I'll keep it internet facing. IP4 is only there. What is the protocol? HTTP. Again same. And just to do one thing over here, once you go to zones, in zones, select all the zones. Okay, A, B, C, D, whatever you have, okay, select all the zones. That is a very good practice. Over here, I am having 6 zones. I will select all. Sometimes you will have 4 zones, select all 4. Sometimes you will have 2 zones, select all 2 zones. Simple rule is select all the zones. Okay, so I'll select all the zones over here. Okay, selected. Now, okay, you will see one more option called as accelerator. It will increase the speed of your load balancer. Actually, we don't need that much speed. Okay, it is very highly speed over here. I don't need that much speed. This is enough for me. Okay, I will not take accelerator. Click on next. Again, click on next. Okay, so for your EC2 machine, you have a security group, right? For your EC2 machine, you have a security group. In the same way, for load balancer also, you will have a security guard. EC2 machine also there is a security guard. For load balancer also there will be a security guard. Okay, so it is telling you the same thing. Select your security guard. So what I will do over here, there is one security guard for my Linux machine, right? Same security guard I will keep for load balancer also, because whatever he is allowing to my Linux machine, same things he will allow to my load balancer also, right? So I can use same security guard for my 2 houses which are side by side, right? So they will allow the same persons. If I tell my security guard that Ramesh is my friend, so he will allow Ramesh to house 1, he will allow Ramesh to house 2 also. Okay, so on what security guard my Linux machine is running, you can check from over here also. Okay, so you guys also do the same thing. Okay, use the same security guard on which your machine is running. From over here you can check it easily. What is your security guard number? He will have a batch number. My batch number for security guard is 26, right? I will use the same security guard for load balancer also. What is the number? 26, right? Over here you will have 26. Select this one. Simple. So whatever the security guard number 26 is allowing for my machine, he will allow the same things for my load balancer also. Simple rule. Okay. Now let me click on next. Okay, and this is a very important step over here. Okay, what you are doing at this step, as I told you guys, that load balancer will not work without a target group, right? Load balancer without a target group. And in this step, at step number 4, your load balancer is asking you that where is my target group? How should I work? Please tell me where is my target group. Your load balancer is asking you that where is my target group. Okay, so we have already created a target group, right? That is the reason before creating a load balancer, we have created a target group. Now, where is your target group? It is already there in existing target group. What is the name? Ramesh. It will automatically take. It will automatically take the Ramesh target group. Okay, it is asking you where is target group, and you are telling that Ramesh is your target group. Okay, given. Now we have given target group to load balancer. Now simply click on next. It will tell you that how many machines are there inside the target group. One machine. This is that machine also. It is giving the machine ID, instance ID. Okay. Now click on next. This is the last step. This is a review. What is your load balancer name? Mohan is my load balancer name. It is an internet facing load balancer, and right now it is attached to which target group? Ramesh target group. Okay, I will click on create, and you will see load balancer is getting created over here. Okay, if I click on view, you will see that my Mohan load balancer is in provisioning state. What is the meaning of provisioning? Creating. It is under creation mode. Okay, so we have to wait for a couple of minutes for it to get created, because load balancer is a big component, guys. It will take 2 or 3 minutes to get created. Okay, so we have to wait for it to get created over here. JFrog array. Like JFrog one. JFrog is equal to Nexus, or Nexus is equal to JFrog. Same thing. JFrog is also used to store your artifacts. Nexus is also used to store your artifacts. No difference. Nexus is a bit old. JFrog is new. దేనికి అడుగుతుంది. బిట్ బకెట్ ఎలా లాగిన్ చేస్తున్నారు? జీమెయిల్ నుంచి. JFrog కూడా తీసుకోదు కదా అలాగా. సేమ్ వే. సో మీరేం చెప్పాలంటే నేను JFrog క్రియేట్ చేశాను, JFrog ఇన్స్టాల్ చేశాను, JFrog కాన్ఫిగర్ చేశాను చెప్పాలి. ఓకే, డోంట్ సే నెక్సస్. ఇప్పుడు JFrog ఎక్కువ యూజ్ అవుతుంది. Okay, right guys, so now you can see on your screen that my Mohan load balancer is in active state over here, guys. Okay, it is not in provisioning state, it has changed to active state, which means your load balancer is ready now, right? So what I will do over here is I will copy the DNS name. As I told you, load balancer will have a DNS name, right? So I'll copy the DNS name and enter this DNS name in your browser, and if you give enter, okay, now let me check that you are getting the message or not. You are getting the same message which you are getting from your Linux machine, but how you are getting now? You are getting it from load balancer address, not from the IP address of your machine. Your IP address is completely hidden. Load balancer will not give you the IP address. Two advantages are there. One is it is hiding the IP address. Next advantage is if 1 million customers also coming to your load balancer, it will not crash. 10 million of coming are also, it will not crash at all. It will work like this one perfectly. So in the same way, Flipkart is also using the load balancer, HDFC is also using load balancer, YouTube is also using the load balancer. I am also using load balancer, and I'm getting the message from load balancer, not from the IP address. And you can ask me one more thing again. So load balancer is having lengthy name, okay, but Flipkart is not giving that lengthy name, right? He's giving just a short name like Flipkart, Twitter, YouTube, Snapdeal. Okay, so the next thing what I will do over here, I will simply type mohan.com, okay, and from the mohan.com I will get this name. I will hide my load balancer address also. I will simply type mohan.com or ramesh.com, okay, or rajesh.com, and from that simple name I will get this message. So what I will do over here is, if I go back to diagram, okay, above the load balancer I will add the name of my website, right? Initially I got it from IP address, then I got it from load balancer address, and the next layer I will add the website name. Okay, on top of load balancer, what I will add? I will add my website name. So from the website name it will come to load balancer, and from load balancer it will get me the message over. In that way it will work. Okay, in the same way how Flipkart is working, entirely complete architecture I will give them the same way. Okay, website name, then it will go to load balancer DNS, and from over there it will go to server. We will not see server IP, we will not see load balancer address, we will only see the website name, that's it. Okay, so that thing we will be adding over, right? So what you guys will be doing now is you have to create load balancers. And for creating a load balancer, first of all, you should get a message from machine IP address. If you are getting the message from machine IP address, then only you can add a load balancer. And then try to get the message from DNS of the load balancer, not from the IP address. Okay, try to get the message from load balancer DNS. That is important. Okay, and then in the tomorrow's class, I will tell you how to get the same message from website name. Simply I will give only one name as mahesh.com, and it should give me the message. Okay, I will not give this much lengthy name. Okay, lengthy name I will not give over here like this. Okay, it's quite lengthy, but definitely it is having lot of advantages for it. Okay, so completely in that way we will be doing this. Fine. Okay, so take this recording, play or pause this recording. Okay, do whatever you want, but create your Linux machines, get your message from your Linux machine, and then add a load balancer to your Linux machine also. Okay, so all these things are very, very important for us. Okay, so complete all these tasks, and then we'll be meeting tomorrow in our session, guys.
Okay, fine.
So you keep 10.
Nothing. Thanks for the session.
Okay, మామూలుగా you go to Flipkart. Okay, I've given flipkart.com, right? If you refresh, getting the same page only, no? Refresh, getting the same page only. Refresh, getting the same page only. All the 10 machines will have same index.html file, no? If you give different files, then what will happen? Different message will come. So you will give same message in same 10 machines. Same message you will, exactly. You will not give different. Okay, that will be a problem. You will not give actually different. Okay. No, you can take 100 also, no problem. Okay, no, this is cloud load balancer. This is elastic load balancer. Limit is set automatic, not a cloud one. JNT use your laptop as load balancer.
లోడ్ బ్యాలెన్స్ క్రియేట్ చేయనప్పుడు కూడా ఓన్లీ ఇన్స్టెన్స్ క్రియేట్ చేసినప్పుడు కూడా మనకి డిఎన్ఎస్ అనేది ప్రొవైడ్ చేస్తుంది. అది ఇక్కడ వాడచ్చు లోడ్ బ్యాలెన్స్ అనేది. వితౌట్ లోడ్ బ్యాలెన్స్ క్రియేట్ కూడా మనకి డిఎన్ఎస్ నేమ్ వస్తుంది మెషిన్. దాన్ని మనం క్రోమ్ లో డిస్ప్లే చేస్తే ఈ మెసేజ్
డిస్ప్లే ఇప్పుడు కూడా that is the cloud advantage actually. See, this is there, no? If you copy this and if you paste, then also you will get the message. Okay, fine, guys. So create your load balancers. Okay, and then we'll be meeting again, okay, in the tomorrow's class, right? So I'll save the recording and I'll save the share. Okay, yes, guys. So now going back to our diagram, and yesterday what we have did yesterday, we have created a Linux machine, right? On top of this Linux machine we have installed HTTP, right? So we have created a Linux machine, and on top of this Linux machine we have installed HTTPD, and you have given a message inside this Linux machine, and we were getting the message from this Linux machine from the IP address of this machine, right? We were getting the message from the IP address of this machine. Okay, and you are giving this IP address in the Chrome browser, and we were getting the message like this. Okay, right? But is it right to get the message from IP address? No, right? It is not a good practice to get the message from IP address. As you can see that any websites which are there, they are not giving their IP address to us. They are completely hiding the IP address from us, right? So to do that, what we have did yesterday, we have created a load balancer on top of our Linux machine, right? on top of our Linux machine, we have created a elastic load balancer. Okay. Advantages of elastic load balancer we have discussed yesterday with the example of our Flipkart website and to your JNTU website, right? So elastic load balancer will be handling the load for you in an elastic way. So if 1 million customers, 2 million, 10 millions are also coming, it will not taking any load over here, right? It will easily take the load. And for a load balancer, what you will get? You will get an DNS name. Okay, it will not have an IP address, it will have a DNS name. Okay, and how a load balancer works? Load balancer works on the concept of target group, right? So you have to create a target group and then you have to add your Linux machine to your target group. Okay, yesterday we did the same thing by creating a target group. And how your load balancer works, it goes and it communicates with your target group, not with the Linux machine. Okay, this is how the communication will happen, right? It will go and it will communicate with your target group, not with your Linux machine directly. Okay, so now when you add a load balancer, then you will get a message from the load balancer DNS, not from the IP address. You should not get it from IP address. You should get it from the load balancer DNS. You will enter your load balancer DNS address over here like this in your Chrome browser. Okay, good. So let me go back to my AWS account, and if I enter the IP address of my Linux machine over here, okay, and if I give enter, you can see that I'm getting a message from the IP address of my Linux machine. Okay, but we should avoid getting the message from IP address. Okay, then what I should add over here? I should add a load balancer to hide my machine IP address and to take the load also. So let me create a load balancer quickly. Okay, so it will be a recap for you all. If you go to the left side bottom of your screen, you will find load balancer. Just below the load balancer, we have target group. So first, what you have to create? Target group. Okay, so click on target group and start creating target group. I'll click on create a target group. Give a name to your target group as you can give any name. Ramesh is my target group name. It is working on which protocol? HTTP. This is important because you have installed HTTP on your Linux machine, right? So scroll down and then click on create. Okay. So you have successfully created a target group. But did you add any Linux machine to a target group? No, right? Now we have to add. Now we have to add Linux machine. How will you add? Go to targets, click on edit and add your Linux machine. There may be many machines in your account, but this is my Linux machine. Okay. After selecting your Linux machine, you have to click on add. So don't forget to click on add. Okay. If you just select, it will not add. You have to add, click on add button also. Okay. And then click on save over here. Okay. Which means you have created a target group and you have added a Linux machine to your target group also. Created and added. Okay. Now the next thing which I have to create over here is load balancer. I will click on load balancer and let me go ahead and let me create a load balancer. Create a load balancer, and what is my load balancer type? HTTP. Okay. So I'll click on create HTTP and let me give a name to my load balancer as Mohan's load balancer. It is an internet facing load balancer. Okay. And what protocol it is working? HTTP. How many zones you have to select? All the zones. If there are 2, you have to select 2. If there are 4, you have to select 4. If there are 6, you have to select 6 zones. Okay. Right now, how many are there? 2 are there. So I'll select 2 zones from over here. And I will not take any accelerator. I don't want speed. Okay. In real time, you might take, but over here, you don't mind speed that much. Okay. So I'll click on next. Again, click on next. So what security group we will select? The security group on which your Linux machine is running, the same security group you have to select. Okay. So Linux machine is running on my launch wizard 1. Okay. Select the same security group on which your Linux machine is running. Okay. So I have selected the same. Now click on next. The most important step, you have to tell your load balancer that where is your target group, or else your load balancer will not work, right? So just before creating a load balancer, you have created a target group, no? Okay, so you tell that target group is already there, and what is your target group name? Ramesh. So tell your load balancer that where is your target group. After selecting your target group, click on next. There is one machine inside my target group which I have added, right? Now I'll click on next. This is the review. What is my load balancer name? Mohan. It's an internet facing load balancer. I have attached it to which target group? Ramesh target. Okay. So now if I click on create, you will see load balancer will get created over here. Okay. Load balancer is under creation mode. Right now, what is the status? Provisioning. Okay. Provisioning means it is getting created. Okay. English meaning of provisioning is it is getting ready. Once it is ready, what I will do, instead of getting the IP address, load balancer, it will have a DNS name. So I will get the message from my DNS name of my load balancer. Okay, I will get the name from the DNS name. Right, so right now you can see it is provisioning now. So once it is ready and active, I will enter the DNS name. Right, okay. So once again, let us go to Flipkart. Okay, again, let us go to HDFC. So if you see these website names, okay, these website names, are they giving the load balancer address to us? They are not giving, right? They are just giving a simple name as Flipkart, HDFC, YouTube, okay, or Instagram, Facebook. They are just giving the website name. They are not giving their IP address. They are not giving the load balancer address also. So the next thing what I have to do, if I go back to diagram, I should hide the IP address. I should hide the load balancer address also. Okay, I will keep the load balancer because there are lots of advantages are there with load balancer, but I should hide its address. Okay, so the next thing what I will do over here is I will get my message from, for example, mohan.com. Okay, but before getting the message from mohan.com, okay, I want to ask one thing. I want to take my website name as, okay, flipkart.com. Can I take my website name as flipkart.com? It's already taken, but who is stopping me from taking this name? If I want to take YouTube, youtube.com, I want to take YouTube as my website name. Okay, I cannot take it. All of us know, but who is stopping us? No. So YouTube is outside the AWS, right? Okay, I want to take facebook.com as my website name. Okay, everyone knows that I cannot take it, but who is stopping us? Server? No, no, no. Okay, so I'll tell any websites you see, guys, any websites around the world, not only in India, okay, or might be in any country, any websites you see, you know, they are controlled by ICANN. Okay, ICANN is a international body, guys. Okay, it's the International Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. Any website address you see around the world, they will control this. Okay, if you have already taken a website name called as flipkart.com, if you have already purchased a website as youtube.com, they will stop us from taking. They will tell us that somebody has already taken that website name. Okay, so this is the body which controls all your domain names around the world. Okay, you know GoDaddy, right? Okay, what you do in GoDaddy, you will go to GoDaddy and you will purchase your websites from GoDaddy, right? Okay, for example, if I type flipkart.com, okay, so what it will tell, flipkart.com is already taken. Okay, you can see over here that flipkart.com is already taken. It is telling us that I cannot take, but Flipkart, I cannot take. Who is stopping me? GoDaddy is stopping me over here. No, ICANN is only stopping. Okay, GoDaddy will not stop you from taking any website name. If it is already taken, who will stop us? ICANN will stop us. Okay, So keep this in mind. And one more thing, GoDaddy, or there may be many other websites from where you will purchase your websites, right? Okay. So GoDaddy actually purchases the websites from ICANN only. ICANN is the only authority in the world who can sell the websites actually. Even you can also purchase your website from ICANN. Okay, so there is an auction procedure which goes on every 3 months to 6 months. They do the auction. GoDaddy also goes there and they get the website names from there on. Okay, every 3 months, 6 months they have an auction. Okay, it's an international organization. From every country there is a member in this. Okay, it's like an, you say WHO, okay, or World Health Organization. We have international organizations, right? It is one of the organization for managing your internet, headquartered in US only. It's a non-profit organization. Okay, so now we have the different members and all, so you can take the websites from over here as well. Okay, but normally we go to GoDaddy, right, for taking your websites. So I will also go to GoDaddy, and what I want firstly, as I know that I cannot take Flipkart now, okay, because ICANN will not allow me. So I will have to go with a name something as mohan.com, which is not taken already. Okay, name should be available. Website names are unique around the world because there should be no clashing. That's why ICANN is maintaining everything, that there should be no clashes in between, right? So I will search for mohan.com, and if I go for mohan.com over here, and if I click on search, okay, it will show me that mohan.com is not available, but Mohan Yadav is available. Okay, it is showing for 500, right? But if I click on add to cart, and if I see the end value, it goes something around 3,000 rupees. Okay, so if I tell you guys to practice this session, you will say, sir, better not to practice because it's okay asking 3,000 rupees for one website. So we'll see and we'll be happy, right? Okay, so GoDaddy shows you different amount, and by the end card value it will get a different amount. Okay, it's completely marketing gimmick is there with this. Okay, so if you want to take your websites, okay, don't worry, I will make you guys to practice this without any charge. Okay, so you have a one more website as equivalent as GoDaddy, that is free now. Okay, it's a Vietnam website. Okay, Vietnam is a country, right? They have developed it, and completely free, guys. You can purchase your websites without any cost over here. Exactly works as your GoDaddy. No need to pay anything. I can search for same mohan.com over here. Okay, and I can check for availability. If it is available, okay, they will provide me, or else I can search for other name as, okay, let me go, okay, Mahesh Raj, for example. Okay, and let me search it is available or not. Okay, yes, it is available. How much it is charging? $0. It's charging me $0. It's not charging me anything. Okay, so you can get your website names from free now. Okay, so what you have to do over here is, I will tell you how to, okay, get your website names. Go to free now, enter whatever name you want to take for your website. Okay, extension will be .tk, .ml, whatever may be the extension. Okay, either .com or .uk. Extension is not important for us. Website name is important for us. Okay, it might come with any extension, no problem. Now we'll click on get it now. Okay, if it shows you not available over here, okay, that's why I'm telling you guys. Okay, see this thing, once you click on get it now, it might show you not available. Okay, so there is a small bug over here. Copy the first name from over here, maheshraj.tk, and paste the name over here. Click on check now. So now it will tell you that it is available. See, Mahesh Raj is free, and it got selected also. Okay, in this way you select your website name. Okay, then click on checkout. Okay, now your website is selected. You can see Mahesh Raj. It's free for up to 12 months, guys. You can use your website name for up to 12 months. It's like 1 year. Okay, for 1 year you can use your website name for completely free. Okay, now click on continue. So it will go to the next page. Okay, it's completely free. It's charging me $0. And to purchase this one, you have to link your Gmail accounts. Okay, link your Gmail accounts. That is better. Okay, you'll be having all your Gmail accounts, right? So click on sign in with Gmail, because you don't have Freenom account, right? Okay, Freenom account, you have to create it in this way only. There is no other procedure. It will not give you sign up button. It will not give you option to create the account. This is the only procedure that you have to create the account. Okay, select your website name. First of all, add your website to cart. Okay, and then sign in with Google, and let me take an ID to sign in with Google over here. Yes. Okay, so right now my Gmail is linking with my Freenom. Okay, now one verification link will come to our email ID once you link your Gmail ID. Okay, it will get to your email ID. So go to your email ID. You will get one verification link from Freenom like this. Okay, so click on verify the link. Okay, and enter your details, guys, over here. Okay, so company name, I'll give my company, address, zip code, city, okay, and country as India. Okay, and then region as Andhra Pradesh. Okay, in this way. No need to add mobile number. Okay, just click on I accept the order. Okay, and then click on complete order. Okay, now it will go to the next page. Okay, so one issue over here, let us see that it got purchased or not. Okay, let me sign in with my Google. Okay, and you can see that maheshraj.tk have purchased this website, and for up to how many months and years it is valid, guys? It is valid up to 1 year over here. See, like 23rd 2023 April it is valid, till 1 year it is valid. Okay, so what I want a website name, and I have purchased a website name for $0 without spending anything on GoDaddy. Also, I have purchased my website from Freenom. Okay, so you guys also purchase your websites from Freenom, okay, and get it for free without paying anything, right? Now, guys, okay, now let us come to the next important part. Your load balancer is ready over here, right? You can see it is active. Okay, check that you are getting the message from load balancer or not. Yes, you are getting the message from load balancer also. But can I give my load balancer address to my user? I cannot give, right? It is not secure. It's so much lengthy name, right? If you are my customers, and if I tell you, please visit my website, and my website name is Mahesh Raj, easy to tell, no? Rather than telling my load balancer name. Okay, and it is not secure also to give load balancer. Nobody gives their load balancer address. If you see Flipkart, STFC, YouTube, nobody gives. So I will also not give my load balancer name. What I will give? I will give maheshraj.tk, which is my website name. Okay. Now, if I click on my website name, and if you see over here, okay, that if I go to maheshraj.tk, you will not see any message over here. Are you seeing any message? It will not load. You have purchased a website. Okay, that is very good, but your website is not working right now. Okay, so what you have to do over here is go back to diagram. You have taken Mahesh Raj. Over here I've written Mohan. Okay, assume that it's a Mahesh Raj. Now what you have to do, you have to connect your website name with your load balancer. You have to connect your website name to your load balancer. Then only whenever you give maheshraj.com, you will see the message from load balancer. Okay, so right now you see that I'm unable to get any message from maheshraj.tk because I've created a website, okay, but I did not link it with any load balancer, right? Okay, so from load balancer I'm getting the message, but not from my website name. So what you have to do, you have to link, you have to bind, you have to attach your load balancer to your website name. Okay, this is the last thing which you have to do over here. Okay, and how you will do this? For doing this, you have a one service from AWS which is called as Route 53. So Route 53 is a service which will bind your website name to your load balancer. Okay, so Route 53 will create that connection between your website and your load balancer. Okay, now let us go to AWS and let us go to Route 53. Okay, I will search for Route 53 because this is the service which will give a connection between my website name and my load balance. Okay, yes. Okay, so this is the Route 53 page, guys. On your Route 53 page, you have to go to hosted zones. Go to hosted zones first. Okay, and you have to create a hosted zone. Once you click on create a hosted zone, the first thing it will ask you is what is your website name. Okay, what I have to link, which website I have to link. Okay, the first thing it asks you is give me your website name so that I can link it with your load balancer. Okay, and what is my website name? It is maheshrajfree.tk, right? So copy your website name and enter the same way I'm entering over here. Okay, my website name is maheshrajfree.tk. Don't add any www in front of your website name. Domain name is your website name.tk. Okay, in the description, if you want to add, you can say that this is e-commerce website, or this is a banking website, or this is a manufacturing industry website, or entertainment industry website. Whatever you want, you can add. It is optional anyhow. So my website is a banking website, and anybody around the world who gives my website name, they should get a message. That is the reason I'm keeping it in public hosted zone. Okay, so now if I click on create, you will see that hosted zone will get created over here, guys. Okay, you can see hosted zone got created for my website, and this is my website name. Okay, and whenever hosted zone gets created, 5 servers will get created over here. Okay, whenever you create a hosted zone, 5 servers will get created. 4 servers are of NS type. If you see over here, these are NS servers. NS stands for naming server. 4 NS servers will get created and 1 SOA will get created. SOA is single point of authority. That 4 servers are managed by your SOA. Okay, and observe one more thing. All these 4 servers are in 4 different countries. If you see over here, this is in UK. .com means this is in US. .org means this is in Asia. .net means this is in Australia. 4 naming servers are in 4 different countries, and that 4 naming servers are handled by SOA. So whenever you create a hosted zone, Route 53 will create 5 servers for managing your website. Okay. Now let us come to the main part. What is our main agenda? What is our main target? You have to link your website to your load balancer. Okay, that is why we came to Route 53, right? Now let us do that thing. How to do that? Click on create a record. Give your complete website name over here. Complete website name is www. Okay, maheshrajfree.tk. This is a complete website name. Okay, and where you have to link your website, you have to link your website to your load balancer, right? Okay, so enable these aliases. Okay, and search for your load balancer, guys. Your load balancer is an application load balancer. Okay, so select application load balancer, and where you have created the load balancer. Okay, we have created our load balancer, I guess in North Virginia, I guess. Okay, let me go and check the region. Okay, I guess it's in North Virginia only. Okay, North California. So where is my load balancer? It is in North California. Select your North California region. Okay, over here we have North California. Select North California. In North California, what is my load balancer name? Mohan is my load balancer name. So select Mohan over here. So what you are doing over here, your website name is given over there, mahesh.com. You are linking your website to your load balancer. You are connecting your website name to your load balancer. Okay. So now the connection is happening. Now click on create record and it is connecting with each other now. Right. Now if you see over here in a very simple way, I will tell you, left side of your screen you have your website name, okay, which is Mahesh Raj, and at the right side of your screen you have your load balancer name. So you have binded these two together. Okay, so left side is your website name. You have linked your left side to your load balancer, and this is your load balancer. Left side website name and right side load balancer name. Okay, now you have linked your website, right? Now let me go to my website. Okay, let me give the complete name as www.maheshrajfree.tk. Okay, let us wait for a couple of minutes over here. Okay, and within couple of minutes we will see the message over here, guys. Okay, let us wait for 2 minutes. Create as many you want. Freenom is completely free. Okay, let me try to give it now. Okay, yeah, one more thing, guys. Okay, which we have to do. Okay, I forget this one. You have completed all your steps on AWS side, right? You have linked your website to your load balancer. Okay, there is one more last step which you have to do, guys. You have to go to Freenom, and in Freenom also you have to tell that you have linked this website on AWS. Okay, so you have to go to Freenom. On Freenom, go to manage domain. Okay, click on manage domain over here. Okay, again you can sign in simply, sign in with your Google. Okay, so in Freenom, okay, go to services, and if you click on my domains, you will see your website name over here. Okay, and click on manage domain. After clicking on manage domain, go to management tools. Over here name servers are there, right? Click on the name servers and use custom name servers, and whatever name servers are given by AWS, right? These 4 name servers are given by AWS, right? You have to update these name servers on your Freenom. Okay, after connecting your load balancer with website name, come to Freenom and give that name servers in Freenom. Okay, then complete connection will establish. So let me copy each name server one by one and I will paste it on Freenom. Okay, so this is name server 1 and this is name server 2. So each name server is in different countries, guys. Okay, this is in UK, this is in US, okay, and this is in Asia region. Okay, so I've given all 4 name servers. Now click on change name servers. So name servers will get updated over here. Okay, and it got updated successfully. Right, now go to your website name. Okay, and refresh and check. Okay, we have to wait for couple of minutes over here now. Okay, and you can see, guys, that I'm getting my message from my website name, and my website name is maheshrajfree.tk, and whatever message you are getting from your, I'm not giving my load balancer address, I'm not giving my IP address. Okay, I'm just giving my website name, and whatever message is coming from your load balancer, it is giving you the same message. So it is as similar as how Flipkart is working, how your HDFC bank websites are working. In the same way, my website is working. Okay, so this is all the layers which you have to add at layer 1, 9x machine, layer 2, load balancer, layer 3, your Route 53, where you have to give your website name and website address. Okay, so this is how you have to connect your website, and this is how you will be getting a message from your website to Route 53. Okay, in real time you have to follow the same thing. Okay, go to Route 53 and connect your websites to your load balancer. Okay, and in the same way you have to get the message from your website. Okay, follow the recording, follow the same steps, go to Freenom, get your own websites and try to get your message from the website address. Initially wait for 5 minutes. Okay, max to max wait for 10 minutes. That's it. If still it is not coming after 10 minutes, then there should be issue in your site. Okay, do it practically. Okay, and you can share me the screenshots in the group. Right? Any questions until this point?
So maybe it's a great deal. I start to my
No. That name, once you given the name will be registered with ICANN. Okay. If you want to take one more, you can take it from one more different name. Okay. Fine, guys. And complete this task. Very important. Okay. This is how your real-time domain works. This is how your website works in real time. I guess now you know the flow. Where is Linux machine and where is the load balancer? And next to that, you have your Route 53 to connect. Okay. So now, okay, let me just save the share. Okay. And let me just save the recording. Okay. So do follow the recording and do the practice, guys. Okay. Complete this one. So I'll see you guys. So in today's class, we are going to discuss, okay, one more very important topic, okay, which is for S3. Okay. This will be for S3. Okay. So S3 stands for simple storage service. Okay, and to understand S3 better, okay, we should compare S3 with normal hard disk. Okay, we have hard disk, right? Hard disk on our laptop, we have a hard disk, right? So this is also a storage, and our hard disk is also our storage, right? We store our data on our laptop hard disk. If we understand the difference between hard disk and the this storage, we will understand that what are the differences between here. Okay, so we call hard disk as EBS over here in these volumes. Okay, we call it as EBS, which is nothing but elastic block storage. Okay, which we have seen earlier, nothing but hard disk on our cloud. So normally what happens, see guys, if this is your machine, this is your EC2 machine, let it be Windows machine or Linux machine, any machine, whether it's a Windows machine also we need hard disk, or it's a Linux machine we need hard disk. Machine also we need hard disk, right? So over here you will be having a hard disk. Okay, this will be your C drive or a default hard disk, you can say. Okay, C drive or a default hard disk. Okay, HDD hard drive. Okay, right. So this is a normal procedure we use. Okay, our machine and our hard disk. Now we have a S3 also over here. Okay, S3 symbol. Let me give my S3 symbol over here like this. Okay, this is our S3 symbol. Okay, so over here in S3, okay, what do you call as a hard disk in cloud? We call it as a volume. Okay, we call hard disk as a volume over here. Let me write it over here. We call it as a volume. Okay, and the storage, hard disk is nothing but storage only, right? We call it as volume. Over here in S3, you call S3 as a bucket. Okay, terminology is very important. Okay, so always check for the terminology. We call S3 as a bucket. S3 is a bucket, volume is a hard disk. What's the difference? Okay, now the next thing is, what do you store inside a hard disk? Inside a hard disk, you will store your files, storages, images, videos, PDF file, Word file. These files you will store inside your hard disk, right? So this will be your files. Inside hard disk, what you will store? Files. Okay. Inside S3 bucket also you will store files only. You will store your images, videos, okay, normal files, office files, PDF files, Word file. You will store your files only. But over here, you call that files as objects. We call these files as objects over here. Okay, so we call these files as objects over here. Okay, right. So object is nothing but file only, guys. Don't think that object is a different thing. Object is a file. Inside hard disk also you will store your file. Inside a bucket also you will store your file only, but we call it as object. Okay, that is important. Now let us go to the next difference. Okay, for example, I have one more machine, guys. I have one more machine. Okay, for example, you are having one more laptop. Okay, can you share the hard disk, one hard disk with two laptops? Okay, you cannot share, no. One, my laptop hard disk is one hard disk I cannot share with two laptops. One hard disk to one laptop. So one hard disk I cannot share with two laptops, right? That is a limitation over here. But in case of S3, if I have one machine over here, and if I have one more machine over here, okay, both the machines can use S3 storage. Not only two, three, four, five, if you are having third machine, if you are having fourth machine also, all these machines can use S3 storage at the same time. Volumes are not giving you that option, but over here in S3, you have the option where you can access your S3 bucket from four different machines also. From four machines also you can access. Okay, so that is a advantage. Okay, and let me show you to the next one now. Okay, in hard disk, in volumes, if your first machine is Windows machine, the second machine which you want to attach your volume, this has to be a Windows machine only. Both machines should be Windows machines. Okay, both machines should be Windows machines, or both should be Linux machines. Then only you can interchange, or else you have to format. That is a different story. But over here, both have to be same machines. Windows, or Linux to Linux, we can do. Over here in S3 bucket, if your first machine is Windows machine, okay, if your second machine is Linux machine, okay, and if your third machine is Ubuntu machine, and your fourth machine, if it is a CentOS machine, then also you can access your S3 bucket from multiple machines. From multiple machines you can access, and from different operating systems you can access over here. Okay, so this is the first thing. Okay, so over here Windows, but over here different operating system machines can also access your S3 bucket. One more big advantage. Okay, now let us come to the next advantage. If you guys remember, if your Windows machine is in US region, if your Windows machine is in US region, the volume which you are attaching, it has to be also in US region only, right? Volume and machine has to be in same region. Your hard disk and your laptop should be at same place, no? Then only you can attach. If hard disk is in US region and laptop is in India region, means you cannot attach hard disk, right? In that way. But over here in S3, in S3 storage, if your S3 bucket is in US region, okay, if your S3 bucket is in US region, and your Windows machine, for example, if this is in Singapore region, okay, or your other machine might be in UK region, okay, and this machine might be in, okay, Australia region, okay, and if this machine is in some other region, okay, I can say Paris. All four machines are running with four different operating systems. All four machines are in different locations. Then also you can access your S3 bucket. No region restriction, no operating system restriction. Okay, your hard disk has all those restrictions, but your S3 storage, it doesn't have these restrictions. Okay, so whatever limitations, whatever drawbacks we can say, and whatever limitations which were there on your hard disk, all those limitations have been removed in your S3 storage. Your S3 storage is not having all those drawbacks which were there in your hard disk. Okay, with all these benefits which you are getting with S3, you will be amazed to know, okay, even costing wise, okay, volumes are costly. Even though S3 bucket is giving you so many features, right? So many features are there. Even though it is giving so many features, it is less costly. Pricing wise also, S3 bucket is having less price. It is giving you less price, more Benefits, more security, more advantages. In real time, you will use 90% of your storage is used as S3 only. 90% you will use S3 only as a storage. Okay, you will not use majorly as hard disk, S3 only. Okay, and one more thing, what we call files inside a hard disk, files only. What do you call files inside S3 bucket? Objects. Terminology is very important. See why? Because if you are working with UST, okay, and if you tell one of the US guy that I have one file with me, he will think that you are talking about volumes. If you tell him that I have one object with me, he will think that you are talking about S3 bucket. That's why terminology is important, because volumes are also there, S3 is also there. In AWS we have both the things. Okay, if you tell him there is a file, he will think that you are talking about volume. Okay, so we have to be very sure with the terminology is very important, right? Now let us go and let us create one bucket in our AWS account. Okay, and let us see how to create a bucket. Okay, and how to access the bucket, how to store the bucket. We will see all these things. Right now, let me go back to my AWS account. Okay, so if you click on search bar and if you search for S3, and if you click on S3 over here, you will go to S3 dashboard. Okay, so let me just log in over here with the account. Okay, so you can see this is our S3 dashboard over here, guys. This is our S3 dashboard. Okay, and to create a bucket, you have to click on create bucket over here. And once you click on create bucket, we have to give a name to our bucket. Okay, and let me give my bucket name over here as, okay, Mahesh 760 or some number I am giving. Whatever names you are giving to your bucket, no, that name has to be unique. Over here, just below the bucket name, if you see, it is telling you over here bucket name must be unique. Why it is telling you like this? Because, for example, if I give name Mahesh, already there will be a bucket with name Mahesh. It's a common name. Okay, and not only in your account, not only in our region or in our country, entire world, again nobody can use Mahesh name for bucket creation, because whenever you create a bucket, it will create a URL, and as you know that URL has to be unique. If Flipkart is there, I cannot use Flipkart again. YouTube is there, I cannot use YouTube again. So that is the same rule which is followed over here. If Mahesh is already taken by some other person, I cannot take Mahesh name around the world. Okay, not only in one country. Fine. So now coming back to our here, let me see that Mahesh 760 is available or not. You can create with your own names, add some unique number beside that. Okay, for easy creation. Now let me create this bucket in US region, and let me select US region over here. Okay, so I'm creating this bucket in US. Now I will enable the permissions. What are these permissions? Okay, we will discuss in detail. And whenever you are creating a bucket, by default it will be blocked. Nobody will access your S3 bucket. Okay, so you have to remove this block. Don't keep the block over here. You have to remove the block. Okay, what is versioning we will discuss now. And now just come down, encryption also we will discuss. Just click on create bucket, and if that name is available, bucket will get created over here. If name is not available, it will tell you that name is not available. Okay, now you can see that Mahesh 760 is your bucket which you have created. This is the region in which you have created, US region. What is the date and time which I have created? 27th April 1080. Just now I have created my bucket. Okay, bucket is nothing but your storage point only. Fine. Now let me click on this bucket, and right now you can see inside my bucket objects are not there. Zero objects. No file is there. No object is there. Zero objects are there. Nothing is there inside my S3 bucket. Fine. Now what I will do is let me upload some files to my S3 bucket. Let me store some files on my S3 bucket. Files are nothing but objects only, right? So I'll click on upload and I will click on add file. And once I click on add file, observe here one thing, guys. When I click on add file, what is opening? My laptop downloads folder is opening. Again, you see, when I click on add file, my laptop download folder is opening. Okay, where is my S3 bucket? It is in US region. Where is my laptop? It is in India region. That's why I said you can access your S3 bucket from anywhere. I can store my laptop files on my S3 bucket. My laptop is in India region and S3 bucket is in US region. Even then also I can access my S3 bucket. I can store my laptop files on my S3 bucket. Simply let me select this file. Okay, there is one Praveen file. I'll click on open, scroll down and click on upload. So this file will get uploaded to your S3 bucket. And now you will see that you have stored one file inside your S3 bucket. Nothing but object only. Now, how many objects are there? One object is there. In the same way, you can upload other files also. Click on upload, add file. Your laptop downloads folder will open. Okay, you can upload anything from your laptop. Image file, Word file, okay, document file, PDF file, any file you can store over here. Any file. Okay, so just scroll down. For example, I have one more file over here. Let me select, scroll down and then click on upload. It will get uploaded over here. Okay, you can see now how many objects I am having? 2 objects. So like this, you can store your objects, your files like this. Okay, easily you can store and upload your files, right? Now, okay, so S3 normally this kind of storage, I think you have seen earlier a lot of times. Okay, you have G drive, Google Drive, you have Microsoft Drive. Okay, in the same way you have S3 also, where you can store your files. But S3 storage, okay, if you compare it with your Google Drive or Microsoft Drive, the features and benefit what S3 will give you, no other storage will give you. No storage will give you this many benefits. When we slowly go on discussing the benefits of S3 storage, it is a very, very intelligent storage, guys. It's not a normal storage actually. It has lots and lots of benefits along with it. It's not a simple storage. Okay. Now, if I go to properties over here, these properties are nothing but the additional features which you are getting with S3. Additional features, benefits. Okay, all these which you see inside properties, all these are additional features. Let us discuss these features one by one. So what is the first feature over here? Versioning. Okay, versioning. What will happen with versioning? Let me tell you. Right now, versioning is in disabled mode, right? Right now, it is in disabled mode. Let me enable versioning first. So I'll click on edit. I will click on enable and I will click on save. Okay, so I have enabled versioning on my S3 bucket. So what happens with versioning? Let us see this thing. Okay, right now versioning is enabled now. So go back to your objects and let me upload one more file to my S3 bucket. Okay, so I will go back to my machine and let me upload one file over here, guys, on my S3 bucket. Okay, so let me create a new file over here. Let me go to my downloads or documents. Okay, so let me take one file over here. Yes, so there is one file, guys. Okay, let me write something to my file. I will say hello to all. Simple one line I have written hello to all. Now let me save this file and let me give a name to this file as Okay, Mohan file. File name is Mohan. I have written one line inside this file. Let me upload this file to my S3 bucket. Okay, so I'll click on upload. I will click on add files. Mohan file is there, selected, and I will click on upload. So normally how I uploaded previous files, I uploaded Mohan file over here like this. This is my Mohan file. Very good. It is there inside your S3 bucket. Now what I will do, I will go back to my machine again. I will open this Mohan file and I will add one more line over here. Okay, that today is Wednesday. I've added one more line over here. Second line. I will save this file. I will close this. I will go back to my S3 bucket and I will click on upload. And if I try to upload the same file, what will happen, guys? Normally, when you try to save your files in your hard disk with your same name, inside one folder, can you save two files with same name? We cannot save in our laptop or we cannot save on our hard disk also. In single folder, you cannot save two files with same name. Like Mohan, two files you cannot save with same name in Windows. Normally in your hard disk, you cannot save this like this. Okay. But over here in S3, you just see what is happening. If I click on add file, again I'm selecting the same file name, Mohan only selected. And if I click on upload, it will not give me any error. It will not give me any error. Second time I'm uploading file with same name. And it will not give me any error over here. And you can see Mohan file is still there. This thing, what is happening over here now, if you click on Mohan file and if you go to versions, you have uploaded two times, right? So two files will be there. S3 storage is so intelligent, it is not like your hard disk. It is so intelligent that it will come to know, even though file name is same, whatever there is inside that file are different lines, right? So it will store both the files. It will store both the files. It will give you different timestamps also. You have uploaded this at 10:23. Latest file you uploaded at 10:25 after 2 minutes. And file name is same, but file name is same. In Windows, if you try to do this thing, it will tell you to replace or copy or delete or copy, or file name is already there. These things it will tell you. But in S3, it will not tell you this. This will happen only if you enable versioning. If you don't enable versioning, it will give you error. If you don't enable versioning, it will give you error over here. So versioning is a special property for S3 bucket, where if you try to upload file with same name also, it will don't give you any error. It will take all the files and it will give you all the versions of that files. Okay, if I select this file and if I click on open, you will see that this is having single line. This file is having single line. And let me open you for the second file now. If I select this file and if I click on open, you will see that this file has two lines. Both the files got uploaded over here without any issue, without any error. So this thing is possible only if you enable versioning. Okay, so that is a special property. No other storages will give you this property, guys. No other storage will give you. If you try to upload it in G drive also, you will get error. In Microsoft Drive also, if you try to upload two files with same name, you will get error. In your laptop hard disk also, you cannot store, but over here you can store. Okay, what is the benefit of this? Real-time example I will tell you. For example, developer 1 is working on one file. Developer 2 is also working on one file. Whatever file they are working on, that file name is same. File name is same. He will write a different logic. Second developer will write a different logic, but file name is same. When they try to upload to S3 bucket, if you enable versioning, it will not give you any errors. It will save the file from developer 1 also. It will save the file from developer 2 also. Both the files will be there on your S3 bucket. And if you go to any one of the files and if you select and if you open, you will have the content of each and every file over here. Right? So in that way, you will be uploading and you will be using your files. Right? So S3 versioning will help you to store two files with same name also. No other storage has this benefit. Okay, so be clear with that. Now let me go back to my bucket again and let me go to properties again, and you can see the first property was versioning. Okay, very good. Now let me come to one more property over here, which is static website hosting. Okay, static website hosting. What is the meaning of static website hosting? Means you can run your website from your S3 bucket, guys. S3 is not a machine. S3 is a storage, but you can run a website from S3 storage. For example, you have a pen drive, right? Can you run a website from pen drive? No, because pen drive is a storage. From G drive, you cannot run a website. From Microsoft OneDrive also, you cannot run a website. But from S3, it is a storage only. It is not a machine. Even though it is a storage, it is so intelligent that you can run a website from S3. You don't need a machine for that. You can run a website from S3 bucket. Okay. So what I will do, I will also run my website from S3 bucket. So before running a website, right now you can see it is in disabled mode, right? So we have to enable the S3 bucket for running a website from S3. Okay. So now before enabling this, the first thing what I have to do over here is, for running a website, I have to store one file inside my S3 bucket, and normally that file is index.html file. Okay, you guys knows this already. If you want to run any website, we should have index.html file. Yesterday when we discussed our Route 53, in your Linux machine, what you will store? Index.html file only, right? So over here also, if you want to run your website, you have to store index.html file. So let me go back to my machine and let me upload index.html file, and let me upload the index.html file in this way. Let me, I'll click on upload, add file. Okay, and let me just rename this file, or in this way I can. Let me go back to my downloads. Okay, and let me just rename this file with index.html. This is the file name, right? So now what I will do, I will upload, okay, this file onto my S3 bucket. Okay, right, very good. So let me upload my index.html file, guys. So click on add file and let me, okay, search for my index file, and this is my index.html file selected, and then click on upload. Okay, you guys also, you can create index.html file, or you can rename any file with index.html file and upload that file to your S3 bucket like this. You can see now I have uploaded one index.html file to my S3 bucket over here. Now if you see, index.html file is uploaded to your S3 bucket, guys. Now go to properties, and inside the properties, go to static website hosting, click on edit over here and enable static website hosting. And when you enable static website hosting, you have to select your index file. And what is my index file name? Index.html.txt is also there. Give complete name. Okay, we have to give complete name of our website. Okay, now let me click over here. And normally, whenever your website is not loading, we will get some error messages like 401, 402, 403. Okay, so we have to give our error file also. We have to give our HTML file, and then we have to add error file also. So let me add error as error.html. If I get any errors, it should display me the error also. For that, I am adding this file. So both the files added. Scroll down and then click on save changes. You have enabled website hosting now. Okay, so go back to your S3 bucket and click, this is your website link, guys. Once you enable website, AWS will give you the website link. Okay, once you enable, it will give you the website link. Just click on this website link and you will see that you are getting one error over here. Okay, and what is this error? 403. What is the meaning of 403? It is forbidden. Again, what is the meaning of forbidden over here? Access is denied. You don't have permissions to go inside a bucket. Inside a bucket, you have index file, but it is not allowing you to go inside a bucket. Why? I will tell you. Let me take a diagram first for this. And let me show you guys how permissions will work inside your S3 bucket. Okay, for example, this is your S3 bucket, guys. This is our S3 bucket over here. This is my S3 bucket. Okay, it's a very name is, what is the full form of S3? It is simple storage service. Name is very simple, but it gives you a lot of advantages and it is very secure also. How it is secure, I will tell you. Okay, there are two types of permissions for your S3 bucket, guys. There are two types of permissions for your S3 bucket. First permission is bucket permission and second permission is object permission. Okay, just a second. Okay, very good. Now come back to my diagram. Okay, so there are two types of permissions for your S3 bucket, guys. One is bucket permission and the second is object permission. I will take this example as our classroom. Consider our classroom is a bucket. Okay, and we are sitting inside our classroom, right? We are objects. Okay, so to enter inside the class, first of all, you have to have the permission to enter inside the class. That is nothing but your bucket permission. First, if you want to read any object or to talk to any guy, you should first come inside the class, right? So that is nothing but your object permission. Okay, so you should have first of all permission to come inside the class. Okay, if you don't have the permission to come inside the class, you cannot come inside the classroom. Okay, if you are unable to come inside, there is no possibility. If you know the guy also, the person who is sitting inside the class, if you know that guy, if you have object permission also, but if you don't have permission to go inside a bucket only, how will you read the object? We cannot read the object. So you cannot read any object. So this permission will not work. Bucket permission is not there, which means you cannot enter inside a bucket only. If you have object permission also, no use. Okay. Now, if you have bucket permission as yes, which means you are having permission to enter inside the class. But if you don't know the person, okay, you don't have any object permission. If you don't know the person, that person will not talk to you, right? So you can come inside the class, but you cannot read the object. You can go inside a bucket, but you cannot read the object. In this case also, this permission will also not work. Okay, then what permission will work? You should have permission to go inside the bucket and you should have permission to read the file as well. Both the permissions has to be yes over here. Both the permissions has to be yes over here. You should have a permission to go inside the class, and if you know the person, you will talk to that person also. In the same way, you should have permissions to go inside the bucket, and when you go inside the bucket, there is index.html file is there, right? Index file, and you should have permissions to read this index file also. Both the things should be there. Okay, S3, you might think that it is very simple. It is very secure. It is very secure. It has two levels of permissions, and you should have both the permissions to read the file. Okay, now how to give these permissions? I will show you now. Let us go back to our S3 bucket, and inside your S3 bucket, guys, you will find one permissions tab over here. There is one permissions tab beside your S3 bucket. Click on these permissions and you will see one simple thing I will tell you over here. What is Mahesh over here? Mahesh is my bucket name, right? Mahesh is my bucket name. Whatever permissions you see beside bucket name, those are bucket permissions. That is my bucket name, and you see permissions, these are bucket permission. Okay, let us keep it simple. Now, first thing what I will do is I will give bucket permission. Scroll down, okay, and go to ACL over here. There will be one option given to you called as ACL. Okay, so on to ACL, click on edit on ACL and give list and read permissions to your public so that the public can read your contents from your website. And then scroll down. I say I understand the risk and then click on save changes. Right now, what permissions you have given? Bucket permission. because whatever permissions you see are beside your bucket name. This is bucket permission. See, it is showing you one warning also in red color. It is just a warning, don't worry about it. Okay, right. So you have given your bucket permission. Now the next what I have to give is object permission. Now how to give object permission? Go back to your S3 bucket, go to objects, and you will have your object name as index file is my object, right? I will click on my object. Inside the object also you will see permissions. So whatever permissions you see beside your object name, this is your object permission. Beside bucket name, if you are having permissions, means that is bucket permission. Beside object name, if you are having permissions, means this is a object permission. In object permission also you will have ACL. Same ACL you will have over here also. So click on edit, okay, and give read access for your object also. Scroll down and say yes, I understand there is, and then click on save. Now I have added object permissions as well. Bucket permissions also given, object permissions also have given over here. Now what I will do, let me go back to my bucket, go to properties, okay, and then if you click on your website name, let me go over here, and if I refresh now, you will see that you are able to see the message. Previously it was stopping me, okay, from seeing the message. Now you can see the message over here, that hello to all, and this is my message which I have given inside my index file. Now it is not stopping you. You can go inside a bucket and you can read the file also. Okay, so now you have the permission. Now you are running a website from your S3 storage, not from any EC2 machine. Okay, I'm just running it from my S3 storage only, not from any machine over here. Okay, very good. Now in the same way, let us discuss one more property over here, guys, which is called as transfer acceleration. Okay, what is transfer acceleration? Let us see this thing. Okay, first of all, I will click on this acceleration screen, and I want to show you one important thing over here, guys. Let me go to this comparison tool and let me open this. Okay, so with transfer acceleration, what will happen over here, guys? Whenever you are uploading objects to your S3 bucket, if it is a 1 MB file, 2 MB file, no problem, it will get uploaded within few seconds only. If it is a 100 GB file, means what will happen? It will take a lot of time, right? 100 GB file I'm telling, or 1000 GB also you can upload. Okay, 1000 GB file if you want to upload, it will take a lot of time for you to upload, right? So with transfer acceleration, what will happen? It will apply acceleration. What is the meaning of acceleration? To apply speed. You will apply speed to your files upload. Okay, so with transfer acceleration, you will apply speed, and whatever files you are trying to upload, it will get uploaded with much more speed. With how much speed it will get uploaded, it will tell you over here. Before applying acceleration, you can check that North Virginia, this data center is having how much speed. Right now it is having 100% faster speed, which means normally if it takes 4 minutes to upload the file, 100% faster it will go, and it might get uploaded in half an hour only. In real time, you will have a lot of data, right? In that cases, acceleration will help you to upload it faster. And you can see it will calculate the speed of all the data centers which are over here, guys. These are all the list of data centers which is AWS is maintaining, and AWS is running all these data centers. And acceleration, okay, will calculate the speed of all these data centers. It will calculate the speed for you of all the data centers, and it will show you that which data center is having how much speed. San Francisco is having 80% speed. San Francisco is having around 80% speed. Okay, so it will calculate for Oregon, Dublin, Frankfurt, Tokyo. It will calculate the speed of all the data centers. And just tell me one thing, if you are using Google Drive or Microsoft OneDrive, will it give you the speed of the data center? They will not give you the speed of the data center. They will not even show you how much speed they are having. They will simply tell you to upload, and you have to wait for hours to get uploaded, right? but S3 bucket will give you the actual speed of the data center, that how much speed they are having. And one more thing, every time it will not be faster. Sometimes it will be slower also, depending upon the network bandwidth and depending upon users. So that is the reason for you should not face any difficulty. It is clearly giving you that how much speed it is having right now. So based on that, you can use your regions and you can apply acceleration. Okay, so it is right now it is calculating the speed of for all. Okay, Oregon is 500% faster. Okay, which it is very fast, which means, okay, so Dublin is 71% faster. So it is calculating for all the regions, guys. So let it get calculated and we will see which is the fastest region over here. Okay, meantime what I will do is I will give this website link to you guys in the chat also, so you can bookmark this link and you can also check the speed of different data centers, guys. So let me just add the URL over here for you guys. Okay, so I've given the URL in the chat. If you click on that URL, you will also see the same data comparison speeds over here. Okay, okay, so if you see right now, guys, Sydney is 75% slower. Okay, that's why I was calculating all the regions, because I wanted to show you that every time every region will not be faster, guys. Sometimes the regions might be slower also, depending upon the users and depending upon the speed of the data center. Sometimes it might be slower also. Okay, so Sydney might be undergoing due to data center. Sometimes it might be slower. Okay, so some, okay, Sao Paulo, which is nothing good. Okay, so it is will have all the regions over here like this, guys. Okay, so let it calculate. So meantime, what you have to do, guys, for the today's task is you have to create S3 bucket, upload your objects to your S3 bucket, go to properties and try to use versioning, enable versioning and try to upload files with two names. And when you are trying to upload files with two names, it should not give you any errors. Okay, and then you have to enable static website hosting also. And to enable and run static website hosting, you have to give both the permissions. Okay, you have to give bucket permissions and then you have to give object permissions as well. So enable both the permissions over here, guys, for getting it done. Okay, so that will be your task, and this is just a link where you will be seeing that, okay, regions it is calculating, and I guess Oregon is only the fastest. It is having 568% faster speed. Okay, so do perform all these actions. Okay, and then we will be discussing a lot more features which are there with your S3 bucket, guys. Okay, these are just the beginning features that which we have seen. Tomorrow we'll be seeing even more features. Okay, there are a lot of features which comes with your S3 storage. That's why I said the features benefit which you have with S3 storage, no other storage will give you. Okay, fine, guys, and I'll be saving the share. Okay, for the day. Okay, so yesterday we have created S3 buckets. Okay, and we have uploaded the objects. We have seen versioning. Okay, we have also seen static website hosting, and we have also seen the, okay, transfer acceleration as well. Okay, right, very good. Now, okay, I will be going to my S3 bucket, and on my S3 bucket, okay, I will be showing you guys some more properties and some more features, okay, which is not available onto any storage, guys. Okay, so let us see some more features and let us discuss about few more features on S3. So I'll go to management. Okay, and under management, you can see the first, okay, we will be seeing replication first over here, guys. Okay, so what is replication, how replication will work, and how replication will help you. Let me show this thing, and let me open a paint diagram. Okay, and let me, okay, show you about replication over here, guys. So what is replication and how it will help you, I'll tell you. So first of all, let me write replication. Okay, and with replication what happens over here is, for example, if you are having one bucket, guys, okay, assume that you are having one bucket, Okay, and this S3 bucket is in US region. Okay, for example, this S3 bucket is in US region. In the same way, you have one more S3 bucket. Okay, and this S3 bucket could be in Singapore region or UK region, some other region. Okay, let us take Singapore region for example. So one bucket is in US region and the other bucket is in Singapore region. For example, you are having office branches. In US you have an office branch, and in Singapore also you have an office branch. Both locations you are having office branches. Okay, and in your US office there is one file called John. There is one object called John inside your bucket. Okay, one person details are there, and his name is John, and his details are there in your US bucket. Okay, and what you want to do over here is, okay, you want to send this file to your Singapore bucket. You want to send the file from US bucket to Singapore bucket. Normally you can do it manually. Okay, if it is a one-time process, two-time process, you can do it manually, no problem. But every day, whatever they are updating, you want that updated files in your Singapore bucket. Whenever they are updating some files in US bucket, suppose they are uploading some new files in your US bucket, every time whenever they are uploading new files, you want that new files to be there into your Singapore bucket. Okay, not manually, in an automated way, whatever they are uploading to US bucket, it should come to Singapore bucket. Okay, so that is the reason we will apply replication over here. With replication you can do that. With replication, what will happen, whatever objects are there in your bucket A, okay, it will go to your bucket B in an automated way. Okay, but there is one small condition over here, and the condition is, if you want replication to work, we have to enable versioning. Okay, as we have seen versioning yesterday, right? So if you want replication to work, we have to enable versioning. So replication will not work without versioning. So what is versioning? We have seen yesterday. What versioning will do? Suppose there is a John file in US bucket. Okay, so there is a possibility that Singapore bucket also has John file, right? There may be a possibility that Singapore is also having an employee named John. Again, if you are trying to upload John file again to this bucket, so what will happen? It will either delete the old file and it will copy the new file. But we want both the files. Both are two different employees. Name is same. File name is same. So that is the reason you will use versioning, right? With versioning, what will happen? Two files with same name also you can store in the same bucket. If the file names are same, and if you are having two files also, you can save. No problem in that. So that is the reason you have to enable versioning. So without versioning, replication will not work, guys. So we have to enable versioning. On both the buckets, you have to enable versioning. On bucket A, on bucket B also, you have to enable versioning. Then only replication will work. Okay, so this is one thing. And from which bucket I am sending over here? From US bucket, right? From US bucket, I'm sending it to Singapore bucket. So you have to enable replication on from bucket. From whichever bucket you are sending, not on two bucket. On from bucket, you have to enable replication. Okay. So from bucket replication is important. On from bucket, you have to enable replication, and then your objects will move to your Singapore bucket. So this is one way. Okay. You call this as a simple replication. From A to B, you are doing in this way. Okay, if you want to enable reverse replication, you can enable reverse replication as well. You can move your objects from Singapore to US also. Okay, so it's like forward replication is okay enabled over here, and you can enable reverse replication also. In both the ways, you can push your objects and files from bucket A to bucket B. And in reverse replication from bucket, what will be the from bucket? Singapore bucket will be the from bucket. Then on Singapore bucket, you have to enable replication in that. Okay, so let me go back to my S3 dashboard. Okay, so over here you can see that I have my bucket in US region. There is one bucket in my US region. Okay, or else let me create it from the beginning only. Okay, so you guys will not get confused. So first of all, let me create one bucket in US region. I will call this bucket as, okay, US region my bucket. Okay, I'm giving some unique name. I'm creating this in US region, enabling ACL, and remove the block. If you keep the block, the bucket will be blocked. Okay, so remove the block. And what we have to enable, guys? We have to enable versioning. Versioning is mandatory, right, for application. So enable versioning when you are creating the bucket. Okay, and then scroll down and then click on create a bucket. So first bucket I'm creating it in US region, and it got created over here. This is my US region bucket. Okay, now let me create a one more bucket, and this time I will create it in Singapore region. So let me click on create a bucket. I will say Singapore region, my bucket. I will create this in Singapore. So select Singapore from over here. Okay, over here I have it. So I'll create this bucket in Singapore region, enable ACL, and remove the block, and then enable versioning over here also. Okay, scroll down and then click on create bucket. Okay, so you can see you have created buckets in US and you have created bucket in Singapore also. Now let me first enable replication on US bucket. So I'll go to US bucket. I will go to management. Under management, you will have replication. Okay, so let me click on create replication. Let me give a name to this replication as, let me call it as my rule. You can give any name. Okay, scroll down, and from US bucket, what is your source bucket? US bucket. From US bucket to which bucket you want to push? Okay, what is should be your destination bucket? Your Singapore bucket is your destination bucket, right? Click on browse and select your Singapore bucket and click on choose. Okay, scroll down. IAM role, at IAM role, just do one thing, guys. Just select create new role. That's it. Okay, we will discuss in detail about roles later on. Just select this, scroll down, don't go for any encryption, but choose one option over here, that is replication time control. With this option, what will happen is, normally US data center and Singapore data center are very far, right? So it will take 5 or 10 minutes to object to get uploaded. So if you want the object to get uploaded faster, okay, you take time control. It will move faster from that region to this region. Okay, now we'll click on save, and you will see that replication has been enabled over here. Okay, right, now let me go back to my bucket, and you can see this is my US bucket, guys. Nothing is there inside my US bucket. And if I go to Singapore bucket, you guys can see nothing is there in my Singapore bucket also. Now what I will do, I will upload one file to my US bucket. Okay, I will upload one file to my US bucket. Same file should get uploaded on Singapore bucket also. Actually, it will move from US bucket to Singapore bucket. Okay, so I'll click on upload and add file, and let me upload a sample file over here. Let me upload Mohan file. Okay, there is one Mohan file. I'll click on upload, and you will see that it is getting uploaded over here. So one file got uploaded to US bucket, Mohan file it is. Okay, so now let me go to Singapore bucket, and if I wait for 2 or 3 minutes in Singapore bucket, same Mohan file should come to Singapore bucket also. Okay, let us wait for a couple of minutes, and we will see that same file will come over here. So it is taking 1 or 2 minutes time, right? That's why I have taken time control. If you don't take time control, it will take more time to get copied. Okay, so let us wait for 2 or 3 minutes. Then file should come from US to Singapore, and you can see that file got uploaded from US bucket to Singapore bucket. On Singapore bucket, I did not uploaded it. From US, it came to Singapore. In an automated way, the file came to Singapore. I did not uploaded any file. Okay, now let us try reverse replication. I will enable replication on Singapore bucket, and if I upload something to Singapore bucket, it should go to US bucket. Okay, so I'll go to management, and I will go to replication. I will create a replication on Singapore bucket. Okay, I'll call this as, okay, you can give any name actually, guys. Okay, give Ramesh as the replication name. Now what is your source bucket? Singapore bucket. Singapore bucket is my source bucket, and destination bucket, I will choose my US bucket as destination bucket. This is my US region bucket. Okay, select this and then choose path. Okay, over here just to select for create new role, scroll down and then take time control, so can move faster. Okay, now scroll down and then click on save, and you will see that you have applied replication on Singapore bucket. Okay, okay, very good. So now I will go to Singapore bucket and I will upload one file on Singapore bucket, and it should go to US also. Okay, so I'll click on upload, add file, and let me upload a file named Praveen over here. I will upload a Praveen file in Singapore bucket. Okay, and you can see that it got uploaded in Singapore. So the same file should be available in US region also. If I go over here, let us wait for 1 or 2 minutes. The file should come over here in an automated way. Let's just wait and see. Let me refresh and check, and you can see that the Praveen file got uploaded over here. Uploaded in the sense it came from Singapore bucket to US bucket. Okay, in an automated way, your files will come from Singapore to US. Okay, so especially when you are working with two different office locations, okay, replication will help you a lot. If you upload some file on one bucket, it will get uploaded onto the other bucket also, and in the same way reverse replication will also work. If you upload something on Singapore, in reverse replication it will get uploaded to US bucket also, right? Now next to replication, if I go to management, you will see one more property over here called as life cycle rule. Okay, one of the most important properties of S3 bucket actually. Okay, replication is also there, no doubt. So let me go and let me take a fresh image and let me explain you this thing, guys. Okay, now for example, I'm having one S3 bucket, guys, for example. Okay, and this is my S3 bucket. Okay, so inside your S3 bucket, I'm having one file or object, you can say. Some file, one object is there. Okay, and what I'm telling you is there is one file inside your S3 bucket, and I want you guys to delete this file after 5 years. After 5 years, I want you guys to delete this file. After 5 years. Okay, so after 5 years, will you remember that there is one file inside your S3 bucket and you have to delete? Very difficult, right? And who is sure that after 5 years you will remain in same company? You can switch to some other company also. Okay, we are not sure, but what condition is? Condition is after 5 years that file should get deleted. Okay, so how to apply these kind of rules in an automated way? Manually, after 5 years, you can go and you can delete, no doubt, but it's very difficult to remember and all. So how can we apply these kind of rules in an automated way? So that is where your life cycle rules will help you guys. Life cycle rule. Okay, from the name itself, you will get some idea. Okay, actually, what you are doing over here is you are managing the life of your objects inside your bucket. You are deciding that how long it should stay inside your bucket. That it should stay for 5 years, it should stay for 1 month, or it should stay for 2 years. You are deciding the life of your objects. That's why it is life cycle rule. Okay. Now let me take you to one more example. Okay. I will, for example, inside your bucket there are three files, guys. There are three types of files inside your bucket. Okay. First type of file is a log file, for example. And log file is a very generic file. Every day, so many logs will get generated, and you will save into your S3 bucket. Lots of logs will generate every day. And what you want over here is you want to save these logs for 1 month. Okay, 1 month of logs are enough for you. After 1 month, you want these logs to get deleted. Okay, after 1 month, you want these logs to get deleted. Okay, good. Now, there is a one more type of file inside your S3 bucket. That is a bank statement. Bank statement is there. Normally, banks will give us bank statement of last 1 year, 2 year. If it is a very good bank, it will give you for last 5 years also. And more than 5 years means it's very difficult to get. Last 2-3 years they will give you, but next to 5 years bank statement is difficult, right? But if it is a very good bank, it is a very good bank, then they will provide you bank statement of last 5 years also. So what I want you guys is to store bank statement for 5 years, and after 5 years I want you guys to delete the bank statement. So every file is having different time periods. See, log file I want you guys to store for 1 month only. Bank statement I want you guys to store for 5 years. Okay, and let me take you to the one more file, and that will be your passport or your date of birth certificate, okay, or your license, okay, or your SSC certificate, your intermediate certificate, your graduation certificate. Now tell me, how long will you store these documents, guys? Okay, you have to store these documents forever, because we cannot delete these documents, right? It has to be there for you forever. Very important documents, right? So what delete rule you will apply for this? You will say no delete for this. You should not delete these files at all. You have to store these files forever, and you have to go for no delete option. Okay, so each file will have its own each timeline, guys. Okay, log file 1 month, bank statement 5 years, passport and important documents forever you have to save. So these kind of rules you can apply with a life cycle rule. And once you apply it, it will work in automated way. After 5 years only, it will delete that. Again, we no need to go to that bucket manually, no need to do anything. It will apply this rule automated way, and after 5 years it will get deleted. After 1 month that will get deleted. So it is reducing so much effort for us, right? Actually, we no need to remember anything. If you are there in the same company or not also, no problem at all. Very good, very fine. So with life cycle rules, you will apply these kind of rules. I will show you how to apply this rule, but before that, let me tell you one more thing. Okay, see, log file you are storing for 1 month, and for 1 month you will not get a huge cost actually. S3 is very cheaper storage. You will not get lot of cost. Okay, but when you are storing some file for 5 years, 5 years is a bit of long period only, right? 5 years, you will get a bit of costing for that. For 1 year, for example, if they are charging you $10, for 5 years you will get around $50. And year to year it might increase also sometime, because every year they will increase some, okay, dollar price for every service. Okay, so now when you are storing this file for 5 years, okay, your manager is telling you to reduce the costing for this 5 years storage. You are storing for 5 years, no doubt you are storing. As a good DevOps engineer, if you are a good DevOps engineer, how you will plan and how you will work is, no doubt you will apply these rules. And when you apply these rules, your job is also to save money for your company. AWS gives you a lot of options, so you have to take the best options, and you have to make sure that you are saving a lot of money to your company. Like, not just only applying options, you have to check that which is the best option. Okay, now what you can do over here is, according to us, what we can do is, see, you are storing for 5 years, right? What I will do is, first 1 year, okay. So now before doing that, we have to understand one more thing over here. Okay, in your S3 bucket, there are different types of storages, guys. Actually, in your S3 bucket, there are different kinds of storages are there. Okay, one is costly storage. Even in your hard disk also, you are having two types. One is SSD and the other is HDD. SSDs are costly, HDDs are not that costly. Normal hard disk, and one is SSD. In S3 also you are having different storage classes. Okay, the first is intelligent tiering. Okay, this is a costly storage. Why it is a costly storage? Because it will be very fast in terms of copying, in terms of uploading, in terms of downloading. It will be very fast. Next to intelligent tiering, you have standard storage. Standard storage is average storage. It is not that much high, not that much low, and it will have a medium speed for you, standard storage. If you don't select any storage, by default your file will go to standard only. Okay, I will show you this also. Now next to standard, you have one cheaper storage, which you call it as Glacier. Okay, Glacier is a cheaper storage, guys. Okay, next to Glacier, you are having one more storage over here. Even much more cheaper than Glacier is Glacier Archive. So I've given this in sequence in terms of costing. Okay, the other is Glacier Archive. Costly, a bit less costly, cheap, and very, very cheap. Okay, so if I'll take you to the S3 bucket over here, okay, I have stored some files, right? In which storage class these files are right now? In standard storage. That's why I said if you don't select any storage, by default it will go to standard storage only. And you can see over here that these are in standard storages. I will upload some file and you can see this is in standard, right? Now I will upload some file to Glacier. How you see, I will click on upload, I will add file, and let me select a random file from over here. Okay, let me select this content file, and when you are uploading it, scroll down, go to properties. In properties, okay, you will find storage class, and over here you select Glacier Archive, and then click on save over here. Now check where that file will go. Okay, close, and now see two files are in standard and one file is in Glacier. They are in same S3 bucket only. They are in same S3 bucket only, but storage classes are different. These are storing in standard and this is storing in Glacier. Means it is in storing in very cheap storage. Okay, so standard will give you average cost. Glacier Archive will give you very, very less cost. So for saving my cost, what I will do, over here, 5 years I have to store bank statement, right? So what I will do over here is 1 year I will keep it in standard storage. Initial 1 year I will keep it in standard storage. Remaining 4 years are there, right? Remaining 4 years I will move it to Glacier. Why? Because after 4 years regularly I will not download bank statement, right? Once in 6 months or one in 1 year I will download it. So Glacier will be slow, no problem. If it is slow also, it is saving me a lot of money for me. Okay, if standard is charging me $10, Glacier will charge me $1 only for 1 month. Only $1. Okay, so 1 year I will keep it in standard because initial 1 year we will frequently download bank statement, right? If it is 2021, okay, in 2021 you will frequently download and upload your bank statement in 2021. Remaining 4 years, older bank statements, 2017 bank statement or 2018 bank statement, you will not download it regularly, right? Because there are old statements. Those statements you can store it in Glacier Archive. And after complete 5 years, what will happen? It will get deleted. After complete 5 years, it will get deleted over here. So I'm saving my money, I'm storing my file, and everything will happen in automated way, guys. After 1 year, in an automated way, it will go to Glacier. Automated way only. You will not do anything manually. Okay. So same thing goes for your bank statement and date of birth also. Okay. So same thing will go for your bank statement or date of birth also. Initially, what you will do, initial 1 year. For first 1 year, you will store it in standard storage. And then after 1 year, you move it to Glacier. And after moving it to Glacier, apply no delete rule. So it will be there in Glacier forever. And it's a very cheap storage, right? You will not get a lot of costing for that. Okay, you will not get a lot of costing for that also. Okay, so in this way we can store our objects, we can store our files, and that too we can store it in a very smart way where you can save a lot of money also, and you can store your files in an automated way. Okay, So no other storages will give you this many options, guys. If you see Google Drive, if you see Microsoft OneDrive also, particularly file to file, that how much long it should stay, okay, and you should get a lesser cost also. These many things you can apply over here. These many features are with your S3. Okay. Now let us go and let us apply lifecycle rule. So I'll go to management. Under management, you will see lifecycle rule is there. I will click on create a lifecycle rule, and let me give my rule name as my LCR, which is nothing but my lifecycle rule, and I will apply these two objects. And these are the conditions which you have to apply, guys. These are the conditions. Okay. Let me come to first file. What is my first file? It's a log file, right? Log file I'm storing for 1 month. After that, I'm deleting it. I'm not moving it to any other storages. Log file I'm not moving. Okay. So what I will do over here is come over here. If you are moving your files, you have to select move option. Okay. But log file I'm not moving anywhere, right? So what I will do, I will go for delete this file. After how many days it should get deleted? 30 days. Which means 1 month, right? Scroll down, you can see that it is showing you that after 30 days it will get deleted. Create this rule. So in the rule you can see that after 30 days it is permanently deleting your file. Now I applied simple rule that after 30 days delete that file, and it will get deleted after 30 days. No doubt in that. Fine. Now let me go back and let me go to bank statement. For bank statement, what is the rule? 1 year I have to keep it a standard. Remaining 4 years I have to keep it in glacier, and then after that I have to delete it. 3 rules I have to write. So let me go back to my LCR. Okay, same LCR again you can edit. Okay, I'll click on edit, scroll down, and apply 3 rules now. First is move your file from standard to glacier, right? So first select move option, and where you want to move, I want to move it to glacier. After how many days? 365 days, means 1 year. Okay, after 1 year I want to move it to glacier. Okay, and after moving it to glacier, after 4 years I want to delete, right? For example, give 900 days. After 900 days you want to delete. So scroll down and you can see that after 365 days objects are moving to glacier, and after 900 days the objects is getting deleted. Okay, now click on save. You will see this rule will get created over here. Okay, and this rule got created. The first rule, what it is doing is after 1 year it is moving to glacier. Transition to glacier means, meaning of transition is moving. Okay, English meaning of transition is nothing but moving. So it is moving to glacier after 1 year, and after 4 years we are permanently deleting. Okay, now let me apply one more rule for my passport document or for my date of birth certificate. So what is this rule now? Go back and then click on edit. Okay, so for passport and date of birth certificate, first of all remove the delete option, because we cannot delete that file. Okay, so what I will write over here is after 1 year move it to glacier and keep this file in glacier forever. I will not apply any delete option. Okay, so scroll down, don't apply any delete options. So you can see no delete options are there. Only it is moving to glacier after 365 days. And now click on save. Any type of rule is there, guys. Whatever may be the type of rule, you can apply that type of rule over here. It may be any file, apply that rule to that file. So over here, I'm simply doing one thing only, transition to glacier. After 1 year, I'm moving it to glacier. That's it. I'm not doing any delete. See, delete is blank. We are not doing any delete over. Okay. So in the same way, okay, create your own rules, guys. In real time, it will be very, very helpful actually for managing any file. Okay, after 10 years, after 5 years, you want to move some objects. This is what you have to do. Okay, very, very helpful, very important. Okay, obviously it's an Okay, interviewer question that how and why lifecycle rule will help you. Okay, and create replication and try to move your objects also from one bucket to another bucket. Okay, so create these two rules, replication and LCR, and okay, upload your files, move your files from one bucket to another bucket in an automated way, and create lifecycle rules for 3 different types of files. Okay, so that will be your task for today's sessions, guys. Okay, I hope it is clear for all. Okay, and complete this task, and we will be discussing one more thing which is related to your S3 bucket, and that is till now whatever files I uploaded to my S3 bucket. No, okay, if I go back till now whatever files I uploaded to my S3 bucket, I uploaded it from my Windows machine, you can say. Okay, tomorrow I will show you guys how to upload your files from Linux machine, because from Linux machine also you can upload your files to S3 bucket. Okay, from Windows also you can upload, and from Linux also you can upload. From both the machines you can upload the files. Okay, so we have to do that as well. Okay, so what today's part, do replication and lifecycle rule. Okay, create it onto your buckets and then apply that. Okay, so I'll save the share for the day, and let me save the recording as well. Okay, yes guys, so yesterday we have seen replication, and yesterday we have seen life cycle control over here. Okay, from our mechanisms. Now let me first open a diagram for us, guys. Okay, and let me tell you that today we are going to discuss, okay, about our S3 buckets. Okay, but we will be using a Linux machine to push our files, guys. Okay, for example, if you are having your S3 bucket over here, okay, and this will be my S3 bucket. So until now whatever files we have uploaded to our S3 bucket, we have uploaded it from our Windows machines, right? And this one we'll be uploading it from our Linux machine, guys. So what we have to do over here is, for example, if this is a Linux machine, okay, so this is our EC2 machine. Okay, and if it's a Linux machine, okay, yeah, right, then what we'll be going to do over next over here is, whatever files I will be having on my Linux machine, right, whatever files I'll be having, I'll be uploading these files to my S3 bucket, okay, from Linux machine. And whenever you want to upload some files from your Linux machine, okay, so actually what you have to do over here is, normally whenever you upload your files, okay, normally when you upload your files from Windows machine, guys, what you will do, you will log into your AWS account and then you will move your files, right? So in the same way, okay, so in the same way what we have to do over here is, if you want to push any files from Linux machine, from Linux machine also you have to log into your AWS account, guys. Okay, so normally it is very simple thing that which we are doing. Okay, whenever you want to push some files from your Windows machine to S3 bucket, you will log in from your Windows machine, right? So in the same way, whenever you want to push some files from your Linux machine, so from Linux machine also you have to log in over here, guys. Okay, so from Linux machine also you have to log in over here. Now how will you log in from your Linux machine, because Linux machine will not be giving you any graphics, right? Okay, so if you want to log in from Linux machine, you have to use, okay, commands only over here, guys. Okay, so we have a set of commands which we have to use from our Linux machine, and then you can move your files. For example, okay, in Linux, in Windows machines, you give username and password, right? For logging to your AWS account, we will give username and password in our Windows machine. So in the same way, when you want to log in from a Linux machine, you have to give your access key and you have to provide your secret access. Okay, So access key, you can say that it's like a username, and the secret access key, you can say that it's like a password for us. Okay, so one is a username and the other is password. Okay, in that way. Now, whenever you are logging from your Linux machine, okay, we have to first provide our access key and secret access key. So how to get the access key, from where you can get the access key, I will show you these things. Okay, now let us go to our AWS account. Okay, and first let me log into my Linux machine over here, guys. Okay, so I'll copy the IP address of my Linux machine and let me open the terminal over here and let me log into my Linux machine first. Okay, and let me log in from over here. Okay, so we have logged into our Linux machine now. Okay, so once you have logged into our Linux machine, okay, the first thing which we'll be giving over here is sudo space su space hyphen, okay, the sudo command. And after giving the sudo command, okay, we have to log into our AWS account from our Linux machine. Okay, so now as I told you, I will be showing you guys that where you will find your access key and secret access key. Okay, so on your AWS account only you will find access key and secret access key, guys. Okay, it will be available on your AWS account only. So if I go back to my AWS dashboard, and on top right side corner of your screen you will find your account name. Click on your account name and then go to security credentials. Okay, and if I click on security credentials over here, you will see, okay, IAM page will open, and if I click on access key and secret access key, you will find your access key and secret access key over here. Okay, so access key is nothing but it's like a username, and secret access key is nothing but it's like a password. Okay, so this access key and secret access key you will use to log in from your Linux machine. Okay, Windows you will normally log in with your username and password only, but access key and secret access key you will use to log in from your Linux machine. Okay, good. Now when you click on access key and secret access key, you know, in your account you will not have any access keys. Okay, because this is my account, you are seeing access keys over here. In your account no access keys will be there. Then how will you create the access key? Let me show you. Okay, that thing as well. So when you don't have any access keys in your account, okay, it will show like this. Okay, so there will be one option given to you called as create new access key. Okay, so click on create new access key and then click on show. It will show the access key and secret access key to you guys. Okay, it will show access key and secret access key for you. Fine. And now when it shows access key and secret access key, okay, so we will have our access key and secret access key over here. Now I will be copying the access key. Okay, and let me paste it. Okay, so whenever you get your access key and secret access key, copy your access key, open your notepad in your laptops, and then paste your access key and secret access keys, guys. Okay, so you can store your access key and secret access keys in your laptop notepads. Okay, so whenever you create access key and secret access key, no, so these access keys you can use it for multiple times, so you can store it on your laptop notepad. Okay, okay, yes, good. Now let me go back to my Linux machine. So from your Linux machine, if you want to see how many buckets are there in your account and how you will be controlling everything, so first what I will do is I will log in from my Linux machine to AWS account. So okay, I will say AWS space configure, and if I give enter over here, this is the command to log in, guys. Okay, to your AWS account from Linux machine. So if you give AWS space configure and if you give enter over here, the first thing it will ask us over here is the access key. Okay, so copy your access key and you have to give your access key over here now. So let me copy the access key and let me paste my access key over here. Okay, so I've entered the access key. Now let me give enter. Now it will ask secret access key. Now let me copy the secret access key and let me give my secret access key over here like this. Okay, Next, it will ask the default region, just give enter, and with the default output, just give enter over here. Okay, now you have provided your access key and secret access keys. Okay, now let me show you the command to see how many buckets are there in your account. Okay, and to command to see how many buckets are there, command is AWS space S3 space ls, guys. Ls stands for list over here. So I want to check how many S3 buckets are there in my account. Okay, so from my Linux machine I'm checking it, and if you give enter over here, it will show you the list of buckets which are there in your account. Okay, so there is a Mahesh bucket, Ramesh bucket, Singapore bucket, and US region bucket is also there. So if I go back to my AWS account, and if I check it from over here, you will find the same thing from over here also. See, if I go to S3 dashboard, and I will go to S3. Okay, and over here you will see the list of buckets. Okay, and it's the same list of buckets you can see from a Linux machine also. See, guys. Okay, the same buckets, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 buckets it is showing me from over here. And from my AWS account also, you can see it is showing 5 buckets for me over here. Okay, which means I have successfully logged in from my Linux machine, and I'm also able to see how many buckets are there in my AWS account. Okay, right, very good. Now what I will do over here is, guys, okay, let me create one folder over here first. I will say mkdir, and let me give my folder name as Flipkart. You can give any name to your folder. Okay, I'm giving my folder name as Flipkart, and let me go inside this folder. And for going inside this folder, I will say cd space Flipkart. And right now inside this folder, you can see nothing is there, guys. No file is there, no document is there, nothing is there inside this folder right now. Okay, so let me create one file over here. And how to create the file? I will create file with touch command. I will say touch space file1, file2, file3. Okay, 3 files I'm creating over here, and if you give enter, 3 files got created. If you press ll and if you check how many files are there, 3 files are there, guys. File1, file2, and file3. 3 files are there inside your Flipkart folder. Okay, very good. Now what I will do is I want to copy these files to my S3 bucket, guys. My files are there inside my Linux machine. If you see the diagram, I told you same thing, right? My files are there inside my Linux machine, and from my Linux machine, I want to move these files to S3 bucket. Okay, so I have to log in first. So I did the login also successfully. I've logged into my account, and now I will push some files from my Linux machine to S3 bucket. Okay, so which S3 bucket I will push these files? There is one Ramesh bucket, right? My Ramesh. My bucket name is my Ramesh. Okay, or else, okay, let me push it to Mahesh bucket. So Mahesh bucket name is Mahesh 760. Okay, so I want to push some files to this bucket, guys, and my bucket name is Mahesh 760. Okay, so now I will show you how to push the files. The command to push the files is AWS space S3 space copy, and give your file name. So my file name is file1, and I want to copy it to Mahesh bucket, right? So I'll say S3 colon slash slash, and what is my bucket name? Mahesh 760, right? So I'll write Mahesh 760, which is my bucket name. Okay, now if I want to copy file1, I will use this command, and if I give enter over here, you will see that file got uploaded to my Mahesh bucket, guys. Okay, so from my Linux machine, one file got uploaded to my Mahesh bucket. If you go back to Mahesh bucket and if you refresh over here, you will see that file1 got uploaded over here. See, guys, file1 was not there inside your Mahesh bucket, right? Now you can see that file1 is there inside your Mahesh bucket. Okay, very good. Now let me copy one more file in the same way. Okay, file2 is also there, right? I will copy file2 also. How to copy? Command is AWS space S3 space copy, which means CP. I will copy file2, and to which bucket I will copy? To my Mahesh bucket, and give the complete name, guys. Okay, not, don't give just Mahesh. You have to give complete bucket path as S3 colon slash slash and your bucket name. Okay, complete bucket name we have to give over here in this way. Okay, and if you give enter, you can see that file 2 also got uploaded to your S3 bucket, right? If you go and check, and if I refresh over here, you will see file 2 also got uploaded to your S3 bucket. Okay, very good. Now tell me one more thing, guys. One file I have copied, two file I have copied, very good. Okay, if there are one or two files, I can use this command, I can copy. If there are 100 files inside your folder, and one by one, if you copy all that 100 files, it will take a lot of time for you to copy, right? Okay, if 100 files are there, and all that 100 files, if you want to copy one by one, it will take a lot of time for you to move, right? So instead of, okay, going it in that way, okay, instead of doing it in that way, I want to use a command and I want to copy all the files. Okay, if there are 100 files inside my folder, I want to copy all the files to my S3 bucket. Okay, with a single command only I will copy. Okay, so right now how many files are there inside my folder? I am having 3 files, file 1, file 2 and file 3. Let me create some more files also. Okay, I will use touch command and I will say file 4, file 5, file 6. Let me create some more files. Okay, so I've created some more files also. Okay, file 4, file 5 and file 6. Okay, now total how many files are there? 6 files are there. I want to move all these 6 files to my S3 bucket. Okay, total 6 files are there and I want to move all these 6 files to my S3 bucket. And how to move that? Give the command as AWS space S3 space copy, and instead of giving a file name, give a full stop over here, guys, which is nothing but dot. Okay, on our keyboard there will be a full stop button, dot button, right? So give dot and give your bucket name, which bucket you want to copy. I'll give my bucket name as S3 // and Mahesh 760 is my bucket name. And you have to add one more option over here because you are copying all the files, right? So you have to add hyphen recursive over here. Okay, so with this option, all your files which are there inside your folder, no, every file will get uploaded to your S3 bucket. So now if I give enter over here, you can see file 1, file 2, file 3, file 4, file 5, file 6, all the files got uploaded to your S3 bucket. Okay, from a single command only. I will go back to my S3 bucket, and if you refresh and check over here, you will see all the files got uploaded to S3 bucket over here. See guys, file 1, file 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the file got uploaded. Okay, so with a single command, we can upload all our files to our S3 bucket. Okay, without any issue over here. Okay, now let me come back and let me show you one more thing. So total how many buckets are there in my account? 5 buckets are there. Okay, and I want to create a bucket from Linux machine. Okay, I will not click on create bucket option over here. In that way I will not create. I will create a bucket from command. Okay, from command I will create a bucket. So how to create a bucket? You know, you have to give the command as AWS space S3 space MB stands for make bucket. Okay, if you want to create a bucket, you have to go for MB command, guys, make bucket, and give your bucket name over here. Okay, let me give my bucket name as, okay, Raju Mohan, and let me give the name over here as 765. Okay, so AWS space S3 space MB. So MB stands for make bucket, and give your bucket name over here like this. Okay, and if you give enter over here, you will see that bucket got created over here. Okay, and if you go back to your AWS dashboard and refresh and check, you can see that, okay, Raju Mohan bucket got created over. Okay, so from the command line also you can create your buckets over here, guys, without any issue. From the command lines you can create your bucket like this. Okay, and my bucket name is Raju Mohan. Okay, if you want to delete the bucket also, you can delete from command line. So to delete the bucket, you can give AWS space S3 space RB, which stands for remove bucket, and give your bucket name like this. Let me remove the same bucket which I have created. So I'll say 765A. This is my bucket name. Okay, so MB stands for make bucket and RB stands for remove bucket. If you want to remove the bucket, you have to give your RB command. Okay, and then if you give enter over here, you will see bucket will get deleted. Bucket got removed now. If you go back and if you refresh and check, you will see again there are 5 buckets only. Okay, that Raju bucket got deleted over here. Raju bucket is not there. Okay, and let me show you one more thing also, guys. You have copied files from Linux machine to S3 bucket, right? From Linux machine to S3 bucket we have copied. I also want to show you if you have some files on your S3 bucket. Okay, for example, Anil file is there. I want to take this file from Linux machine, from S3 bucket to Linux machine. Okay, both the ways you can copy your file, guys. From Linux to S3 also you can copy, and from S3 to Linux also you can copy. In this way also you can copy, and in this direction also you can copy. Okay, in both the ways you can copy over here, guys. Okay, now let me show you guys how to copy your file from S3 bucket to Linux machine. Okay, for example, inside my S3 bucket one file is there with name Mohan over here, guys. Okay, so I want to copy this Mohan file to my Linux machine. So how we have to do over here is you have to use the command as S3 AWS space S3 space copy and give your bucket name first. Okay, in which bucket you are having your file? In Mahesh bucket I'm having my file. And what is my file name? Mohan.txt is my file name. Okay, and where you want to copy this? I want to copy this in /root and /flipkart is my folder name. Okay, so this is the command to copy your files from S3 bucket to your Linux machine. Okay, from S3 bucket to Linux machine, the simple thing what you have to do over here is, okay, you have to mention your bucket name first over here. Okay, mention your bucket name and mention in what file you want to copy, and then give the path of your Linux machine where you want to copy over here. Okay, and now if I give enter, you can see that one file got downloaded to my Linux machine. And if I press LL and check over here, see file 1, file 2, file 6, all 6 files are there. One new file also got added over here, that is Mohan file. So Mohan file got copied from your S3 bucket. It was not there over here previously, right? And now you can see that Mohan file got downloaded from your S3 bucket. Okay. So from Linux to S3 also you can copy, and from S3 to Linux also you can copy. Okay. So from this command you can copy, and there is a one more way of also copying over here. Okay. Let me show you that also. For example, I have one Anil file over here, right? So what I will do, I will click on this file. Okay, and you have to go to object actions over here, guys. After going to object actions, click on make it as public, and then click on make public. Okay, now you can see that your file is public. So whatever files or objects you are storing on your S3 bucket, for every object you will have an object URL over here, guys. For every object, if you can see, click on any object over here. If you click on Praveen file also, you can see object URL is there. For every object, for every file, S3 will create an object URL. Okay, so I will click on my Anil file. I will copy my object URL. Okay, after making it public, you have to copy the object URL and then go to your Linux machine. And if I want to copy this Anil file, right now you can see Anil file is not there, right? 6 files are there and Mohan file is there. Okay, so with wget command also you can use and you can download your file to your folder. So this is my object URL and I am using a wget command. I'm not using a copy command. Okay, these are the two ways which you can use. One is copy command and the other is wget command. Okay, so using these two commands you can download. Now if I give enter over here, you can see Anil file got downloaded over here on my Flipkart folder. Okay, I want to show you in this way. If I press LL and see, you can see Anil file also got downloaded from my S3 bucket. Anil file is also there. All 6 files are there and Mohan file is also there. So Anil file and Mohan file I copied from S3 bucket, both in different ways, and 6 files I have copied from Linux to S3 also. Okay, and you can again check that how many buckets are there in your account. You can see by giving S3 ls command. Okay, so if I give history over here, you will see all the commands that which we have given, okay, over here today, starting from AWS configure. Okay, I will copy all these commands and I will give these commands to you guys in the chat so that it will be, okay, quite easier for you guys to practice with all these commands. Okay, so I've given the commands in the chat over here, and anyhow video was okay. So we had video was recording, right? So you can pause at every command, and you when you are practicing, okay, you can also do the same commands over here when you are practicing. Okay, so pause at each command, take the command, and okay, give the same commands in your Linux machines also. Try to create buckets from Linux machine, try to copy files, and in both ways you can copy, okay, the files, and you can create the buckets, you can delete the buckets. Okay, so perform all these operations over here, guys, on your Linux machine. Okay, so S3 bucket, as I told initially also, you can access it from your Windows laptop, you can access it from your Linux machine also. At the same time you can access. Okay, no need to access one after the other. Simultaneously you can access it from both the operating systems. Okay, and these are just in Linux, only commands is what you have to use, and using commands you can do copying, downloading, creating, all these things you can do. Okay, so practice with these commands. Okay, because from Linux also sometimes you have to copy to S3 bucket. Okay, so if you practice, okay, it will be very good, and okay, it will be very helpful for you to operate your S3 bucket from your Linux machine. Okay, fine guys. Okay, so this is the complete thing I wanted to discuss, okay, on Linux. So these are the commands which you have to follow. Okay, so that will be the major commands, so use this and follow that one, guys. Okay, so that will be enough. So we'll be discussing, okay, few more properties regarding the S3. Okay, that would be the next session will be on, okay, S3 with few more properties, and then we'll be finishing our S3 topic. Okay, but do practice, guys. Okay, and try to move your file from your Linux to S3. Okay, very interesting and okay, important as well. Okay, so I'll okay, yes guys, so now let us go to IAM dashboard. And yesterday we have created users, right? We have created users and we have logged in with different user accounts, and we have tested the different login permissions for all those users, right? So now going forward, what I'll be doing over here is, as I told you guys, I'll be creating groups. Now I'll be creating teams rather than creating individual users. Okay, what I'll be doing over here is I'll be creating teams. Okay, so let me just go on to that, okay, diagram over here. So let me just clear these ones. Yes, okay, yes guys. So now instead of creating individual users like yesterday we did for Ramesh, Aditya, okay, and for Ramesh I gave only EC2 access, for Aditya I gave only for QA I gave only S3 access. Now I wanted you guys to create a team, and I will create a group or nothing but a team, and I will assign permissions to this team. Rather than giving permissions individually, I will create a team and I will assign permissions to this team, guys. And how I'll be going to do this over here is, I'll go back to my IAM dashboard, and on IAM dashboard, instead of creating users, I will click on groups over here, user groups. Okay, and I'll click on create a group over here, which is nothing but creating a team. Okay, so I'll be creating a team over here, and I'll be creating a team with the name DBA. It could be a database team. Okay, now with the database team, okay, let me give permissions to this team. I'm not giving permissions to the user, I'm giving permissions to the team itself. Later on what I will do is I will add users to this team. One by one I can add multiple users to this team. Whatever permissions are there to this team, the entire other users will also get the same permission. Okay, and now for the DBA team I'll give RDS permissions, because they will mostly use RDS only. So I'll select RDS over here. RDS is nothing but stands for database, relational database systems. Okay, now I will go down and then I'll click on create a group. Okay, the team got created over here, and what is the team name? DBA is a team name. Okay, so now if I come back to my diagram, and if you see DBA team, who is there in the DBA team? John is there, and John should have what access? He should have RDS access. John should have RDS access, right? So I'll go back and I'll create a user with John. Okay, I'll click on add user, and I'll create a user with John over here with any name you can create, right? So I'll create a user with John. I'll give him access to login from Windows. If you provide access keys also, he can log in from Linux as well. So I'll give him the permissions to log in from Windows, and let me give a password for him. I'll give a password as abcd@123. And as you know, guys, if you give reset permission, John can change his password. If you don't give reset permission, John cannot change his password. If you give reset permission, he can change his password later on. Okay. So let me give reset permission, and I'll click on next. And what type of permissions you want to give to John? Do you want to give him EC2 permissions or S3 permissions or RDS permissions? You will decide over here. So till now, for other users which we created, right? We have created Ramesh, we have created for Aditya, we have given permissions directly. Directly we have given the permissions till now, whatever users we have created. Now what I will do is I'll attach the user to the group. What is the name of this permission? Add user to the group. I will give permissions by adding John to the DBA team. So whatever permissions which are there for DBA team, John will get the same permissions. Okay. So complexity is reduced. Unnecessary permissions will not be added. Okay. And whatever needed is that what will be added over here. So I will select add user to the group, and I will select DBA. Okay. Which means John belongs to DBA team. I've selected DBA over here. Now let me click on next, is tagging, next click on review. I'm creating a John user, and I'm adding John to which team? To DBA team. Okay, now let me click on create user, and you will see John user got created over here, and he belongs to DBA team also. If you just close and check over here, and you will see that John user is there, and he belongs to which group? To DBA. And whatever permissions are there to the DBA team, he is having all these permissions. Okay. Now let me go to dashboard, and let me go to my company's URL. If John wants to log into his AWS account, he has to log in from his company URL only. So I'll click on create, and let me give a name to my company. Previously I gave as IBM, right? Let me give it as Flipkart. Okay, and you can see now my company name is Flipkart over here. If John wants to log in, he has to use this company's URL only. So I'll copy this company website URL. Let me sign out from my main account. Okay, and let me log into John account using my company's account. So to log into company account, you have to give your company's URL over here, company's website link. Okay, and when you give your company's website link, if you give enter over here, you will see the company's website page will load over here. Okay, so what is the company name? Flipkart. And what is my employee name? John. And let me log in with the password. Okay, and let me click on sign in over here. And right now I'm signing with John user, and as I gave permissions for John to change his password, it is asking to change the password. John can set his own password also. Okay, so let me give a password over here. First of all, the old password, and now let me give the new password, and now let me click on confirm password. So you will see the John account's password has been changed, and you can clearly see on the right side corner of your screen that John is working at Flipkart. Okay, John working at Flipkart. The name is given over here clearly. And what permissions we have given for John? We have given RDS permissions, right? So I'll go to RDS over here, and I'll search for RDS. And if you click on RDS over here, you can see that John is able to go to RDS. He can click on databases. Anyhow, we will create RDS also in next session, and you can see he can do everything on RDS. Okay. Similarly, if you go to EC2, if I go to EC2 other service, okay, and if I click on EC2, okay, and if I go to running instances, you will see that John is not having any permissions over here. It is clearly telling you that you are not authorized to perform this operation. John doesn't have permissions to use EC2, or John will not have permissions to use S3 also. But how I gave permissions to John? By adding him to the group, by adding him to the team. So whatever the permissions which are there to the team, John will have the same permissions. So John cannot access EC2. John cannot even access S3 also. He can only access RDS only one service, right? So this time I gave permissions in a different way actually. I had created a group and I attached John to that group over here. I created a team and I attached John to that team. So whatever permissions are to the team, he will get that permissions. Okay, right. Now let me sign out again from my John account and let me again log in from my main account over here. Okay, so I'll sign in as a root user and let me give my account name over here. Okay, so I'm logging into my main account now. Okay, I've logged in back and now let me go to IAM. Okay, so over here you can see that I've created a group, nothing but a DBA group, nothing but a DBA team. Inside this team I have created users also and my username is John. So next to groups and users, the next thing over here is roles, guys, roles. Okay, so what is a role? Let us see what is a role actually. Okay, real-time implementation we will see regarding the role. What is a role? Okay, so first of all let me go to EC2 to understand what is a role. First of all let me go to EC2 and let me create a machine, guys. Okay, and I will show you how role will help you actually over here. Okay, so I'll go to EC2 and let me create a machine over here. First of all I'll create a Linux machine. Okay, I'll select Linux and 1 GB of RAM. Okay, so I'll quickly launch this machine over here, create a key over here, and I've logged into my machine. Okay, it is launching now. So I'll call this machine as my Linux machine. Okay, so let this machine start over here. Meantime, I will take you guys to one diagram actually. Okay, let me open one diagram and let me tell you guys this thing. Okay, so previously in our class actually, okay, if you remember, we had one EC2 machine. Okay, and from this EC2 machine actually we have, okay, we were getting the objects from our S3 bucket, right? If you guys remember or not, we were accessing our S3 bucket from our Linux machine. Okay, in our previous session, right? So this was our Linux machine, and from this Linux machine you are accessing the objects from your S3 bucket like this. Okay, and there were some files inside your S3 bucket and we were accessing the objects in this way. How were you accessing actually? You were logging to your AWS account from this Linux machine, right? What were you giving? You were actually giving access key and secret access key. Okay, and you are accessing the S3 bucket objects over here using this access key and secret access key. But now what I want you guys is, you should access S3 bucket files, you should access S3 bucket objects, but you should not use any access key or secret access. Without using access key and secret access key, I want you guys to access S3 bucket objects. This is a normal way of accessing. Anyhow, everybody knows, if you give access key and secret access key, you can see how many buckets are there, you can see how many objects are there. If you give AWS S3 space ls as a command, it will show you all the buckets, right? But before that you have to give access key and secret access key. I don't want you guys to use access key and secret access key. So when you don't use access key and secret access key, how will you get that access? That is with the help of a role. That is where your role will come into picture. You should not use access keys. You should not use access key and secret access key. Okay, we have to create a role and you have to give permission to your EC2 machine to access S3 bucket. Okay, you have to create a role and you have to give a permission to your EC2 machine so that it can access S3 bucket without giving access key and secret access. Okay, so I'll go back, and currently this is my Linux machine, right? If you scroll down inside your Linux machine, there is an option given to you called as IAM role. Currently there is no role attached to this machine. It is blank, it is empty, no role is attached to your machine. You have not given any permissions to this machine. The meaning is you have not given any permissions to this machine. Role is empty. So what I will do over here is I will go to IAM and I will create a role. Okay, and then I will attach this role to this machine. Okay, so how to create a role? You have to click on roles and I have to click on create a role, and what to which resource I'm giving these permissions? EC2, right? So select EC2 over here. I'm creating a role for my EC2 machine. Okay, and then click on next. So what permissions you are giving to EC2? What it should access? It should access S3 bucket, right? So I'll search for S3 and I will give S3 permissions to my EC2 machine. Okay, so S3 full access is over here. I'll give S3 full access. For my EC2 machine, I'm giving S3 access. Okay, now I'll scroll down again. I'll click on next. Let me give a name to this role. I'll call this role name as Ramesh. You can give any name. Okay, scroll down and then click on create a role. Role will get created over here. You can see Ramesh role got created. This is my role name over here. So Ramesh role got created over here. Now what I will do is I will go back to my EC2 machine. Okay, and from my EC2 machine, okay, first of all, let me log into my EC2 machine. Okay, so let me just connect to my EC2 machine first. I'll click on connect. Okay, again I'll click on connect and I will log into my Linux machine. Okay, and once you log into your Linux machine, what is the first command we will give, guys? Sudo space su space hyphen given. Now if you want to check, okay, if you want to check how many buckets are there, what command you will give? AWS space and if you give okay, enter over here, what it is telling you to please give access key and secret access key. It is telling you guys to enter access key and secret access key, then only it will show you how many buckets are there. But what I told you guys, you should not use access key and secret access key. Then how will you see the buckets? So then go back to your AWS and go to that machine over here. Okay, and when you go to that machine, so right now you are unable to see because a role I have not attached to this machine. If you go to this machine and if you see, okay, I did not attach any role to this machine over here. You see over here IAM role is blank and it is empty. Now how to attach a role? Click on actions, instance settings, and you will find one option over here called as attach or replace IAM role. Okay, so if you want to attach a role to your machine, go to this option, and on a running machine you can attach. No need to stop your machine. Okay, so I'll click on attach, and what is my role name? Ramesh is my role name. I will select Ramesh and I will click on apply, and right now I'm applying my role to my EC2 machine. I'm attaching a role to my EC2 machine. So now if you scroll down, if you will see IAM role name is Ramesh. Previously it was empty. Previously it was blank. Now you can see I attached one name Ramesh role. Now again I'll go back to my Linux machine, and this time if you type AWS space S3 space ls, okay, now it will show you the list of buckets which are there in AWS account. Did I give any access key or secret access key? No. Without giving access key and secret access key, you can see the buckets. You have to attach a role to your EC2 machine. Okay, role is nothing but it's kind of a permission. Okay, so if you want to again remove this role, you can again remove this role. Right now Ramesh is there, right? Go to actions, instance settings, and click on replace role, and this time select no role over here and then click on apply and say detach role. So you can attach a role on a running machine and you can detach a role from a running machine. Okay, no need to stop the machine. Again, now if you go to Linux machine, again if you try to type ls, it will again tell you to log in because I have removed the role, right? So with the help of a role, you can do these kind of functionalities. You can give permission from one resource to another resource. Okay, so in this way you have to create a role and you have to attach a role in this way, right? So now again coming back to IAM, so we have created teams, nothing but groups. Okay, we have created users and you have created roles also, right? Now next to roles, okay, I will take you to the IAM dashboard. Okay, so we have created groups, we have created users, and we have created role also now. And the next two roles is what you will have policies over here. And what is policy? I will tell you. Till now, okay, what you have created users, okay, and you have created groups, you have created roles. Users is nothing but giving permission to your employees, your company's employees. Groups is nothing but creating teams and giving permissions to the teams. And role is nothing but again giving permissions, but not to your employees or not to your teams, but to your machines or to your resources. Okay. So whatever permissions you are giving, okay, till now I think you people have observed whatever permissions you are giving over here, everything is involved with permissions only, right? So user need permissions, groups also need permissions, roles also need permissions. Everybody need permissions over here. So how we are giving these permissions actually? That is with the help of policy only. With the help of policy only, you are giving the permissions actually. Where is this policy? You know, I'll go back and I will just remind you again. I will go to user. I'll click on create a user, add user. Okay. And let me just give a random name to this user. I'll give access keys. If I click on next for giving permissions, okay, observe this page now. If I click on next, okay, so you are coming to this permissions page, right? These permissions are nothing but policies. Policy is nothing but the actual permission. Whatever permissions you are giving to your users, whatever permissions you are giving to your group, nothing but team, or whatever permissions you are giving to your roles, how you are giving it? By attaching a policy. So what is a policy? Basically, policy is nothing but it is the permission itself. And if I open and if I show you what is the policy is, policy is this, guys. And if I open a policy, you will find JSON code inside a policy. This is the program code which is written inside a policy. Because of this program code only, your permissions are working fine. Okay, not only for roles or policies, entire AWS is developed on JSON only. Most of the services which you see, EC2, S3, load balancing, auto scaling, they have developed on this coding only. For every services, there is a code working behind the scenes. Okay, don't worry, you no need to do any coding or programming over here. Okay, you will not do any programming. Already there are 950 policies given to you. 950 different types of permissions are already given to you. In real time, hardly you will use 50 permissions, 50 policies. Hardly you will use 50 policies. Okay, you might tell 50 is very less. No, one permission you can use it for thousands of machines. Okay, permission is kind of a entity, right? It's like user, you are giving S3 permission. That code is written already. For one user, you will give S3 permission. Permission is same. For 100 users, you will give S3 permission. Permission is same only. How many users you are giving it? 100. So how many permissions you need? Permissions less only you need. You can attach it to multiple users. That is a different thing. Okay. Anyhow, AWS has given you around 950 permissions. It's nothing but policies. Okay. So every policy is working. Every permission is working. How? Because of the program code which is written over here. Okay. You no need to learn any JSON code. Don't worry about that. Already being code is written over here. If you know JSON, you can edit this one. That option is given. You know JSON programming, you can create your own policy or you can edit this one also. Don't worry. Okay, but no need to learn it specifically. Not required at all. Okay. So this is what the policy is. So whatever permissions are working over here, whatever permissions you are giving to users, roles, and groups, okay, that is working based on this policies only. The policy is nothing but the actual permission. That is nothing but the program code actually. Based on that program code, your permissions are working. Okay. Right, fine, very good. Now, next two policies, you will have identity providers over here, guys. Okay, what is an identity provider? Let us talk about this now. Okay, so when I say identity provider, you will see one option over here called as single sign-on. We call it as SSO, which is nothing but single sign-on. Okay, if you don't know about single sign-on, let me tell you, every day you people are using single sign-on. Every day. How I will tell you. Okay, if you go back to your Google page and if you click over here, you have logged into Gmail so many times, right? If you log into Gmail, you will be logged into Meet, you'll be logged into YouTube, you'll be logged into Maps. Other apps also you have logged in, right? You are logging into Gmail only. One product only you are logging in, but various other products also you are logged in, right? It will not ask you for a login again. Okay. If how many products are there? Around 3 to 8, around nearly 15. 15 Google products are there. If I tell you guys to log into 15 Google products every time, if Google asks you to log into Gmail, again log into YouTube, again log into Maps, again log into News, 1 or 2 days you will log in. Third or fourth day, you will find it very lengthy thing to do. Okay, so what we guys want is, if I log into Gmail, it should log into other products also. Okay, easier way. I should not be asking me to log in for other products. Okay, so this is what single sign-on is. And in real time, how it will help you in your company's work or in your project's work, I will show you over here. Okay, if you go to Okta, and if I go to Okta page, in real time, what will happen, you know? In real time, like Gmail is there, okay, news is there, search is there, maps is there, right? In real time also you will work around on 18 to 20 different tools and applications. 18 to 20. Okay, if every day I tell you to log into that 18 tools separately, it will be very tedious task for you. Okay, see how many tools are there, starting from that Jira software. Okay, Jira is used to track your project work. You will get all your tickets on Jira. Okay, next to Jira is Box is like a Gmail. Okay, we use Box as a Gmail over here, we call it as Box. Slack is there, right? Slack is WhatsApp for your project. If you want to contact with your team members, we WhatsApp over here, and in real time you will use Slack. That is kind of a WhatsApp for your teams. And next you have Workday. Workday is an application where you will give your attendance, your daily attendance, when you are logging in, when you are logging out, when you need okay, leave. If you want to apply for a leave, from Workday only you have to apply. Okay, your working hours, your entire attendance is counted from Workday. Okay, next to that you have ADP, and if you see over here at the bottom, you have AWS also. So all these 18 applications are needed for you to work, right? You every day you will give your attendance, every day you will connect with your team members using Slack, you will check your mails from Box. Okay, 18 different applications are there. Zoom is also there for meetings and all. Okay, so 18 different applications, 18 times you have to log in if you don't use single sign-on. If you use single sign-on, what will happen, you know? You will just log into Okta. Only one time you will log into Okta. All the remaining 18 applications, if you just click on that application, it will open. Same like how your Gmail is working. If you click on YouTube, YouTube will work. Again, it will not ask for the sign-in, right? If you click on Maps, it will open. Again, it will not ask you for the sign-in. Same thing will work over here. If you log into Okta, just one login and all the 18 applications will be logged in over here. Okay, you'll not log in differently to all 18 different applications. Okay, so it might look like a small feature, but it gives you a lot of benefit actually. It is reducing your work every day, like 18 times. It is helping you to sign in actually every day. And how you will enable this? You will go to IAM, you will go to identity provider, and if you click on add provider, over here you have to select OpenIDK, and over here you have to select Okta URL. That is a paid URL actually. Okay, that's why we are not giving it. If you give Okta URL over here, you know what will happen when you go to Okta page. On that Okta page, you will see your AWS account. If you click on AWS over here, your AWS account will open. You will log into Okta, and if you click on AWS, again you no need to give login credentials of AWS. Directly your AWS account will open. So you are linking AWS to Okta, which is nothing but linking AWS to single sign-on. Right? If individually, if you work, very tedious process to do. So better if you add it with a single sign-on, it will be easier for you to log in and use the applications. You will just log into Okta. Remaining other applications you can use it easily. Right? So identity providers will be helping with that. Okay. And the next important thing over here is account settings. In account settings, if you go, firstly you have basic settings like you can change your password. Okay, this is a very generic thing. Okay, for changing your password you can do some small settings. One important thing over here, that is region restrictions. You can apply region restrictions over here. Okay, for example, we have, okay, for example, IBM is there, and IBM is not having their office branch in Tokyo. If they are having office branch in Tokyo, you can activate this region. You can keep this region activated. Okay, but if IBM is not having their office branch in Tokyo, why to keep it activated? No need to keep it activated, right? So I'll click on deactivate and I will deactivate this region. So if you go to Tokyo region, okay, so Tokyo I've disabled over here, right? Now if I go to Tokyo region over here, what it will tell me over here, you will just see. Okay, I've deactivated that region because I don't need that region over here, right? So I'm in North Virginia, right? So if I go to Tokyo region from over here, okay, if I try to open Tokyo region, okay, so from this point, and let me just, okay, take you guys to the one more deactivated region. So it will tell like this, guys, that this region has been deactivated. Okay, if you want to use this region, go and tell your administrator to activate that region. Okay, if you switch to this region, what will happen? It will tell you that region is deactivated. So in whichever regions you are having your office locations, you will keep those regions only in an activated mode normally. Okay, if you are having office regions in US, UK and Australia, keep those regions active. I don't have office region in Middle East, so I'll keep it in a blocked state. I'll deactivate that region. I'll not use that region over here. So you can activate, deactivate users. You can activate, deactivate the regions also. According to the regions, you can activate and well, actually you can keep it in activate, no problem. But the problem is if somebody goes to that region, if they create unnecessary EC2, if they create S3. So we don't have office region over there, right? Why to create over there? So that is the reason we will block them over here. We'll block the regions like this. Again, that is also being handled from IAM mode. Okay, you can completely control your regions from IAM over here. Okay, fine. So access reports, we are not using any access reports over here. Instead of access reports, actually we are using other service, okay, which I tell you. But more importantly, create groups, nothing but teams, create your users, create roles, okay. And to all these things, what do you need for giving permissions? You need policies for giving that permissions, okay. And then you have identity providers for helping you to single sign on, and then you have account settings where you can change your password and all basic settings, and restricting the region as well is done from account setting. From account settings only you can do region restrictions also. Okay, so do all these parts, guys. Okay, create users, create teams. Okay, manage your policies, create roles, and you check that your EC2 is able to access S3 bucket or not. Okay, from EC2 you should get all the list of buckets without giving access key and secret access key. Okay, perform all these operations, do a hands-on practically. Okay, then we'll be going to our next important service. Okay, in the tomorrow's part we'll be going to deal about cloud networking, which will be around to VPCs. Okay, we'll be discussing about cloud network. Okay, so cloud network is different from our normal physical networks. This is a bit different completely. Okay, so create your users and groups, okay, for today's part, and create roles also. Okay, so I'll be saving. Okay, yes guys. Now for the today's session, guys, we are going to discuss a very important topic. Okay, so we have to discuss identity and access management. Okay, we do call it as IAM, which is one of the most important services of AWS. Fine. Yes. So what happens in real time is, guys, in real time, every company has their own AWS account. Fine. Every company has their own AWS account, and in each company there are so many employees working, right? And when these many employees are working, they cannot use a single AWS account. Okay. So what happens normally is, for example, you have IBM. Okay, IBM is there. So IBM will have their AWS account. Okay, we call it as corporate account, or okay, we call it as corporate account only, corporate AWS account. Okay, so when IBM is using their corporate AWS account, they will be having one username and password for this account over here. Okay, so account spelling is ACC. Okay, so when IBM is having their corporate account, they will be having their own username and password for that account. Okay, and as you know that IBM is a very big MNC, right? They have so many employees working in there. Some 5,000, 10,000 employees are working, so they cannot give the same user ID password for all these employees, right? They should not give also. So in that case, what you will do? In that case, in this corporate account, within this corporate account, you will create sub accounts. Within the one major account, you will create some sub accounts over here. So how it will work over here is, you will be having one corporate account, and within this corporate account, we will be creating some sub accounts over here like this. And into these sub accounts, we will be having some users over here like this. Okay, these users are nothing but employees of IBM over here. Okay, for example, I have employee 1, employee 2, employee 3, and employee 4. Like this, I have 4 employees over here. My first employee name over here is Ramesh, for example. Okay, and we have, okay, next employee Aditya, and we have John. Okay, and we have Abid. For example, there are 4 employees who are working for IBM over here. Okay, like this. Now, when they are working for IBM in this way, Ramesh might be working for a different team. There are so many departments in IBM, right? Ramesh might be working for development team, and you consider that Ramesh is working for development team. You have Aditya who is working for QA team, and you have John who is working for a database team, DB team, DBA team. Okay, and you can say Abid is there for operations team. So all of them are working in different departments actually. They are working in different departments, and when they are working in different departments, they will be having different types of needs, and they need different types of permissions actually. Every one of them are working in different departments, so they have to work on different permissions. And what kind of permissions you will allot to them. For example, Ramesh is working for development team. He every day he needs EC2 access, for example, EC2. Every day he needs EC2 access. Similarly, Aditya is there. Aditya every day he needs S3 access. John is from DBA. He might every day he might need RDS access. Like this. When they are working in different departments, okay, and their every day their needs are different, and Ramesh requires EC2 access every day, Aditya needs S3 access every day, so their permissions are different, right? And what I will do over here is I will give Ramesh only the permission to access EC2 only. He cannot access S3, and Aditya can access S3 only. He cannot access EC2. Okay, so like that I will give restrictions to John also. He can access only RDS. So like that. In that way, I will restrict my users. Okay, so Ramesh can only use EC2 only. So that kind of permissions you have to manage over here in real time also. Then what I will do over here is the next set of permission over here is if they want to have an AWS account. Okay, normally we will log into our AWS account from two operating systems. One is Linux and the other is Windows. Okay, and when you are logging from Windows operating system, you'll have your username and password from which you can log in into your AWS account. Okay, from Linux machine, what you will use if you want to log in from your Linux machine to your AWS account? What we have to use over here? You have to use access key and secret access. To log in from Windows, you need username and password to your AWS account. Whatever AWS account you people are also using, you are using your username and password to log in over here, right? So for Windows, you will use username and password, and for Linux, you will use access key and secret access key. Even these permissions also you can give to your employees, that from which operating system they should log in. If you want them to log in from Windows, give them username and password. If you want them to log in from Linux, give them access key and secret access. Or else if you want to log in from them only from Windows or only from Linux, you can give any one of them also. So you can give them the way they want to log in, you can control that. And what they have to use on their AWS account, even you can control these settings as well, the EC2 only or S3 only. This In this way, you can control your users, right? So let us go ahead and I will go to IAM over here, and within my identity and access management, I will create my users. And to each user, I will give a different type of permission, and then I will test how that permission is working. And one more thing I should tell over here. Normally, when you are logging to AWS account, you will go to Google and you will say AWS console management, and you are logging to your AWS account normally. But when you are working for a company, for example, IBM, Accenture, or Deloitte, when you are working for companies, company will give you their own company's URL actually. You cannot log in from Google directly over there. They will provide their AWS link to log in. Because this will be AWS account linked to your IBM. Okay, so from that particular URL, from that particular website link only, you have to log in. You cannot log in from a generic AWS account. So whatever user accounts I will be creating over here, if they want to log into IBM's account, they have to use a separate company link. Even we will also create a separate company link over. I will show you that also. So let us go back to our AWS account, and under AWS account, I have to search for IAM, which stands for Identity and Access Management, where I will be controlling my entire users and their user permissions also. So once I go to IAM dashboard over here, you will see, okay, that this is my IAM dashboard over here, guys. So let me clean up this one first. Yes, done. So this is our identity and access management dashboard, guys. Right now you can see that if I click on users over here, you will see right now I don't have any users. Users over here means my company employees. Like Ramesh is there, okay, Aditya is there. Who are there? They are my company employees, right? I have to create user accounts for them. I have to create AWS login for them so that they can log into AWS account and they can do their work, right? So the first user over here is Ramesh. I want to create a Ramesh user for his login. I will go back to my AWS account, and if you click on users, there is an option over here called as add user. I'll click on add user, and what is the username of my first employee? Is Ramesh, right? I'll create a username for him, and that username is Ramesh. And what access you want to give to him? You want to give him access key, which means he can log in from Linux machine also. You give this option. If you want to give him permission to log in from Windows also, give the second option also. Right? So if you select access key and secret access key, he can log in from Linux machine. And if you select password option, he can log in from Windows also. And what password you should set for him? Let me select a password for him as ABCD. Right, 123. You can give any password. So I'm assigning a password for him as ABCD@1234. And now scroll down, and there is a one more option given over here called as password reset option. I'm creating an account for Ramesh. So if you select this account reset option over here, he can change his password. Whatever password I've assigned for him, he can change his password later on. But I don't want to give this permission to Ramesh. I don't want Ramesh to change his password. So Ramesh cannot change his password. I'm removing this option. Fine. Now let me click on next. So this is the username for Ramesh, and this is the password. And I'm giving him the permissions to create access key and secret access key also. Now I'll click on next, and I should give permissions to him. What permission I will give to him? I will give him only EC2 access. For Ramesh, I'm only giving EC2 access only. I'm not giving any other permissions. He should access EC2 only. So I'll go back. How to give permissions? There are three types in which you can give permission. In three ways you can give permission. This is first, second, and third. First, second, you keep it aside first, and I'll give permissions directly. The third option over here is to give permissions directly. Let me give permissions directly to Ramesh. And what permissions I want him to give? EC2. So I'll search for EC2 over here and scroll down and give EC2 full access for Ramesh. This is EC2 full access for Ramesh, right? So I'll click on next, and I'll click on next for a review. Ramesh is a username, and I'm giving him both the accesses. Now I will click on create user, and you will see user will get created over here. So this is his access key and secret access key. Okay, which means he can log in from Linux also. In real time, what you will do normally is you can send these details directly to Ramesh by clicking on send email. You give you Ramesh email ID, and entire details will go to Ramesh directly. Easier option. Now you can see that user account got created. Ramesh user got created over here. So this is my Ramesh user, and let us test that how Ramesh login is working or not. And to test that login, first go to dashboard over here. As I told you, we need our company's URL over here, guys. We need our company's AWS link. From that AWS link only, you can log into your company's website. Okay. So go back, and there is a right side, there is an option given to you over here, sign in URL. This will be your company's URL. Right now, there is some random number given over here, right? 531377 something. So what I will do is I'll click on create, and I'll give my company name as IBM. And if I click on save changes, now you can see that this is my IBM's company's URL, guys. If Ramesh wants to log into IBM's account, he should use this link only. This is your company's link. This is your company's URL. From this company's URL only, you have to log into your company's account. Okay, right. So I will copy this link because this is the company's link which I have to copy. I will copy this link. I will sign out from my main account. This is my main AWS account. I will sign out from my main account. and let me log into my company's account. So first of all, give the company URL in the dashboard over here. This is my IBM's company URL, which I copied from IBM dashboard. Okay, now if I click on enter over here, you will see that this URL will take me to the IBM's login. You can see account ID, it is showing IBM. Whatever is your company name will reflect over here in the account ID. If you are working for Dell or Accenture, that particular name will display over here. Now you can log in with your login. So right now, what is my user which I have created? Ramesh, right? So I'll give Ramesh. User username. Let me give the password ABCD. This is the login ID for Ramesh. And I'm logging from special company URL over here. This is not a normal AWS account. This is a corporate AWS account which we are logging. Fine. So I'll click on sign in over here and you will see that I'm able to log into AWS account. Okay. And if you see on the right side of corner of your screen, guys, right side top corner of your screen, you can see Ramesh working at IBM. Over here at the right side top, you will see that Ramesh working at IBM. We clearly give you over here. And what permissions I have given him? EC2 permissions, right? So I'll go to EC2 over here and I will check that he can able to see all the things on EC2. Yes. Okay. You can go to EC2 dashboard. You can click on running instances. No problem at all. If I click on launch instance also, you can see that I am able to launch the machine as well. Right. So EC2 permissions are working fine. Did I give him S3 permissions? No, right? So if I go to S3 and if Ramesh goes to S3, what will happen? You will see now over here that if Ramesh goes to S3, S3 will tell that Ramesh, you are not having any permissions. Ramesh cannot even see how many buckets are there. It will clearly tell that you don't have permissions to see the buckets. I have given permission to Ramesh only to work on EC2 only. He cannot see any other thing on S3 bucket. It will show you that permissions are not given to Ramesh. He cannot even see how many buckets are there also. He cannot work on S3. So I'm restricting the user. In real time also, you have to restrict your users like this. So if you think that if I go to IAM, from there I can change the permissions. If you go to IAM, what will happen? If you go to IAM from Ramesh account, if you go and check, now you will see if you go to IAM will also tell you that you don't have permissions. Ramesh cannot do anything apart from going to EC2. If you think that Ramesh can go to IAM and he can change his permissions, he cannot do anything on IAM dashboard as well. So he has permission only to use EC2 only. He cannot use any other resources on AWS because we are restricted him to use only EC2 only over here. So he cannot use any other resources. If he goes to other resources also like this, it will tell him that access is being denied. You don't have permissions to access anything over here. Not on ES3, not on IAM dashboard also. Not on other services. Right? So now let me log out from my Ramesh account now. Okay. So I will click on my Ramesh account's user ID and let me log out from my Ramesh account. To my main account over here. Okay, if you click on log back in and let me log in. Okay, I am going back to a page. Always observe one thing over here, guys. If you see IAM user over here, which means this is for sub account user. Okay, and you people are using AWS account and you people are using root account. You people are using main AWS account. It's not an IAM user account. Those who are the accounts which you are using, they are the main account users. Okay, so just below the page you will find one option over here called as login as root user. So you people, when you are logged into your AWS account, you people are root users. So log into root user account. So that will be your main AWS account, not a IAM account, because Ramesh is the IAM user. For Ramesh login you have to use IAM, but for your own AWS account login you have to go to root login. So that is why I came to root login and let me log into my main account. So I'll click on next. Let me enter my password over here. So I'll click on sign in, and you can see that I'm logging to my main AWS account, guys. This is my main AWS account. So in this main AWS account, again, I will go to IAM, and over here you can see the top right side corner of your screen, there is no working at option is not given. This is my main AWS account, my main corporate account. So I'll go to users over here, and you can see Ramesh user got created over here. Fine, and Ramesh user is working fine. So the next what I will do over here is, what is my next user? Okay, I'll go back and I'll go to my diagram. So next user is Aditya over here. For Aditya user, what I will do is, I will not give him login to access from Linux. Okay, I will not create any access keys or secret access key for him. I will give Aditya permission to log in from Windows only, and I will give him which access? S3 access. Okay, so let me go back and let me create a one more user. I will click on add user over here, and let me give a name to my user over here. So my username over here is Aditya, and I am not giving any access key and secret access keys permissions for him, which means Aditya cannot log in from Linux machine. If you give access key and secret access key, then only Aditya can log in from Linux machine. So I'm not giving access key. I will only give username and password. And let me give password over here. This time I will give my password in reverse. I'll say 1234. The rate is. It will give the password. It will only give us the password. At the last, it will show the password. AWS will generate. Any option you can choose. Okay. This will be in my control. Okay. Now, and one more thing to remember, when I created Ramesh user, I did not give Ramesh the option to change his password. Password reset option I did not give to Ramesh, but for Aditya, I will give this option. For Aditya, I'm giving the option to reset the password. So what Aditya can do is, Aditya can change his password. I'm giving Aditya permission to change his password. Now I'll click on next, and now let me give permissions to Aditya, and I'll click on attach permissions directly. And what permission should I give him? S3 permissions. So I'll search for S3 over here and give S3 full access. So Aditya can access only S3. Aditya cannot access EC2, and Aditya cannot access any other resources also on AWS, because I'm restricting Aditya to use S3 only over here. Now I will click on next. So this is the tagging. I'll click on next for a review. So what is my username? Aditya, password given, S3 full access also I've given, and he can change his password also. Fine. Now I'll click on create user, and you will see that one more user got created over here. And if you observe one more thing, access key and secret access keys did not got generated over here. See, only username and password got generated. So he can log in from Windows only. He can log in. He cannot log in from Linux, because I have not given any access key or secret access keys to it. Fine. So I'll close this. And if Aditya wants to log into his account, right now two users are there. One is Aditya and the other is Ramesh. And what I want to do over here is, I'll click on dashboard. If they want to log in, you have to copy your company website URL, right? Because Aditya user got created in which account? In IBM account. So I will copy this IBM AWS account URL. So this URL belongs to IBM company. Okay, and this is related to IBM's AWS account, right? So I'll copy this URL. I will sign out from my AWS account, and let me log in from my IBM's account. So give your URL over here. This is your company's URL. This is your corporate URL. And when you are working for a company, your company will also give a separate URL for AWS account login. So you have to log in from that URL only. Fine. So I'll click on enter over here, and let me log in from Aditya's account now. So one more user I created, right? So Aditya is my user, and what password I've given him? 1234. @ABC. This is the user ID and password for Aditya's account. Now I will click on sign in over here, and you will see as I've given permissions to change the password for Aditya, Aditya can change his password. Aditya can set his own password also if he wants. Same permission I did not give for Ramesh. Ramesh cannot change his password, but Aditya can change his password. I have given this option for Aditya. So let me give the old password over here. And now Aditya can set his own password. Okay. So let me sign up. Now once you set the password, you can click on confirm password, and you will see that Aditya has logged into his AWS account. Now once Aditya has logged into his AWS account, if you see on the top right side corner of your screen, you can see that Aditya working at IBM. Clearly given over here that this is Aditya's account, and right now Aditya is working for IBM. Clearly given. Now what permissions I have given to Aditya? S3 permissions. If you go back to diagram and if you see what permissions I have given for Aditya, S3 permissions. So if I go to S3, I will click on S3 over here on the dashboard, and if I go to S3, you can see complete buckets in your account. You can see how many buckets are there. He is able to see how many buckets are there. For Ramesh, it gave permission is not there. Ramesh was unable to see the buckets, but Aditya is able to see the buckets. And if Aditya click on create bucket, he is able to create the bucket also. Because for Aditya, I have given S3 bucket options. S3 complete, S3 he can access. Very good. Right now, I will go to EC2. And for Aditya, I did not give permission to access EC2, right? So if I go to EC2, what will happen over here? You will see now. Okay, you are given a message over here that you are not authorized to perform this operation. It will not even show how many EC2 machines are there for Aditya, because for Aditya I have not given any EC2 permissions over here. Aditya even cannot see, he cannot see also how many machines are there. Forget about creation. He cannot even see how many buckets are there in his account. He can only access S3 because I have given him permissions only to access S3 only. EC2 he cannot access. And if he tries to go to IAM, okay, if Aditya tries to goes to IAM, and if he thinks that he can change his permissions, so if he goes to IAM, what will happen over here? You will see that in IAM it will tell that you don't have permissions. Apart from S3, Aditya cannot use any other services. Okay, and for a single user, don't think that you can give only one service permission only. That is your choice. For Aditya, I can give S3, RDS, EC2, 3-4 services permissions also I can give. Okay, I can give one service permission also, or I can give multiple service permissions also. Right now, Aditya can only access S3 only. Other permissions have not given. And one more thing, anytime if you want to change the permissions, you can change for any user. If you want to give Aditya, right now he's only having S3 permission only, right? If you want to give EC2 permissions also, you can change his permissions. No problem with that. But from your main company's account, you have to change, not from this account. So that is your main company's account, right? So right now I'm on Aditya's user company account. I will sign out from this account. I have checked all, I have login is working fine. We are able to log in successfully, and all the permissions are also working fine. He is having only permissions to access S3, and according to that only it is working over here, right? Even permissions are also working fine. All the permissions are working fine over here. Very good. So now what I will do is, let me sign out from this account and let me go back to my main account. Okay, so I will sign into console over here and sign in as root user. You should sign in as root user. You are not IAM users, guys. You people are root users. Aditya, Ramesh, they are IAM users. You people are not IAM users. You are root users. Okay. Yes, real time also here. Okay, so I'll click on root user and let me log in from my account over here. Click on next and let me just copy the password and let me sign into my main account. Okay, so I'll go to IAM. Very good. I will go to users over here. So right now, how many users are there in my company's account? Two users are there. Aditya is my company employee. Ramesh is also my company employee. Both are working for IBM, and I've created accounts for both of them. And Aditya is working on EC2. I've given only EC2 permission, and Ramesh is working on S3. Sorry, Aditya for S3, Ramesh for EC2. They are working fine. Now tell me one more thing, guys. If one by one, if I create users like this, how many users, how many employees are there in your company? Thousands of employees are there. It will be very tiresome process for me to create each user account individually over here, right? And then giving permissions to them. So normally what happens is, if you are creating so many employees over here, like for example, employee 1, employee 2, employee 3, employee 4. If one by one you are creating your employees like this, okay? So Ramesh, Mahesh, Srinivas, Aditya, okay, Rahul. So like this you'll create. So for example, employee 1, okay, for this you have to give some, okay, for this employee, if you want RDS permissions, to give some S3 permissions. And for this employee, you want to give some employee. Okay, yes, guys. So now let us go to IAM dashboard. And yesterday we have created users, right? We have created users and we have logged in with different user accounts and we have tested the different login permissions for all those users, right? So now going forward, what I'll be doing over here is, as I told you guys, I'll be creating groups now. I'll be creating teams rather than creating individual users. Okay, what I'll be doing over here is I'll be creating teams. Okay, so let me just go on to that. Okay, diagram over here. So let me just clear this once. Yes. Okay. Yes, guys. So now instead of creating individual users like yesterday we did for Ramesh, Aditya, okay, and for Ramesh I gave only EC2 access. For Aditya I gave only for QA I gave only S3 access. Now I wanted you guys to create a team and I will create a group or nothing but a team and I will assign permissions to this team. Rather than giving permissions individually, I will create a team and I will assign permissions to this team, guys. And how I'll be going to do this over here is I'll go back to my IAM dashboard and on IAM dashboard, instead of creating users, I will click on groups over here, user groups. Okay. And I'll click on create a group over here, which is nothing but creating a team. Okay. So I'll be creating a team over here and I'll be creating a team with the name DBA. It could be a database team. Okay. Now with the database team, okay, let me give permissions to this team. I'm not giving permissions to the user. I'm giving permissions to the team itself. Later on, what I will do is I will add users to this team. One by one, I can add multiple users to this team. Whatever permissions are there to this team, the entire other users will also get the same permission. Okay. And now for the DBA team, I'll give RDS permissions because they will mostly use RDS only. So I'll select RDS over here. RDS is nothing but stands for database, relational database systems. Okay. Now I will scroll down and then I'll click on create a group. Okay. The team got created over here. And what is the team name? DBA is a team name. Okay. So now if I come back to my diagram and if you see DBA team, who is there in the DBA team? John is there. And John should have what access? He should have RDS access. John should have RDS access, right? So I'll go back and I'll create a user with John. Okay, I'll click on add user and I'll create a user with John over here with any name you can create, right? So I'll create a user with John. I'll give him access to login from Windows. If you provide access keys also, he can log in from Linux as well. So I'll give him the permissions to log in from Windows and let me give a password for him. I'll give a password as abcd@1234. And as you know, guys, if you give reset permission, John can change his password. If you don't give reset permission, John cannot change his password. If you give reset permission, he can change his password later on. Okay. So let me give reset permission and I'll click on next. And what type of permissions you want to give to John? Do you want to give him EC2 permissions or S3 permissions or RDS permissions? You will decide over here. So till now, for other users which we created, right? We have created Ramesh, we have created for Aditya, we have given permissions directly. Directly we have given the permissions till now, whatever users we have created. Now what I will do is I'll attach the user to the group. What is the name of this permission? Add user to the group. I will give permissions by adding John to the DBA team. So whatever permissions which are there for DBA team, John will get the same permissions. Okay. So complexity is reduced. Unnecessary permissions will not be added. Okay. And whatever needed is that what will be added over here. So I will select add user to the group and I will select DBA. Okay. Which means John belongs to DBA team. I've selected DBA over here. Now let me click on next is tagging, next click on review. I'm creating a John user and I'm adding John to which team? To DBA team. Okay, now let me click on create user and you will see John user got created over here and he belongs to DBA team also. If you just close and check over here and you will see that John user is there and he belongs to which group? To DBA. And whatever permissions are there to the DBA team, he is having all these permissions. Okay. Now let me go to dashboard and let me go to my company's URL. If John wants to log into his AWS account, he has to log in from his company URL only. So I'll click on create and let me give a name to my company. Previously I gave as IBM, right? Let me give it as Flipkart. Okay, and you can see now my company name is Flipkart over here. If John wants to log in, he has to use this company's URL only. So I'll copy this company website URL. Let me sign out from my main account. Okay, and let me log into John account using my company's account. So to log into company account, you have to give your company's URL over here, company's website link. Okay, and when you give your company's website link, if you give enter over here, you will see the company's website page will load over here. Okay, so what is the company name? Flipkart. And what is my employee name? John. And let me log in with the password. Okay, and let me click on sign in over here. And right now I'm signing with John user. And as I gave permissions for John to change his password, it is asking to change the password. John can set his own password also. Okay, so let me give a password over here. First of all, the old password. And now let me give the new password. And now let me click on confirm password. So you will see the John account's password has been changed. And you can clearly see on the right side corner of your screen that John is working at Flipkart. Okay, John working at Flipkart. The name is given over here clearly. And what permissions we have given for John? We have given RDS permissions, right? So I'll go to RDS over here and I'll search for RDS. And if you click on RDS over here, you can see that John is able to go to RDS. He can click on databases. Anyhow, we will create RDS also in next session. And you can see he can do everything on RDS. Okay. Similarly, if you go to EC2, if I go to EC2, other service, okay, and if I click on EC2, okay, and if I go to running instances, you will see that John is not having any permissions over here. It is clearly telling you that you are not authorized to perform this operation. John doesn't have permissions to use EC2 or John will not have permissions to use S3 also. But how I gave permissions to John? By adding him to the group, by adding him to the team. So whatever the permissions which are there to the team, John will have the same permissions. So John cannot access EC2. John cannot even access S3 also. He can only access RDS only one service, right? So this time I gave permissions in a different way actually. I had created a group and I attached John to that group over here. I created a team and I attached John to the team. So whatever permissions are to the team, he will get that permissions. Okay, right. Now let me sign out again from my John account and let me again log in from my main account over here. Okay, so I'll sign in as a root user and let me give my account name over here. Okay, so I'm logging into my main account now. Okay, I've logged in back and now let me go to IAM. Okay, so over here you can see that I have created a group, nothing but a DBA group, nothing but a DBA team. Inside this team I have created users also and my username is John. So next to groups and users, the next thing over here is roles, guys, roles. Okay, so what is the role? Let us see what is the role actually. Okay, real-time implementation we will see regarding the role. What is the role? Okay, so first of all, let me go to EC2 to understand what is the role. First of all, let me go to EC2 and let me create a machine, guys. Okay, and I will show you how role will help you actually over here. Okay, so I'll go to EC2 and let me create a machine over here. First of all, I'll create a Linux machine. Okay, I'll select Linux and 1 GB of RAM. Okay, so I'll quickly launch this machine over here, create a key over here, and I've logged into my machine. Okay, it is launching now. So I'll call this machine as my Linux machine. Okay, so let this machine start over here. Meantime, I will take you guys to one diagram actually. Okay, let me open one diagram and let me tell you guys this thing. Okay, so previously in our class actually, okay, if you remember, we had one EC2 machine. Okay, and from this EC2 machine actually we have, okay, we were getting the objects from our S3 bucket, right? If you guys remember or not, we were accessing our S3 bucket from our Linux machine. Okay, in our previous session, right? So this was our Linux machine, and from this Linux machine you are accessing the objects from your S3 bucket like this. Okay, and there were some files inside your S3 bucket and we were accessing the objects in this way. How were you accessing actually? You were logging to your AWS account from this Linux machine, right? What were you giving? You are actually giving access key and secret access key. Okay, and you are accessing the S3 bucket objects over here using this access key and secret access key. But now what I want you guys is, you should access S3 bucket files, you should access S3 bucket objects, but you should not use any access key or secret access. Without using access key and secret access key, I want you guys to access S3 bucket objects. This is a normal way of accessing. Everybody knows, if you give access key and secret access key, you can see how many buckets are there, you can see how many objects are there. If you give AWS S3 space ls as a command, it will show you all the buckets, right? But before that you have to give access key and secret access key. I don't want you guys to use access key and secret access key. So when you don't use access key and secret access key, how will you get that access? That is with the help of a role. That is where your role will come into picture. You should not use access keys. You should not use access key and secret access key. Okay, we have to create a role and you have to give permission to your EC2 machine to access S3 bucket. Okay, you have to create a role and you have to give a permission to your EC2 machine so that it can access S3 bucket without giving access key and secret access. Okay, so I'll go back, and currently this is my Linux machine, right? If you scroll down inside your Linux machine, there is an option given to you called as IAM role. Currently there is no role attached to this machine. It is blank, it is empty. No role is attached to your machine. You have not given any permissions to this machine. The meaning is you have not given any permissions to this machine. Role is empty. So what I will do over here is I will go to IAM and I will create a role. Okay, and then I will attach this role to this machine. Okay, so how to create a role? you have to click on roles, and I have to click on create a role, and what to which resource I'm giving these permissions? EC2, right? So select EC2 over here. I'm creating a role for my EC2 machine. Okay, and then click on next. So what permissions you are giving to EC2? What it should access? It should access S3 bucket, right? So I'll search for S3 and I will give S3 permissions to my EC2 machine. Okay, so S3 full access is over here. I'll give S3 full access. For my EC2 machine, I'm giving S3 access. Okay, now I'll scroll down again. I'll click on next. Let me give a name to this role. I'll call this role name as Ramesh. You can give any name. Okay, scroll down and then click on create a role. Role will get created over here. You can see Ramesh role got created. This is my role name over here. So Ramesh role got created over here. Now what I will do is I will go back to my EC2 machine. Okay, and from my EC2 machine, okay, first of all, let me log into my EC2 machine. Okay, so let me just connect to my EC2 machine first. I'll click on connect. Okay, again I'll click on connect and I will log into my Linux machine. Okay, and once you log into your Linux machine, what is the first command we will give, guys? Sudo space su space hyphen given. Now if you want to check, okay, if you want to check how many buckets are there, what command you will give? AWS space, and if you give, okay, enter over here, what it is telling you, to please give access key and secret access key. It is telling you guys to enter access key and secret access key, then only it will show you how many buckets are there. But what I told you guys, you should not use access key and secret access key. Then how will you see the buckets? So then go back to your AWS and go to that machine over here. Okay, and when you go to that machine, so right now you are unable to see because a role I have not attached to this machine. If you go to this machine and if you see, okay, I did not attach any role to this machine over here. You see over here IAM role is blank and it is empty. Now how to attach a role? Click on actions, instance settings, and you will find one option over here called as attach or replace IAM role. Okay, so if you want to attach a role to your machine, go to this option, and on a running machine you can attach. No need to stop your machine. Okay, so I'll click on attach, and what is my role name? Ramesh is my role name. I will select Ramesh and I will click on apply. And right now I'm applying my role to my EC2 machine. I'm attaching a role to my EC2 machine. So now if you scroll down, if you will see IAM role name is Ramesh. Previously it was empty. Previously it was blank. Now you can see I attached one name Ramesh role. Now again I'll go back to my Linux machine, and this time if you type AWS space S3 space ls, okay, now it will show you the list of buckets which are there in AWS account. Did I give any access key or secret access key? No. Without giving access key and secret access key, you can see the buckets. You have to attach a role to your EC2 machine. Okay, role is nothing but it's kind of a permission. Okay, so if you want to again remove this role, you can again remove this role. Right now Ramesh is there, right? Go to actions, instance settings, and click on replace role, and this time select no role over here and then click on apply and say detach role. So you can attach a role on a running machine and you can detach a role from a running machine. Okay, no need to stop the machine. Again, now if you go to Linux machine, again if you try to type ls, it will again tell you to log in because I have removed the role, right? So with the help of a role, you can do these kind of functionalities. You can give permissions from one resource to another resource. Okay, so in this way you have to create a role and you have to attach a role in this way, right? So now again coming back to IAM, so we have created teams nothing but groups. Okay, we have created users and you have created roles also, right? Now next to roles, okay, I will take you to the IAM dashboard. Okay, so we have created groups, we have created users, and we have created role also. And the next two roles is what you will have policies over here. And what is policy? I will tell you. Till now, okay, what you have created users, okay, and you have created groups, you have created roles. Users is nothing but giving permission to your employees, your company's employees. Groups is nothing but creating teams and giving permissions to the teams. And role is nothing but again giving permissions, but not to your employees or not to your teams, but to your machines or to your resources. Okay. So whatever permissions you are giving, okay, till now I think you people have observed whatever permissions you are giving over here, everything is involved with permissions only, right? So user need permissions, groups also need permissions, roles also need permissions. Everybody need permissions over here. So how we are giving these permissions actually? That is with the help of policy only. With the help of policy only, you are giving the permissions actually. Where is this policy? You know, I'll go back and I will just remind you again. I will go to user. I'll click on create a user, add user. Okay. And let me just give a random name to this user. I'll give access keys. If I click on next for giving permissions, okay, observe this page now. If I click on next, okay, so you are coming to this permissions page, right? These permissions are nothing but policies. Policy is nothing but the actual permission. Whatever permissions you are giving to your users, whatever permissions you are giving to your group, nothing but team, or whatever permissions you are giving to your roles, how you are giving it? By attaching a policy. So what is a policy? Basically, policy is nothing but it is the permission itself. And if I open and if I show you what is the policy is, policy is this, guys. And if I open a policy, you will find JSON code inside a policy. This is the program code which is written inside a policy. Because of this program code only, your permissions are working fine. Okay, not only for roles or policies, entire AWS is developed on JSON only. Most of the services which you see, EC2, S3, load balancing, auto scaling, they are developed on this coding only. For every services, there is a code working behind the scenes. Okay, don't worry, you no need to do any coding or programming over here. Okay, you will not do any programming. Already there are 950 policies given to you. 950 different types of permissions are already given to you. In real time, hardly you will use 50 permissions, 50 policies. Hardly you will use 50 policies. Okay, you might tell 50 is very less. No, one permission you can use it for thousands of machines. Okay, permission is kind of a entity, right? It's like user, you are giving S3 permission. That code is written already. For one user, you will give S3 permission. Permission is same. For 100 users, you will give S3 permission. Permission is same only. How many users you are giving it? 100. So how many permissions you need? Permissions less only you need. You can attach it to multiple users. That is a different thing. Okay. Anyhow, AWS has given you around 950 permissions. It's nothing but policies. Okay. So every policy is working. Every permission is working. How? Because of the program code which is written over here. Okay. You no need to learn any JSON code. Don't worry about that. Already being code is written over here. If you know JSON, you can edit this one. That option is given. You know JSON programming, you can create your own policy or you can edit this one also. Don't worry. Okay, but no need to learn it specifically. Not required at all. Okay, so this is what the policy is. So whatever permissions are working over here, whatever permissions you are giving to users, roles, and groups, okay, that is working based on this policies only. The policy is nothing but the actual permission. That is nothing but the program code actually. Based on that program code, your permissions are working. Okay, right, fine, very good. Now, next two policies, you will have identity providers over here, guys. Okay, what is an identity provider? Let us talk about this now. Okay, so when I say identity provider, you will see one option over here called as single sign-on. We call it as SSO, which is nothing but single sign-on. Okay, if you don't know about single sign-on, let me tell you, every day you people are using single sign-on. Every day. How I will tell you. Okay, if you go back to your Google page and if you click over here, you have logged into Gmail so many times, right? If you log into Gmail, you will be logged into Meet, you'll be logged into YouTube, you'll be logged into Maps. Other apps also you have logged in, right? You are logging into Gmail only. One product only you are logging in, but various other products also you are logged in, right? It will not ask you for a login again. Okay. If how many products are there? Around 3 to 8, around nearly 15. 15 Google products are there. If I tell you guys to log into 15 Google products every time, if Google asks you to log into Gmail, again log into YouTube, again log into Maps, again log into News, 1 or 2 days you will log in. Third or fourth day, you will find it very lengthy thing to do. Okay, so what we guys want is, if I log into Gmail, it should log into other products also. Okay, easier way. I should not be asking me to log in for other products. Okay, so this is what single sign-on is. And in real time, how it will help you in your company's work or in your project's work, I will show you over here. Okay, if you go to Okta, and if I go to Okta page, in real time, what will happen, you know? In real time, like Gmail is there, okay, news is there, search is there, maps is there, right? In real time also you will work around on 18 to 20 different tools and applications. 18 to 20. Okay, if every day I tell you to log into that 18 tools separately, it will be very tedious task for you. Okay, see how many tools are there, starting from that Jira software. Okay, Jira is used to track your project work. All you will get all your tickets on Jira. Okay, next to Jira is Box. Box is like a Gmail. Okay, we use Box as a Gmail over here. We call it as Box. Slack is there, right? Slack is WhatsApp for your project. If you want to contact with your team members, we WhatsApp over here, and in real time you will use Slack. That is kind of a WhatsApp for your teams. And next you have Workday. Workday is an application where you will give your attendance, your daily attendance, when you are logging in, when you are logging out, when you need okay, leave. If you want to apply for a leave from Workday only, you have to apply. Okay, your working hours, your entire attendance is counted from Workday. Okay, next to that you have ADP, and if you see over here at the bottom, you have AWS also. So all these 18 applications are needed for you to work, right? You every day you will give your attendance, every day you will connect with your team members using Slack, you will check your mails from Box. Okay, 18 different applications are there. Zoom is also there for meetings and all. Okay, so 18 different applications, 18 times you have to log in if you don't use single sign-on. If you use single sign-on, what will happen, you know? You will just log into Okta. Only one time you will log into Okta. All the remaining 18 applications, if you just click on that application, it will open. Same like how your Gmail is working. If you click on YouTube, YouTube will work. Again, it will not ask for the sign-in, right? If you click on Maps, it will open. Again, it will not ask you for the sign-in. Same thing will work over here. If you log into Okta, just one login, and all the 18 applications will be logged in over here. Okay, you will not log in differently to all 18 different applications. Okay, so it might look like a small feature, but it gives you a lot of benefit actually. It is reducing your work every day, like 18 times. It is helping you to sign in actually every day. And how you will enable this? You will go to IAM, you will go to identity provider, and if you click on add provider, over here you have to select OpenIDK, and over here you have to select Okta URL. That is a paid URL actually. Okay, that's why we are not giving it. If you give Okta URL over here, you know what will happen when you go to Okta page. On that Okta page, you will see your AWS account. If you click on AWS over here, your AWS account will open. You will log into Okta, and if you click on AWS, again you no need to give login credentials of AWS. Directly your AWS account will open. So you are linking AWS to Okta, which is nothing but linking AWS to single sign-on. Right? If individually if you work, very tedious process to do. So better if you add it with a single sign-on, it will be easier for you to log in and use the applications. You will just log into Okta, remaining other applications you can use it easily. Right? So identity providers will be helping with that. Okay, and the next important thing over here is account settings. In account settings, if you go, firstly you have basic settings like you can change your password. Okay, this is a very generic thing. Okay, for changing your password you can do some small settings. One important thing over here, that is region restrictions. You can apply region restrictions over here. Okay, for example, we have, okay, for example, IBM is there, and IBM is not having their office branch in Tokyo. If they are having office branch in Tokyo, you can activate this region. You can keep this region activated. Okay, but if IBM is not having their office branch in Tokyo, why to keep it activated? No need to keep it activated, right? So I'll click on deactivate and I will deactivate this region. So if you go to Tokyo region, okay, so Tokyo I've disabled over here, right? Now if I go to Tokyo region over here, what it will tell me over here, you will just see. Okay, I've deactivated that region because I don't need that region over here, right? So I'm in North Virginia, right? So if I go to Tokyo region from over here, okay, if I try to open Tokyo region, okay, so from this point, and let me just, okay, take you guys to the one more deactivated region. So it will tell like this, guys, that this region has been deactivated. Okay, if you want to use this region, go and tell your administrator to activate that region. Okay, if you switch to this region, what will happen? It will tell you that region is deactivated. So in whichever regions you are having your office locations, you will keep those regions only in an activated mode normally. Okay, if you are having office regions in US, UK and Australia, keep those regions active. I don't have office region in Middle East, so I'll keep it in a blocked state. I'll deactivate that region. I'll not use that region over here. So you can activate, deactivate users. You can activate, deactivate the regions also. According to the regions, you can activate and well, actually you can keep it in activate, no problem. But the problem is if somebody goes to that region, if they create unnecessary EC2, if they create S3. So we don't have office region over there, right? Why to create over there? So that is the reason we will block them over here. We'll block the regions like this. Again, that is also being handled from IAM mode. Okay, you can completely control your regions from IAM over here. Okay, fine. So access reports, we are not using any access reports over here. Instead of access reports, actually we are using other service, okay, which I tell you. But more importantly, create groups, nothing but teams, create your users, create roles, okay. And to all these things, what do you need for giving permissions? You need policies for giving that permissions, okay. And then you have identity providers for helping you to single sign on, and then you have account settings where you can change your password and all basic settings, and restricting the region as well is done from account setting. From account settings only you can do region restrictions also. Okay, so do all these parts, guys. Okay, create users, create teams, okay, manage your policies, create roles, and you check that your EC2 is able to access S3 bucket or not. Okay, from EC2 you should get all the list of buckets without giving access key and secret access key. Okay, perform all these operations, do a hands-on practically. Okay, then we'll be going to our next important service. Okay, in the tomorrow's part, we'll be going to deal about cloud networking, which will be around to VPCs. Okay, we'll be discussing about cloud network. Okay, so cloud network is different from our normal physical networks. This is a bit different completely. Okay, so create your users and groups, okay, for today's part, and create roles also. Okay, so I'll be saving. Okay, yes guys. Now for the today's session guys, we are going to discuss a very important topic. Okay, so we have to discuss identity and access management. Okay, we do call it as IAM, which is one of the most important services of AWS. Fine. Yes. So what happens in real time is, guys, in real time, every company has their own AWS account. Fine. Every company has their own AWS account, and in each company there are so many employees working, right? And when these many employees are working, they cannot use a single AWS account. Okay. So what happens normally is, for example, you have IBM. Okay, IBM is there. So IBM will have their AWS account. Okay, we call it as corporate account, or okay, we call it as corporate account only, corporate AWS account. Okay, so when IBM is using their corporate AWS account, they will be having one username and password for this account over here. Okay, so account spelling is ACC. Okay, so when IBM is having their corporate account, they will be having their own username and password for that account. Okay, and as you know that IBM is a very big MNC, right? They have so many employees working in there. Some 5,000, 10,000 employees are working, so they cannot give the same user ID password for all these employees, right? They should not give also. So in that case, what you will do? In that case, in this corporate account, within this corporate account, you will create sub accounts. Within the one major account, you will create some sub accounts over here. So how it will work over here is, you will be having one corporate account, and within this corporate account, we will be creating some sub accounts over here like this. And into these sub accounts, we will be having some users over here like this. Okay, these users are nothing but employees of IBM over here. Okay, for example, I have employee 1, employee 2, employee 3, and employee 4. Like this, I have 4 employees over here. My first employee name over here is Ramesh, for example. Okay, and we have, okay, next employee Aditya, and we have John. Okay, and we have office. For example, there are 4 employees who are working for IBM over here. Okay, like this. Now, when they are working for IBM in this way, Ramesh might be working for a different team. There are so many departments in IBM, right? Ramesh might be working for development team, and you consider that Ramesh is working for development team. You have Aditya who is working for QA team, and you have John who is working for a database team, DB team, DBA team. Okay, and you can say Abid is there for operations team. So all of them are working in different departments actually. They are working in different departments, and when they are working in different departments, they will be having different types of needs, and they need different types of permissions actually. Every one of them are working in different departments, so they have to work on different permissions. And what kind of permissions you will allow to them? For example, Ramesh is working for development team. He every day he needs EC2 access, for example, EC2. Every day he needs EC2 access. Similarly, Aditya is there. Aditya every day he needs S3 access. John is from DBA. He might every day he might need RDS access, like this. When they are working in different departments, okay, and their every day their needs are different, and Ramesh requires EC2 access every day, Aditya needs S3 access every day, so their permissions are different, right? And what I will do over here is I will give Ramesh only the permission to access EC2 only. He cannot access S3. And Aditya can access S3 only. He cannot access EC2. Okay. So like that, I will give restrictions to John also. He can access only RDS. So like that. In that way, I will restrict my users. Okay. So Ramesh can only use EC2 only. So that kind of permissions you have to manage over here in real time also. Then what I will do over here is the next set of permission over here is if they want to have an AWS account, okay, normally we will log into our AWS account from two operating systems. One is Linux and the other is Windows. Okay, and when you are logging from Windows operating system, will have your username and password from which you can log in into your AWS account. Okay, from Linux machine, what you will use if you want to log in from your Linux machine to your AWS account? What we have to use over here? You have to use access key and secret access. To log in from Windows, you need username and password to your AWS account. Whatever AWS account you people are also using, you are using your username and password to log in over here, right? So for Windows, you will use username and password, and for Linux, you will use access key and secret access key. Even these permissions also you can give to your employees, that from which operating system they should log in. If you want them to log in from Windows, give them username and password. If you want them to log in from Linux, give them access key and secret access. Or else if you want to log in from them only from Windows or only from Linux, you can give any one of them also. So you can give them the way they want to log in, you can control that. And what they have to use on their AWS account, even you can control these settings as well, the EC2 only or S3 only. This In this way, you can control your users, right? So let us go ahead and I will go to IAM over here, and within my identity and access management, I will create my users. And to each user, I will give a different type of permission, and then I will test how that permission is working. And one more thing I should tell over here. Normally, when you are logging to AWS account, you will go to Google and you will say AWS console management, and you are logging to your AWS account normally. But when you are working for a company, for example, IBM, Accenture, or Deloitte, when you are working for companies, company will give you their own company's URL actually. You cannot log in from Google directly over there. They will provide their AWS link to log in. Because this will be AWS account linked to your IBM. Okay, so from that particular URL, from that particular website link only, you have to log in. You cannot log in from a generic AWS account. So whatever user accounts I will be creating over here, if they want to log into IBM's account, they have to use a separate company link. Even we will also create a separate company link over. I will show you that also. So let us go back to our AWS account, and under AWS account, I have to search for IAM, which stands for Identity and Access Management, where I will be controlling my entire users and their user permissions also. So once I go to IAM dashboard over here, you will see, okay, that this is my IAM dashboard over here, guys. So let me clean up this one first. Yes, done. So this is our identity and access management dashboard, guys. Right now you can see that if I click on users over here, you will see right now I don't have any users. Users over here means my company employees. Like Ramesh is there, okay, Aditya is there. Who are there? They are my company employees, right? I have to create user accounts for them. I have to create AWS login for them so that they can log into AWS account and they can do their work, right? So the first user over here is Ramesh. I want to create a Ramesh user for his login. I will go back to my AWS account, and if you click on users, there is an option over here called as add user. I'll click on add user, and what is the username of my first employee? Is Ramesh, right? I'll create a username for him, and that username is Ramesh. And what access you want to give to him? You want to give him access key, which means he can log in from Linux machine also. You give this option. If you want to give him permission to log in from Windows also, give the second option also. Right? So if you select access key and secret access key, he can log in from Linux machine. And if you select password option, he can log in from Windows also. And what password you should set for him? Let me select a password for him as ABCD. Right, 123. You can give any password. So I'm assigning a password for him as ABCD@1234. And now scroll down, and there is a one more option given over here called as password reset option. I'm creating an account for Ramesh. So if you select this account reset option over here, he can change his password. Whatever password I've assigned for him, he can change his password later on. But I don't want to give this permission to Ramesh. I don't want Ramesh to change his password. So Ramesh cannot change his password. I'm removing this option. Fine. Now let me click on next. So this is the username for Ramesh, and this is the password, and I'm giving him the permissions to create access key and secret access key also. Now I'll click on next, and I should give permissions to him. What permission I will give to him? I will give him only EC2 access. For Ramesh, I'm only giving EC2 access only. I'm not giving any other permissions. He should access EC2 only. So I'll go back. How to give permissions? There are three types in which you can give permission. In three ways you can give permission. This is first, second, and third. First, second, you keep it aside first, and I'll give permissions directly. The third option over here is to give permissions directly. Let me give permissions directly to Ramesh. And what permissions I want him to give? EC2. So I'll search for EC2 over here and scroll down and give EC2 full access for Ramesh. This is EC2 full access for Ramesh, right? So I'll click on next, and I'll click on next for a review. Ramesh is a username, and I'm giving him both the accesses. Now I will click on create user, and you will see user will get created over here. So this is his access key and secret access key. Okay, which means he can log in from Linux also. In real time, what you will do normally is you can send these details directly to Ramesh by clicking on send email. You give you Ramesh email ID, and entire details will go to Ramesh directly. Easier option. Now you can see that user account got created. Ramesh user got created over here. So this is my Ramesh user, and let us test that how Ramesh login is working or not. And to test that login, first go to dashboard over here. As I told you, we need our company's URL over here, guys. We need our company's AWS link. From that AWS link only, you can log into your company's website. Okay. So go back, and there is the right side. There is an option given to you over here. Sign in URL. This will be your company's URL. Right now, there is some random number given over here, right? 531377 something. So what I will do is I'll click on create, and I'll give my company name as IBM. And if I click on save changes, now you can see that this is my IBM's company's URL, guys. If Ramesh wants to log into IBM's account, he should use this link only. This is your company's link. This is your company's URL. From this company's URL only, you have to log into your company's account. Okay, right. So I will copy this link because this is the company's link which I have to copy. I will copy this link. I will sign out from my main account. This is my main AWS account. I will sign out from my main account, and let me log into my company's account. So first of all, give the company URL in the dashboard over here. This is my IBM's company URL, which I copied from IBM dashboard. Okay. Now if I click on enter over here, you will see that this URL will take me to the IBM's login. You can see account ID it is showing IBM. Whatever is your company name will reflect over here. in the account ID. If you are working for Dell or Accenture, that particular name will display. Now you can log in with your login. So right now, what is my user which I have created? Ramesh, right? So I'll give Ramesh. User username. Let me give the password ABCD. This is the login ID for Ramesh. And I'm logging from special company URL over here. This is not a normal AWS account. This is a corporate AWS account which we are logging. Fine. So I'll click on sign in over here and you will see that I'm able to log into AWS account. Okay. And if you see on the right side of corner of your screen, guys, right side top corner of your screen, you can see Ramesh working at IBM. Over here at the right side top, you will see that Ramesh working at IBM. We clearly give you over here. And what permissions I have given him? EC2 permissions, right? So I'll go to EC2 over here and I will check that he can able to see all the things on EC2. Yes. Okay. You can go to EC2 dashboard. You can click on running instances. No problem at all. If I click on launch instance also, you can see that I am able to launch the machine as well. Right? So EC2 permissions are working fine. Did I give him S3 permissions? No, right? So if I go to S3 and if Ramesh goes to S3, what will happen? You will see now over here that if Ramesh goes to S3, S3 will tell that Ramesh, you are not having any permissions. Ramesh cannot even see how many buckets are there. It will clearly tell that you don't have permissions to see the buckets. I have given permission to Ramesh only to work on EC2 only. He cannot see any other thing on S3 bucket. It will show you that permissions are not given to Ramesh. He cannot even see how many buckets are there also. He cannot work on S3. So I'm restricting the user. In real time also, you have to restrict your users like this. So if you think that if I go to IAM, from there I can change the permissions. If you go to IAM, what will happen? If you go to IAM from Ramesh account, if you go and check, now you will see if you go to IAM will also tell you that you don't have permissions. Ramesh cannot do anything apart from going to EC2. If you think that Ramesh can go to IAM and he can change his permissions, he cannot do anything on IAM dashboard as well. So he has permission only to use EC2 only. He cannot use any other resources on AWS because we are restricted him to use only EC2 only over here. So he cannot use any other resources. If he goes to other resources also like this, it will tell him that access is being denied. You don't have permissions to access anything over here. Not on ES3, not on IAM dashboard also. Not on other services. Right? So now let me log out from my Ramesh account. Now, okay. So I will click on my Ramesh account's user ID and let me log out from my Ramesh account. To my main account over here. Okay, if you click on log back in and let me log in. Okay, I'm going back to a page. Always observe one thing over here, guys. If you see IAM user over here, which means this is for sub account user. Okay, and you people are using AWS account and you people are using root account. You people are using main AWS account. It's not an IAM user account. Those who are the accounts which you are using. They are the main account users. Okay, so just below the page you will find one option over here called as login as root user. So you people, when you are logging to your AWS account, you people are root users. So log into root user account. So that will be your main AWS account, not a IAM account, because Ramesh is an IAM user. For Ramesh login you have to use IAM, but for your own AWS account login you have to go to root login. So that is why I came to root login and let me log into my main account. So I'll click on next and let me enter my password over here. So I'll click on sign in and you can see that I'm logging to my main AWS account, guys. This is my main AWS account. So in this main AWS account, again I will go to IAM, and over here you can see the top right side corner of your screen, there is no working at option is not given. This is my main AWS account, my main corporate account. So I'll go to users over here, and you can see Ramesh user got created over here. Fine, and Ramesh user is working fine. So the next what I will do over here is, what is my next user? Okay, I'll go back and I'll go to my diagram. So next user is Aditya over here. For Aditya user, what I will do is, I will not give him login to access from Linux. Okay, I will not create any access keys or secret access key for him. I will give Aditya permission to log in from Windows only, and I will give him which access? S3 access. Okay, so let me go back and let me create a one more user. I will click on add user over here, and let me give a name to my user over here. So my username over here is Aditya, and I am not giving any access key and secret access keys permissions for him, which means Aditya cannot log in from Linux machine. If you give access key and secret access key, then only Aditya can log in from Linux machine. So I'm not giving access key. I will only give username and password. And let me give password over here. This time I will give my password in reverse. I'll say 1234. The rate is. It will give the password. It will only give us the password. At the last, it will show the password. AWS will generate. Any option you can choose. Okay. This will be in my control. Okay. Now, and one more thing to remember, when I created Ramesh user, I did not give Ramesh the option to change his password. Password reset option I did not give to Ramesh, but for Aditya, I will give this option. For Aditya, I'm giving the option to reset the password. So what Aditya can do is, Aditya can change his password. I'm giving Aditya permission to change his password. Now I'll click on next, and now let me give permissions to Aditya. And I'll click on attach permissions directly. And what permission should I give him? S3 permissions. So I'll search for S3 over here and give S3 full access. So Aditya can access only S3. Aditya cannot access EC2, and Aditya cannot access any other resources also on AWS, because I'm restricting Aditya to use S3 only over here. Now I will click on next. So this is the tagging. I'll click on next for a review. So what is my username? Aditya, password given, S3 full access also I have given, and he can change his password also. Fine. Now I'll click on create user, and you will see that one more user got created over here. And if you observe one more thing, access key and secret access keys did not got generated over here. See, only username and password got generated. So he can log in from Windows only. He can log in. He cannot log in from Linux, because I have not given any access key or secret access keys to it. Fine. So I'll close this. And if Aditya wants to log into his account, right now two users are there. One is Aditya and the other is Ramesh. And what I want to do over here is, I'll click on dashboard. If they want to log in, you have to copy your company website URL, right? Because Aditya user got created in which account? In IBM account. So I will copy this IBM AWS account URL. So this URL belongs to IBM company. Okay. And this is related to IBM's AWS account, right? So I'll copy this URL. I will sign out from my AWS account, and let me log in from my IBM's account. So give your URL over here. This is your company's URL. This is your corporate URL. And when you are working for a company, your company will also give a separate URL for AWS account login. So you have to log in from that URL only. Fine. So I'll click on enter over here, and let me log in from Aditya's account now. So one more user I created, right? So Aditya is my user, and what password I've given him? 1234 @ABC. This is the user ID and password for Aditya's account. Now I will click on sign in over here, and you will see, as I've given permissions to change the password for Aditya, Aditya can change his password. Aditya can set his own password also if he wants. Same permission I did not give for Ramesh. Ramesh cannot change his password, but Aditya can change his password. I have given this option for Aditya. So let me give the old password over here. And now Aditya can set his own password. Okay. So let me sign up. Now, once you set the password, you can click on confirm password and you will see that Aditya has logged into his AWS account. Now, once Aditya has logged into his AWS account, if you see on the top right side corner of your screen, you can see that Aditya working at IBM. Clearly given over here that this is Aditya's account and right now Aditya is working for IBM. Clearly given. Now, what permissions have given to Aditya? S3 permissions. If you go back to diagram and if you see what permissions I have given for Aditya, S3 permissions. So if I go to S3, I will click on S3 over here on the dashboard, and if I go to S3, you can see complete buckets in your account. You can see how many buckets are there. He is able to see how many buckets are there. For Ramesh, it gave permission is not there. Ramesh was unable to see the buckets, but Aditya is able to see the buckets. And if Aditya click on create bucket, he is able to create the bucket also. Because for Aditya, I have given S3 bucket options. S3 complete S3 he can access. Very good. Right now, I will go to EC2. And for Aditya, I did not give permission to access EC2, right? So if I go to EC2, what will happen over here? You will see now. Okay, you are given a message over here that you are not authorized to perform this operation. It will not even show how many EC2 machines are there for Aditya, because for Aditya I have not given any EC2 permissions over here. Aditya even cannot see, he cannot see also how many machines are there. Forget about creation. He cannot even see how many buckets are there in his account. He can only access S3 because I have given him permissions only to access S3 only. EC2 he cannot access. And if he tries to go to IAM, okay, if Aditya tries to goes to IAM, and if he thinks that he can change his permissions, so if he goes to IAM, what will happen over here? You will see that in IAM, it will tell that you don't have permissions. Apart from S3, Aditya cannot use any other services. Okay, and for a single user, don't think that you can give only one service permission only. That is your choice. For Aditya, I can give S3, RDS, EC2, 3-4 services permissions also I can give. Okay, I can give one service permission also, or I can give multiple service permissions also. Right now, Aditya can only access S3 only. Other permissions have not given. And one more thing, anytime if you want to change the permissions, you can change for any user. If you want to give Aditya, right now he's only having S3 permission only, right? If you want to give EC2 permissions also, you can change his permissions. No problem with that. But from your main company's account, you have to change, not from this account. So that is your main company's account, right? So right now I'm on Aditya's user company account. I will sign out from this account. I have checked all, I have login is working fine. We are able to log in successfully, and all the permissions are also working fine. He is having only permissions to access S3, and according to that only it is working over here, right? Even permissions are also working fine. All the permissions are working fine over here. Very good. So now what I will do is, let me sign out from this account and let me go back to my main account. Okay, so I will sign into console over here and sign in as root user. You should sign in as root user. You are not IAM users, guys. You people are root users. Aditya, Ramesh, they are IAM users. You people are not IAM users. You are root users. Okay. Yes. Real time also here. Okay. So I'll click on root user and let me log in from my account over here. Click on next and let me just copy the password and let me sign into my main account. Okay. So I'll go to IAM. Very good. I will go to users over here. So right now, how many users are there in my company's account? 2 users are there. Aditya is my company employee. Ramesh is also my company employee. Both are working for IBM, and I've created accounts for both of them. And Aditya is working on EC2. I've given only EC2 permission, and Ramesh is working on S3. Sorry, Aditya for S3, Ramesh for EC2. They are working fine. Now tell me one more thing, guys. If one by one, if I create users like this, how many users, how many employees are there in your company? Thousands of employees are there. It will be very tiresome process for me to create each user account individually over here, right? And then giving permissions to them. So normally what happens is, if you are creating so many employees over here, like for example, employee 1, employee 2, employee 3, employee 4. If one by one you are creating your employees like this, okay? So Ramesh, Mahesh, Srinivas, Aditya, okay, Rahul. So like this you'll create. So for example, employee 1, okay, for this you have to give some, okay, for this employee, if you want RDS permissions, to give some S3 permissions, and for this employee you want to give some employee over